do we...
Order. I wish to inform the House that pursuant to Standing Order 28.3, I sent a notice calling the House to meet this day, and I now lay this notice on the table. De plus, le samedi 18...
Moreover, on Saturday the 18th of July, I sent each member a message explaining the reasons for the recall of the House. I would also like to inform the House that pursuant to the steps taken by the government under Rule 55.1, Standing Order 55.1, I have published a standing paper and notice paper with giving notice of 2 bills of the government and a government motion. I would also table a letter from the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons, dating to the 18th of July 2020. Colleagues, before we begin our proceedings, I would like to say a few words.
Case for the previous recalls of the House, I understand that there will be agreement to see the application of Standing Order 17 suspended for the current sitting to allow members to practice physical distancing. I encourage all members to follow this and other recommended best practices during today's procedure. En conséquence, tout député qui désire obtenir la parole.
Any member who wishes to speak can rise or address the chair may do so from any seat in the House.
Members tabling a document or moving a motion, sign the document and bring it to the table themselves. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Yes, on a point of order, Mr. Speaker. Monsieur le Président, il y a eu consultation.
Mr. Speaker, there has been a consultation between the parties, and I think you will find that there is unanimous consent regarding the following motion. That, notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House, a bill in the name of the Minister of Finance, entitled An Act Respecting Further COVID-19 Measures, be deemed to have been introduced and read a first time, and ordered for consideration at second reading later this day, and on Tuesday, July 21st, 2020. B, at 3 p.m. on Tuesday, July 21st, 2020, or when no member rises to speak, whichever is earlier, the Speaker shall interrupt the proceedings and put without further debate or amendment all questions necessary to dispose of the second reading stage of the bill, provided that, if a recorded division is requested, it shall not be deferred. C, if the bill is adopted at second reading, it shall be referred to a committee of the whole, deemed considered in committee of the whole, deemed reported without amendment, deemed concurred in at report stage, and deemed read a third time and passed. D, when the bill has been read a third time and passed, the House shall adjourn until Wednesday, July 22nd, 2020, pursuant to the order made on Tuesday, May 26th, 2020.
On Public Safety and National Security and the Special Committee on Canada-China Relations be added to the lists of committee in paragraph E of the order made on Tuesday, May 26, 2020, and F, the application of Standing Orders 15 and 17 be suspended until Monday, September 21st, 2020.
Does the Honourable Minister have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? Yes. Agreed? Agreed. La Chambre a entendu l'énoncé de la motion.
The House has heard the motion. Is it the House's pleasure to adopt the motion? Adopted.
The Honourable Opposition House Leader, Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I rise today on a question of privilege regarding an incident that occurred in Committee of the Whole on July 8th, 2020. I know you're aware of this because I made the case to you a couple of weeks ago. You came back to the House and identified the unique circumstances. So I thought now that the House is sitting, I would expand on the remarks I made on that day. And I would first like to present to you my argument that in this special case, it is within your authority and your duty as Speaker to rule on the matter raised in Committee of the Whole. As you yourself have noted on July 8th, Mr. Speaker, and I quote, "The situation is somewhat particular in that the question of privilege was raised in the Committee of the Whole, and the procedure for dealing with it is quite different than it is in the House. What complicates this matter even further is that the work of the Committee of the Whole today and the work scheduled this summer are strictly governed by an order of the House that limits these proceedings and dictates that the committee must now rise." End quote. The situation, Mr. Speaker, is more than particularly complicated. The House order adopted on May 26 would appear to run counter to some of the more important tenets of our parliamentary democracy, such as Parliament's authority to defend members' privileges or take action to keep the executive accountable. While the Liberals, with the support of the NDP, provided us with these occasions to talk in Committee of the Whole, they have effectively prevented members from taking any action. And that, Mr. Speaker, is the point of my submission to you today, and why I believe you should intervene on this question of privilege that arose in Committee of the Whole on July 8th. Page 156 of the third edition of House of Commons Procedure and Practice explains the procedure when a member rises on a question of privilege in Committee of the Whole. Quote, "The Chair will hear the question of privilege. As in a standing, special, or legislative committee, the role of the Chair is to decide whether the matter raised does in fact relate to privilege. If the matter raised by the member touches on privilege and relates to events in the Committee of the Whole, the Chair will entertain a motion that the events be reported to the House." The terms of the May 26 order does not provide for a motion to be moved. Therefore, the matter of my question of privilege cannot be reported to the House. Pages 152 and 153 of the third edition of House of Commons Procedure and Practice notes, quote, "Speakers have consistently ruled that, except in the most extreme situations, they will hear questions of privilege arising from committee proceedings only upon presentation of a report from the committee which deals directly with the matter and not as a question of privilege raised by an individual member." The extreme situation noted in that passage, Mr. Speaker, was from 1992, when Speaker Fraser found a prima facie case of privilege with respect to threats made to a witness who had appeared before a subcommittee without waiting for a report. The ruling, found at page 14631 of the debates from December 4th, 1992, points out that there are occasions on which it is not appropriate to wait for a report from the committee before dealing with a serious breach of privilege. In that case, Mr. Speaker Fraser was faced with the fact that it might well be a period of several months before the subcommittee could meet to deal with the matter. In this case, the problem is more substantive than just a simple matter of a delay. It would appear that the Committee of the Whole established by the government is unable to take any action except to rise, as you explained to us on July 8th. With respect to the content of my question of privilege, I would like to bring to your attention a matter that was raised on November 3rd, 1978, by the member for Northumberland Durham. The member charged that he had been deliberately misled by a former Solicitor General. The member had written a letter in 1973 to the Solicitor General, who assured him that as a matter of policy, the RCMP did not intercept the private mail of Canadians. On November 1st, 1978, during testimony before the Macdonald Commission, the former Commissioner of the RCMP stated that they did indeed intercept mail on a very restricted basis. The Speaker ruled on December 6, 1978, and found that this did constitute a prima facie case of privilege. The issue I raised on July 8th is similar in that a senior officer of this House, the Ethics Commissioner, presented evidence that directly contradicts the evidence the Prime Minister gave the committee in response to my question about the cooperation that his office will or will not be providing to the Ethics Commissioner. The Prime Minister said in reference to the SNC-Lavalin scandal that he took unprecedented steps so that the Ethics Commissioner could, quote, fully investigate the matter at hand. On July 8th, I referenced 3 points the Ethics Commissioner made in the Trudeau II report that directly contradicted the Prime Minister. Namely, 1, quote, because of my inability to access all Cabinet confidences related to the matter, I must, however, report that I was unable to fully discharge the investigatory duties conferred upon me by the Act. 2, and again, quote, Because of the decisions to deny our office further access to cabinet confidences, witnesses were constrained in their ability to provide all evidence. I was therefore prevented from looking over the entire body of evidence to determine its relevance to my examination. Decisions that affect my jurisdiction under the Act, by setting parameters on my ability to receive evidence, should be made transparently and democratically by Parliament, not by the very same public office holders who are subject to the regime I administer. And third, again, quote, during this examination, 9 witnesses informed our office that they had information they believed to be relevant, but that could not be disclosed because, according to them, this information would reveal a confidence of the Queen's Privy Council and would fall outside the scope of Order in Council 2019-0105, end quote. This is very important, Mr. Speaker, because we are currently witnessing the Prime Minister in a very similar situation, assuring members of this House and Canadians that he will, in his words, quote, fully cooperate as he did in the previous investigation, which we now know to be false. On February 1st, 2002, the Speaker ruled on a matter regarding the former Minister of National Defence. The Honourable Member for Portage-Lisgar alleged that the Minister of National Defence deliberately misled the House as to when he knew that prisoners taken by Canadian JTF-2 troops in Afghanistan had been handed over to the Americans. In support of that allegation, he cited the Minister's responses in question period on 2 successive days. The Speaker considered the matter and found that there was a prima facie question of privilege. He said, quote, the authorities are consistent about the need for clarity in our proceedings and about the need to ensure the integrity of the information provided by the government to the House. The authorities to which Speaker Milliken was referring include, but are not limited to, the following House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 2nd edition, which states on page 115, misleading a minister or a member has also been considered a form of obstruction and thus a prima facie breach of privilege. The Speaker in 2002 accepted the minister's assertion that he had no intention to mislead the House and made the following statement. Nevertheless, this remains a very difficult situation. The Speaker went on to say that on the basis of the arguments presented by honourable members and in view of the gravity of the matter, I have concluded that the situation before us, where the House is left with 2 versions of events, is one that merits further consideration by an appropriate committee, if only to clear the air. I therefore invite the honourable member for Portage-Lisgar to move his motion. Of course, the House is presented with 2 versions of events. We've got the Prime Minister's version, where he claims he fully cooperated, and we have the report from the Ethics Commissioner, which directly contradicts that claim. On February 25th, 2014, the House Leader of the Official Opposition raised a question of privilege regarding statements made in the House by the member from Mississauga-Streetsville. The Honourable Member for Mississauga-Streetsville had deliberately misled the House during debate on Bill C-23, the Fair Elections Act, when he stated that he had witnessed evidence of voter fraud firsthand. He further argued that the matter was not resolved by the statements made by the member for Mississauga-Streetsville on February 24th and 25th, where he admitted that, contrary to his original claim, he had not actually witnessed what he had originally claimed to have witnessed. In his view, this is not a simple case of someone misspeaking. He argued rather that it was a case where the member deliberately chose to take something he knew not to be true and present it as eyewitness evidence, something that constituted contempt, something so egregious that constituted contempt. On March 3rd, the Speaker delivered his ruling citing what Speaker Milliken was faced with in February 2002 when the then Minister of National Defence, Art Eggleton, provided contradictory information to the House. In a ruling on a question of privilege raised about the contradiction, Speaker Milliken stated on February 1st at page 85-81 of debates, I am prepared, as I must be, to accept the Minister's assertion that he had no intention to mislead the House. Speaker Milliken went on to conclude, in keeping with that precedent, I am prepared to accord the same courtesy to the member for Mississauga-Streetsville. That's when Speaker Milliken went on to conclude. At the same time, the fact remains that the House continues to be seized of completely contradictory statements. This is a difficult position in which to leave members who must be able to depend on the integrity of the information with which they are provided to perform their parliamentary duties. Accordingly, in keeping with the President cited earlier, in which Speaker Milliken indicated that the matter merited further consideration by an appropriate committee, if only to clear the air, I am prepared in this case for the same reason to allow the matter to be put to the House. As you know, Mr. Speaker, in deciding these matters, speakers take into consideration 3 principles. 1, that the statement was misleading. C'est évident que c'est le cas. Nous avons une version.
That is clearly the That is clearly the truth. There's a version of the facts we got from the Prime Minister, but they're simply not true.
The member knew at the time of the statement that it was incorrect. Well, there's no doubt that the Prime Minister must have known that it was incorrect. The title of the report was the Trudeau II report, because it was the second time he was found guilty of ethics violations. And he also knows it to be false because in the previous Parliament, I questioned him regularly on his obstruction of that investigation. And 3, that the member in making the statement intended to mislead the House. I believe this matter has met all 3 of these principles, Mr. Speaker. And getting back to your comment in committee on July 8th about this matter being complicated, I refer you to Joseph Magado's second edition of Parliamentary Procedure in Canada, page 227. Quote, in the final analysis, in areas of doubt, the Speaker asks simply, does the act complained of appear at first sight to be a breach of privilege? Or, to put it shortly, has the member an arguable point? If the Speaker feels any doubt on the question, he should leave it to the House. In a ruling of October 24th, 1966, at page 9005 of debates, the Speaker said, in considering this matter, I ask myself, what is the duty of the Speaker in cases of doubt? If we take into consideration that at the moment the Speaker is not asked to render a decision as to whether or not the article complained of constitutes breach of privilege, considering also that the Speaker is the guardian of the rules, rights, and privileges of the House and of its members, and that he cannot deprive them of such privileges when there is uncertainty in his mind. I think at this preliminary stage of the proceedings, the doubt which I have in my mind should be interpreted to the benefit of the member. Mr. Speaker, you have clearly indicated that this is uncharted territory. There are likely very few scenarios that could guide you specifically as to the proper course of action because this has not happened before in our parliamentary system. And I believe, therefore, you should leave it to the House to decide. And if you do find that there is a prima facie question privilege, I am prepared to move the appropriate motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear.
I believe the honourable member for Winnipeg North has a point of order or will speak to this. Okay, we'll let him go.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, just so that you could take note that we would like to be able to review the comments put on the record by the Leader of the Official Opposition and a concern, and we'll report back to the House as soon as we can.
I want to thank everyone for their input, and I will take it under advisement and return to the House with a ruling as quickly as possible. Conformément à l'ordre adopté plus tôt aujourd'hui,
Pursuant to the order adopted earlier today, the House will now proceed to study Bill C-20, a bill on further measures related to COVID-19. Ms. Fortier.
Madame Fortier for Mr. Morneau, seconded by Mr. Rodriguez, moves that Bill C-20, an act respecting further COVID-19 measures, be now read a second time and referred to a committee of the whole. Debate. L'honorable ministre de la Prospérité de la classe moyenne.
The Honourable Minister for Middle Class Prosperity. Thank you very much. Hello, everyone.
Respecting further COVID-19 measures. COVID-19 has been a profound shock to our economy and profoundly changed the way we go about our daily lives. Canadians have come together to flatten the curve, and economies are now gradually and safely reopening. It is a crisis that has called for quick, decisive leadership to stabilize the economy, to protect jobs, to ensure workers and families can put food on the table, and to prevent long-term damage to our economy. Mr. Speaker, our government has worked tirelessly to answer this call. La protection des emplois canadiens
Protecting Canadian jobs has been a priority for us since the very beginning of the pandemic. Our government recognizes the deep importance of protecting the relationship between workers and employers. Businesses can succeed thanks to the teamwork of owners and workers. We know that to enable businesses to remain ready to recover, it is critical that they maintain their relationship with their employees, that they trained, who have built relationships of trust with clients and that they've been working with for years.
The Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy to give businesses, nonprofits, and charitable organizations support so they could keep and rehire workers. To date, this program has helped around 3 million workers keep their jobs. That's millions of families with a paycheck to rely on throughout this. This program has been available to employers across Canada of all sizes, across sectors. It is here to make sure that even as this crisis causes unprecedented uncertainty, employers have certainty that they can pay their workers. The CEWS has been an important part of our economic response plan and is providing support to a broad base of businesses. And it has had a significant impact. In May, 1 in 4 private sector employees was covered by the wage subsidy. Cette pandémie est sans précédent.
This pandemic is unprecedented by its very nature, and the situation is dynamic. We want to make sure that our programs are also dynamic. Today, we will be tabling a bill which will make the wage subsidy more effective, more flexible, and more tailored. These changes will give businesses a longer runway to recovery. It will broaden eligibility to include a greater number of workplaces. It will offer more targeted support to the most severely affected businesses, and as a result of all this, it will protect a large number of Canadian jobs.
In the spring, we began consulting with businesses and labor representatives on what adjustments we could make to the program so it could help more Canadians get hired back and help businesses grow. During the consultations, we heard from many employers that the CEWS was invaluable in keeping workers on the payroll and helping to bring workers back. But they understand, like all Canadians do, that our economic recovery will be gradual. Many people we spoke with shared their view that the subsidy should be extended past the initial 12-week extension. They also shared many ideas on how the adjustment to CEWS could support businesses and employees as economies restart and businesses recover and grow. One thing they said, and they were worried about, in the current program design is the cliff effect. The idea that even if business was picking up slowly, once they grew past the 30% revenue decline threshold, they wouldn't have the support they were relying on in order to pay workers. Aucune entreprise ne devrait avoir l'impression.
No business should feel that it has to choose between recovery, growth, hiring, or obtaining necessary support. Many people we spoke to told us that they wish to see a gradual reduction in the rates of the wage subsidy as their income grew. That way, they can obtain stable support during the recovery. All Canadians know that the recovery will be gradual, given that we are doing it safely. In our opinion, businesses should not be penalized for doing the right thing, for taking the right precautions to protect their communities.
Whether it's a restaurant that's not at full capacity so they can keep a safe distance between dinners, or a frontline nonprofit that is making sure all their workers have proper PPE, and training before going back on the job, or a store that has adjusted hours so they can make sure to clean properly. We see organizations working hard to figure out how to operate safely as we all adjust to living with COVID-19. Other Canadians told us that the current 30% revenue decline test kept many of Canada's affected businesses from getting this much-needed support. They brought up the idea of tiered support to help these businesses, the ones that are struggling as they face the challenges of this pandemic, but have not seen a full 30% reduction in revenue. Overall, businesses have a strong sense that the road to recovery will be gradual and uncertain. And employers wanted to know that they would have support past this summer in order to stay strong through the challenges we face. Ces renseignements obtenus sur le terrain.
This information that was gathered on the ground about the usefulness of the programs and how to make them even more useful is incredibly valuable. With this information, we propose to change the wage subsidy in order to create incentives for employers to begin offering their activities again and continue hiring Canadians as the economy reopens. This bill would make these changes a reality.
Madam Speaker, With Bill C-20, we are proposing to extend the CEWS until November 21st, 2020, with the intent to provide further support through the CEWS until December 19th, 2020. This bill would also broaden eligibility, making this subsidy available to more employers and protecting more workers. The changes in this bill would also promote growth as the economy continues to recover from the shock of this pandemic. Effective July 5th, 2020, the CEWS would consist of two parts: a base subsidy available to all eligible employers that are experiencing a decline in revenues, with the subsidy amount varying depending on the scale of revenue decline, and a top-up subsidy of up to an additional 25% for those employers that have been most adversely affected by the COVID-19 crisis. The maximum base subsidy rate would be provided to employers experiencing a revenue drop of 50% or more, with the rate gradually declining for employers with a revenue drop between 49% and zero. This would extend access to the CEWS to a broader range of employers. Organizations that have been struggling but have revenue decline of less than 30% would be able to access the wage subsidy for the first time. This will open the program up to a whole new range of employers, providing support at the base subsidy rate to active employees and helping protect more of the jobs that Canadians rely on.
For employers who were very hard hit, those whose revenues fell by over 50% over 3 months on average, we will offer an additional subsidy for Canadians during this crisis situation towards a safe haven.
We want to make sure that this program provides no barriers to growth. By removing the 30% revenue decline threshold, employers already on the program won't have to worry that they'll lose support that they're still relying on as they grow. We'll still be there to provide support as you work to recover and restore growth. We know that this new CEWS will be a welcome change, and that a lot of businesses have made the plan based on the existing design for the next 2 periods of the CEWS. In other words, from July 5th to August 29th. So we're creating a safe harbor where they can be confident that they would still qualify at a minimum for the same level of support for those CEWS periods as under the previous design. Grâce à cette nouvelle
Thanks to this new efficient design, the wage subsidy will help more employers who are all at different stages of recovery. If you have higher losses, you will receive a higher subsidy. And for companies which are doing fairly well, the gradual decrease of support will provide you with a stable and predictable level of support as activities pick up again. These changes will make companies more competitive and will help more workers come back to work, again, thanks to this wage subsidy.
Would ensure that the program continues to address their immediate needs, while also positioning them for a strong recovery. Madam Speaker, our government believes in the resilience of Canadians, in the ability of our businesses to find innovative ways to keep going and grow back stronger. But these are extraordinary times, and they continue to need support to do this. Notre plan consiste à aider les...
Our plan will help Canadians to remain strong throughout this storm. It will help protect the health of Canadians and ensure that we have the best tools and systems in place to control the virus. And the plan will ensure that Canadians living with disabilities have the financial support they need, and the plan will help mothers and fathers feed their families. The plan will allow young people to keep on chasing their dreams, and the plan will make sure that no one is left behind.
Communities strong. About giving needed support to the shops and restaurants that define our neighborhoods. About making sure that the outreach centers and community organizations that support our most vulnerable can keep being there for people. COVID-19 has affected all aspects of Canadians' quality of life, from their health to their livelihoods. we created programs to support students, seniors, families, and workers so they wouldn't have to make impossible choices between paying their bills and keeping food on the table. It is now critically important that we pursue inclusive growth and continue to support our most vulnerable. That is why I am working on incorporating quality of life measurements into decision making, including in the economic response plan. Outre le soutien offert,
Apart from the wage subsidy, over 8 million Canadians have received the Canada Emergency Response Benefit, or the CERB, which has helped Canadians pay for food, rent, or prescription medication. And we've also provided support for millions of vulnerable Canadians through existing programs like the GST tax credit, the Canada Child Benefit, as well as old age security and the guaranteed income supplement.
Are facing increased costs too and need support. This legislation will help an estimated 1.7 million Canadians living with disabilities qualify for a special payment of up to $600 so they can have access to the support they need. We're also working to make sure businesses can get the liquidity support they need, from the Canada Emergency Business Account to the Business Credit Availability Program to the Large Employer Emergency Financing Facility. We are providing tailored support to workers and employers of every size across this country to make sure that no matter where you work, your employer has access to support.
And we are ensuring that no company will be left behind. The Regional Financial Support Fund, which has $962 million, is administered by the 6 regional development agencies of Canada. And this money will help support companies which are mostly regional and rural. These companies provide good jobs and support families and communities. We're also investing in First Nations companies with nearly 307 million companies, 4 First Nations SMEs, and $133 million to support other First Nations companies which are not eligible for the other programs.
Women entrepreneurs who are facing hardship during the pandemic through $15 million in new funding from the Women Entrepreneurship Strategy. Madam Speaker, Canadians' collective actions have helped control the virus here at home. Canadians want to go back to work, but they need the confidence they can do it safely. Across Canada, economies are reopening and we're seeing our streets come back to life. But it's a bit different than before, and that's a good thing. We need to make sure we're staying safe.
COVID-19 is still with us, and we have to take measures to protect our neighbors and ourselves against an uncontrolled surge. Every employer has to make sure to follow the most recent public health guidelines to protect their clients, their employees, and their communities.
We must always remember that our collective economic success is fundamentally linked to our public health outcomes. The $19 billion Safe Restart Agreement our government reached with provinces and territories last week is helping Canadians stay safe and healthy and ensuring we are more resilient to possible future waves. This funding will enhance capacity for testing, contact tracing, and data management.
These funds will help to source reliable personal protective equipment, which will help protect our first-line workers and our healthcare workers. And they will allow provinces and territories to put in place temporary income support so that workers who don't have access to paid sick leave will be able to take 10 paid sick leave due to COVID-19. This funding will help in other ways as well, and including the creation of enough daycare spaces so parents can go back to work.
Our government will not stop working to help Canadians face the challenges of COVID-19. We stand ready to take additional actions as needed to stabilize the economy, protect Canadians, and position them for a strong restart as we emerge from the crisis. By recognizing and addressing the challenges employers are facing and providing the support they need to restart, the enhancement to the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy proposed in Bill C-20 is another important step in our work to support the resilience of Canadians and help them bridge through to better times. It's on all of us, honourable members in the House, to make sure we remain focused on the ongoing crisis at hand and put the immediate needs of Canadians first. Canadians have demonstrated their ability to put old habits aside and come together for the greater good. I encourage the members of this House to do the same so that Canadians can get the support they deserve without further delay. Je demande à
I call on all honourable members of this chamber to support the rapid passage of Bill C-20 so we can protect jobs in this country and get Canadians back to work.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
The Honourable Member for Edinburgh.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the Minister for her statement today. The issue with the emergency wage subsidy is one that's come up many times, and through the work of the opposition party and the government listening to advocacy from the CFIB and the Canadian Chamber of Commerce as well, we have seen improvements in the wage subsidy, but there is a gap in the current announcement. And I want to read the Minister, and if you'll indulge me, Madam Speaker, an email from one of our franchises in Barrie Innisfil. And he wrote to me yesterday and said that he believes that the government needs to make these changes retroactive to period 4, June 7th to July 4th. He said that they were down 27.5% in May, 21% in June, and yet no support from the wage subsidy will be available in those 4 weeks. We received it in periods 1 to 3, and it looks like we'll receive some more support on the sliding scale until December. But June is a missed period for us, and I'm sure there'll be many employers who were starting to recover their lost sales and fell off the 30% revenue decline cliff. Now, he went on to say that the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister pledged changes to the CEWS on May 15th that would deal with this cliff effect. We believed them at the time. It took 2 months for that to happen, but the right thing to do would be now to make these changes retroactive so that that period of June 7th to July 5th falls into the wage subsidy category. What's the Minister's response to that from one of my constituents?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the Honourable Member for demonstrating that we have all been working together to make sure we make the wage subsidy a tool that works for businesses. And during these consultations, we went across the country. We also worked with members, even senators, to better understand how this program could better work for employers and also make sure workers were protected and could go back to their jobs. And as we held these consultations with business and labour representatives to ensure that any changes to the CEWS would be responsive to their needs, during these consultations, we heard that the CEWS was invaluable in keeping workers on the payroll and helping to bring workers back. And many ideas were shared on how the design of the CEWS could be made better and more responsive. Now, we heard that the 30% revenue test was too strict and could discourage growth. We heard that the most affected sectors needed more support. We heard that the employers continue to require support, and the extension to August 29th would not be enough for some employers to get back on their feet. So the decision was made to further and extend until December and make sure that there are different periods that would help the different businesses to have access to the now new proposed changes. And we hope that we will get members to support that. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member. Sorry, we're playing musical chairs with our ridings here. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to congratulate and thank my distinguished colleague for her speech. It's true, and I would also like to thank the government for this support for companies who really need it. It'll help them recover. However, Madam Speaker, workers want to go back to work, yet as it now stands, many of these workers who would otherwise go back to work are very comfortable collecting CERB. So why does the government think... So why doesn't the government amend the CERB to encourage workers to go back to work? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for showing that we did make a connection between the CERB and the wage subsidy, and which got us to incentivize workers going back to work. And that's why we've developed a new approach which will encourage employees and entrepreneurs to hire workers again. Now, CERB will continue until the end of August, and we know that there are still many families which need support because they don't have everything they need to go back to work. So we are going to manage that transition and ensure that these two programs work hand in hand so that by the end of August, we focus more on the wage subsidy program. So thank you once again to my honourable colleague for having pointed out that situation.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And we've heard a very compelling speech by the honourable member. However, it should be noted in this House that COVID doesn't simply impact those infected by it. And for many people living on disabilities who continue to get left out, I look to my riding in Hamilton Centre, where the disability tax credit program as proposed by the Liberals is still going to leave out the vast majority of the people in my province struggling to get by. Madam Speaker, my question through you to the honourable member. How does the MP feel about the fact that the Prime Minister was prepared to place a $900 million bailout for the Relief Friends at WE, while people on disabilities continue to have to wait for support?
L'Honorable Ministre.
The Honourable Minister.
I want to thank the honourable member for his concern and question. I would say that today is really an important day as we are bringing into the legislation the up to a $600 benefit for the people living with disabilities. We know that they need more support, and that is why we are moving today with this legislation, making sure that we will provide that necessary support. So I thank the honourable member, and I'm hopeful that all members in this House will support the proposed legislation.
The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Lacour.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to congratulate my colleague for her speech and for the fact that the legislation we are seeing today meets many needs. I've seen in my riding as well, people living with disabilities or who have family members with disabilities were extremely disappointed that this House was unable to pass legislation before, again, to help people living with disabilities. So, Madam Minister, what were the obstacles to be overcome to finally get this support in a bill? Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for her question and for all her hard work from the start of this crisis. We know that all members have been attuned to their ridings, and that is exactly why today we are introducing this bill to support persons living with disabilities, because we know that they need more help. And by consulting across the country, over the last while, we've learned how we can support vulnerable Canadians. We know that with the bill, we are going to help persons living with disabilities.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No problem. Thank you, Speaker.
Yes.
I appreciated hearing from my fellow colleague from Barrie Innisfil about an issue with one of his businesses. I'm wondering if the Minister of Middle Class Prosperity is familiar with the deeming rule, which was part of the original Canadian Emergency Wage Subsidy program, where if you qualify for a month and then the next month you go up above the qualifying amount, you actually get to still get the funding for that one additional month. It was called the deeming rule and applied. Perhaps you can discuss that further with us today, and I would like to know if it will apply going forward with the changes to CEWS, and if those who have not realized this deeming rule was in effect, can they go back and apply for it, having missed that opportunity previously? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, I want to re-emphasize the fact that what we have done with this government is really act rapidly. So the first, when we first proposed the CEWS legislation, the first part, we knew we were helping businesses, and we were able to support over 3 million workers across the country. But we also understood by doing consultations that we needed to fix it, to adjust the CEWS to make sure that we would respond to the needs of businesses across the country, and that's what we're doing with the proposed legislation.
Débat, the Honourable Member for Carleton.
Very much. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. When the government first rolled out programming to respond to the COVID-19 shutdown, it was filled with the old classic rule that no good deed went unpunished. They created an income support program for workers, but ripped it away the second that those same workers earned more than $1,000. In other words, punishing the good deed of working hard and earning money. They created a wage subsidy, but then tore it away as soon as a business was able to recover more than 70% of its pre-COVID revenues. Again, punishing a business for the crime of recuperating revenue and rebuilding the economy. We warned early on that these anti-work, anti-earnings disincentives would penalize the very people who were working hard to put our economy back on its feet in the post-closure period. The government ignored our concerns and delayed, and in the meantime, countless workers and businesses have faced the impossible dilemma of whether or not they should go back to earning what they made before the pandemic began. Now, you can, if you want, you can try to judge these people who are out in the world facing that dilemma. But before you do, think about the waitress, for example, whose employer may go bankrupt because of the enormous revenue loss that he experienced during the shutdown. If she goes back and earns $1,200 and he does go under, then she loses her job and she's lost her CERB. In other words, she has no income at all a penalty the government imposes upon her for having worked too hard, having exerted too much effort to rebuild her finances and support her employer and community. Same goes for businesses up until now who commit the offense of regaining lost revenues. If they are down less than 30%, that is to say, if they recover more than 70% of their pre-COVID revenue, they lose the wage subsidy. And for many of them, the extra revenue would be worth less than the wage subsidy, in which case the perfectly rational and in many cases necessary decision for them would be to suppress their revenues in order to qualify for the very assistance that will keep them alive and allow them to employ their workers. Finally, the government has come forward with a proposal to address that disincentive with the wage subsidy. Unfortunately, what we see in this proposal is a cobweb of complexity. Let me break down just how complex it will be and how bewildering it will become for businesses who are trying to make sense of it all. First, we see that there are now effectively four periods, that remain until the subsidy is phased out altogether. In each of those 4 periods, the rate of subsidy is different from the other. And then there are 3 scenarios that apply to those 4 periods. There's the first scenario where you are a business that has lost less than 50% of your revenue, in which case you're entitled to the base subsidy. And then there's the second scenario, in which case your business is down more than 50%, in which case you are eligible for both the base and the top-up. And then there's the third scenario where your employees are furloughed or quote-unquote on leave, in which case there will be yet another and different rate of compensation paid through the subsidy. Now, don't even get me started on businesses that have both furloughed and non-furloughed employees. If you just take the basic permutations and combinations that I've mentioned, businesses could face over the next 4 months 15, 20, 30 different rates of wage subsidy that they will have to begin to somehow understand with the help of very expensive accountants and consultants as they go forward and try to make business decisions. This complexity will no doubt impose massive new costs, unpredictability, and uncertainty on the very people who are struggling just to open their doors. They're already facing a whole series of public safety rules imposed by their municipalities, rules that are hard themselves to follow, burdensome and costly to implement. And now they will have to plow through an already complicated system of taxation in order to make sense of an even more complicated system of subsidies. We put forward proposals in numerous conversations with the minister that could have made this simple. Why couldn't they, for example, have just expanded the Canada Emergency Business Account to lend businesses their prior month's revenue loss and then forgive repayment on 75% of whatever businesses spent of that amount on wages? There's your wage subsidy. No complexity. Scaled to revenue loss. No disincentive. Easy to administer. Available at your local bank. But of course that was not the option the government took. No, instead they had to come up with the most complicated system possible so that the only two sectors that will experience any benefit from that complexity, of course, are the accountants and the tax lawyers that will be paid to implement and make sense of it. Although I suspect many of them will have to hire PhDs in astrophysics in order to make sense of some of the finer details of this particular proposal. Simpler is better. Simplification should always be the goal of government policy so that we know exactly what we're trying to accomplish and the beneficiaries know how to accomplish it. So we as Conservatives call on the government to look for ways to simplify the implementation of this, and we call on them to signal to the Canada Revenue Agency to be as reasonable as possible in the enforcement and in the subsequent cases of accidental and incidental errors that are inevitably going to be the result of small businesses tripping over many of the tripwires that are found in this complex proposal. All of that being said, at the very least, we can give the government for some credit for belatedly realizing the necessity to remove the penalties on businesses who are recovering their revenues while trying to employ their workers. Now let's turn our attention to those very same workers. Under the current Canada Emergency Response Benefit, a worker who earns $999 can keep the $2,000 CERB. But if they earn $1,001, they lose that same benefit. In other words, they are taking one step forward in order to be pushed 2 steps back. No one would make the decision to earn $1,000 in order to lose $2,000. The effective tax rate on such a person would be 200%. That is a major and unacceptable penalty for work. It is also a problem with an obvious solution. I see here the member for Haldimand Norfolk, who was once the employment minister and helped to bring in a solution to this same problem under the employment insurance program. She, in the previous Harper government, helped bring in the Working Well on Claim system, which allowed people on EI to go out and get a job and lose only 50 cents of their EI for every dollar they earn. That means they'd always be 50 cents better off for each of those dollars. And that should be the basic system of our basic principle of our tax and transfer system, is that you should always be better off when you work more, when you earn more, when you take one more shift. Now, our party has very meticulously assembled a proposal for the government that would solve this anti-work problem, that would give our working class people the rewards they deserve for going back into their jobs and taking as many shifts as they can possibly take. Our proposal is simple, and it is this: that for anyone earning less than $1,000, nothing would change. They'd still get their $2,000 CERB, but for every dollar they earn above $1,000, they would lose only 50 cents of their CERB. And of course, all of this could be reconciled at tax time. Governments already have records of people's earnings because employers submit the payroll remittances, and the government knows exactly what people earn and when they earn it, and it would be very easy using the highly sophisticated CRA software for this all to be calculated automatically and for people's final amounts to be reconciled at tax time on their returns. And so we put this proposal forward. It would allow every single worker to be better off when they go out into the workforce and get themselves another dollar. It would mean that people would lose their CERB only gradually as they earn between $1,000 and $6,000, so that every day, in every way, workers who contribute to their employer, get businesses back on their feet, serve local customers, pay taxes, contribute to the economy, are rewarded for doing so. Now, the government, the Parliamentary Budget Officer has said that our proposal would be affordable. It would be a minor cost, and I believe, frankly, when the behavioral changes that would result from it are taken into account, I believe the government would be net better off as a result of rewarding rather than punishing work. Now, this is, of course, a problem that most left-wing governments have, is they don't believe that there is any limit to the amount of taxation they can impose upon people. They don't understand the impact that incentives have on human and economic behavior. And that is why we see ever larger tax rates that punish people for exerting themselves and for contributing to their employers, that take away from risk takers, from entrepreneurs, and from working class people. We on this side of the House believe in restoring the value and rewarding the exertion of work, because work is the only thing that generates the product of our nation. And we know that no matter what government program you create, you cannot replace the prodigious output of our 20 million Canadian workers and the 1.2 million businesses that employ them. No government program can ever do that. The only way to recharge our economy and to replenish our wealth from the enormous costs that we have incurred and the debts we have mounted is by getting our workers and our businesses firing on all cylinders once again. Beyond just fixing the problems and the penalties in these programs, we also need to unleash the power of free enterprise across our economy. There are parts of the economy that the government began shutting down years before COVID-19. For example, the energy sector. They had imposed a shutdown on the energy sector by blocking 3 pipelines and a major northern Alberta mine well before the COVID-19 pandemic ever appeared. They can begin to reverse those anti-development policies. They can, for example, look at the inventory of $20 billion of resource projects that await federal approval, and they can expedite decisions on them now, so that billions of dollars of privately funded economic activity can begin without any cost to Canadian taxpayers. This includes a massive $14 billion pipeline and LNG plant in the Saguenay region of Quebec. It includes smaller pipeline projects and mines right across the country. These projects are already delayed too long. Now would be a time, if you really wanted a stimulus, a free market, privately funded stimulus that will reduce debt rather than adding to it, now would be the time to expedite those exact same projects. Now would be the time to begin to draw the lines of a future energy corridor connecting East Coast refineries with Western petroleum, opening the door to the sale and the transmission of electricity from the prodigious hydro dams of Quebec to other energy-starved communities in provinces across the country, to put an end to the insanity of selling our energy at massive discounts, not just oil and gas, but also hydroelectricity to our American neighbors to the south, when we pay premiums for that same energy here in our very own country. Now would be the time to go through our tax system page by page and start tearing out all of the penalties we impose on businesses that produce wealth and workers that generate it. That now would be the time to eliminate the enormous delays that are involved in building anything in this country. It takes 3 times longer to get a warehouse approved for construction in Canada than it does in the United States of America. Just one example of why so much capital has left our country for our southern neighbors and for many other economies around the world. We went into this crisis as a country. We went in weak, 0.3% unemployment. Higher unemployment, in fact, than all other G7 countries except for France and Italy, whose socialist policies our government was working hard to emulate. We went in with growth that was roughly half of that in the United States of America, with half our population $200 away from insolvency, and bankruptcies and insolvencies skyrocketing in the latter months of the 2019 year. We went in with a $29 billion deficit before the very first case of COVID-19 was discovered in this country. We went in with the second highest level of debt in the G7 when you take public and private debt combined. Only Japan has higher combined public-private debt than Canada did in 2018 at 356% of GDP. And now that number has grown further. We now have a government that is adding this year $343 billion of debt. Money it believes literally can be created out of thin air, that we can simply count on the Bank of Canada through keystrokes to generate this currency out of nothing. The Bank of Canada has created $500 billion since March and used that money to buy bonds, mostly government bonds. In other words, our governments across this country are currently being financed by fake currency that is literally pulled out of thin air. And this Prime Minister thinks that can go on forever, as though he invented the idea of turning on the printing presses to pay for a government. We know for thousands of years, emperors and kings and others have tried to pay their bills by creating currency from nothing, whether they clipped coins so that the gold in them could go a little bit further, whether they took drachmas and wrote 2 where there once was 1, whether they did more recently cranked up the printing presses and pumped out cash until inflation was skyrocketing. The result in the long run is always the same. When you create money from nothing, that money begins to be worth nothing. Now, we are not there yet, but we must plan for the day when eventually there are too many dollars chasing too few goods. And when that happens, the value of the dollar will decline. Now, this will be wonderful news for the very rich, of course, because their assets will inflate in value, and they will become richer still. But it will be terrible news for the wage-earning, blue-collar people of this country whose wages will be devalued, who will be earning less money for every hour they put in. And that brings us back to my very first point, that we in this country should always reward and never punish work, that we should unbridle the power of the laborer and the entrepreneur to join hands in the production of wealth, to finance the lifestyle and the economy that our country deserves, to pay for our national programs, our national defense, our social safety net, and for a quality of life that we in a country like Canada have become accustomed to and which we should only exceed in the days ahead. Madam Chair, I thank you very much for the occasion to address this issue, and we stand ready to work with the government to improve these policies, to correct their faulty ways, and to make our country better yet. Thank you.
Donc, les commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I'm listening to the minister or the member opposite. And yeah, it is a tough one to listen to, I can tell you that much. And I think of the Fraser Institute and the Conservative Party coming together. You know, on the one hand, the member talks about why the government needed to do more for businesses, why it needed to do more for individuals. The greatest expenditures that the government is spending today is related to supporting Canadians from coast to coast to coast. In part doing it through programs like CERB, what the member opposite made reference to, and doing it by supporting wage losses, businesses through wage subsidies, Madam Speaker. And all of that is going to, no doubt, cost a considerable amount of money, as the member knows full well. And then he concludes his comments in regards to fear of the debt. And my question to the member opposite is, does he support the government spending the money to support Canadians through programs like CERB and supporting small businesses?
Honourable Member for Carleton.
Well, we, of course, believe that government should compensate the businesses and workers that it has banned from working. When you ban people from earning an income, you have to replace that income somehow. And that is what governments across the world have had to do. Unfortunately, this government has created the highest unemployment in the G7, the highest. Why? Because the programs it created were designed to punish people for working and businesses for operating, even those that had approval from lower levels of government and to reopen safely in the COVID-19 period. They punished people for earning more than $1,000. They punished businesses for recovering more than 70% of their pre-COVID revenue. And so it is no surprise that our unemployment is the highest in the G7. The government designed programs expressly to make it so. It is though they were setting out to suppress the economy, to punish entrepreneurs and workers, and they succeeded in all of those objectives. We had different objectives over here, which is to unleash the power of our workers and entrepreneurs to go back and bring our economy back to life. That's what we will continue to champion on this side of the House until we get to that side of the House and start implementing it.
The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank my honourable colleague, the member from Carleton, for really laying this out in a simple way so that Canadians can understand. It was Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher that said at one point, the problem with socialism is that eventually they run out of other people's money. And the member spoke about his concern with respect to money. Well, we heard over the weekend a scheme that has been developed and is being studied and is being supported by CMHC, presumably in support of the government, on a home equity tax on Canadians. And I'm wondering if my honourable colleague can speak to that, the concerns that Canadians should have with that, and the impact that it will have financially on Canadians.
For Carleton.
Thank you very much. It is a good question. You know, the the government has tried, this is a political party that has tried to convince Canadians again and again that they can spend limitlessly without ever having anyone pay for it. And now we see that again. They claim that they can just create the money out of thin air and spend that instead of paying bills like is mathematically required in every society everywhere in the world. But we know that's not true. And so they do too. And so that's why they're starting to concoct schemes to raise money. And we've learned over the weekend from some intrepid journalists over at Blacklock's that this government is now studying through CMHC the prospect of a new tax on home equity. And that would be a way for the government to take the wealth that Canadians have legitimately stored in their homes, the wealth upon which the retirement of millions of Canadians depend, in order to pay for permanent expansions of government spending. In other words, enrich the governmental cabal that the Liberals control at the expense of home-owning Canadians. And I want those Canadians to be assured that the Conservatives will do as we have always done, which is to fight tooth and nail against this new home tax the Liberals are planning.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière, questions and comments. I listened very attentively to my colleague who finished his intervention by saying that he was ready to cooperate with parliamentarians to improve the government's programs. With respect to the CERB, I must say I was a little bit astonished because in March we proposed initiatives and there was a resounding silence from the Conservatives. They waited until the end of June. So what has then led to this change in thinking on my colleague's part? The Honourable Member for Carleton. I think that memory serves us differently. As far as I know, the Leader of the Bloc was inspired by the Conservative idea to allow people to gain more money, to earn more money, and to be compensated for that. I have to congratulate the Leader of the Bloc and the members of the Bloc for their inspiration, for drawing inspiration from their Conservative colleagues. And we always are here just to inspire them. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Good to be back in the House with all the chuckles that are here today, and I quite frankly get a chuckle anytime I hear Liberals called socialist when we have a corporatist party who continues to provide tax loops for the ultra-wealthy, and we hear the Conservatives lamenting about the debt, the looming debt that's coming up, the confusion around who actually creates value and who actually hoards wealth in this country. So if the Conservatives are so worried about debt, will they be supporting the New Democrats' call for a wealth tax on the super rich, which would raise nearly $6 billion a year and crack down on the estimated $25 billion in corporate taxes that we lose to tax havens each and every year? If they are a law and order party, will they support law and order within our tax regime?
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Yes, of course we support law and order within our tax regime, and every single person should pay what they owe. Every single business should pay what they owe. But there's some confusion in the premise of the member's question. He speaks as though socialism and corporatism are at odds. In fact, they are the ugly twin brothers of economic ideology. The corporatist agenda of the Liberal Party is perfectly compatible with the socialist agenda of the NDP. Both rely on big government to take away the product of workers' work, to take from the mouth of labor the bread it has earned and give it to those who have political connections. In big government socialist economies, we always know that the rich do well because they have the most political power and they convert that political power into riches for themselves. We believe in the free enterprise system over here, which rewards merit and hard work, a bottom-up economy. That is the economy for which we fight here in the Conservative Party.
Questions and comments? A very short question. The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I have corporate constituents in Thornhill who would bitterly agree with my honourable colleague about the remedial legislations, the delay of the remedial legislation before the House, and the cobweb of complexity that they're learning about today as they read this legislation. These corporate constituents who employ many thousands of workers with a payroll totaling millions of dollars, with partnerships and a corporate structure that have been in place for a quarter century, have been, until now, denied by the Canada Revenue Agency. Now, my colleague has addressed the issue of the costly cobweb of complexities, but I wonder if he can tell the House, having read this legislation, whether there is provision for retroactivity of the claims so far unfairly denied.
For Carleton in half a second. No, sorry, half a minute.
That would be impressive. I understand there is some retroactivity for some of the administrative eligibility, but there is no retroactivity for the new thresholds and formula to determine the eligibility and amounts that would be paid under the wage subsidy. So I think a technical briefing might give you and your constituents better information than I can offer, but the new rates that they're bringing in, the removal of the 30% cliff, all of that is prospective. Some of the administrative eligibility rules are retroactive. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Vallée-Chambly.
The honourable member for Vallée-Chambly. Thank you very much. I ask for unanimous consent of the House to share my time with the honourable member for La Prairie. Does the honourable member have consent? Well, given the ideological differences that do exist in this House, I would look at my very esteemed colleagues and say there are considerable differences. But from the outset, we are all certain that the need to change the wage subsidy comes from the thousands upon thousands of Quebecers, the businesses in Quebec who expressed concern that this subsidy in the form that it exists today would not help people get back to work, not help the economy recover. We in Quebec have said this. Now, in C-20, the bill, there are some good things. There is, though, there are a few bad things, not necessarily many, but I have to say from the outset that there are good things, and I want to reflect on this. I think it would be great if perhaps from time to time we didn't mix up who a citizen is and who a voter is. We want to look at them as a citizen, which really is a citizen means far more than only a voter for a specific party. You look around the House, it seems to me we should be working together here in this House to offer people the very best candidates, and not just the least bad. For many, the least bad of bills is what we deal with here in this chamber. The only criterion for this is, does C-20 serve the needs of the public, of Quebec, of the interests of Quebec? Sincerely, I say it does, yes. In two ways. There was a mix-up with respect to parliamentary intrigue when it was first introduced in this chamber, and that had to do with people with disabilities, and that's what created the delay. Now, today we are able to put that delay to an end. I would ask the people who are outside the House to stop communicating and speaking. I'm very sorry to interrupt you as you speak, sir, but I must ask for silence outside the chamber of the House itself. It is very disturbing. Well, you know, it's like Exxon. I think it's the honourable member for Saint-Maurice Champlain who's causing the trouble here. Let's be serious, though. Let's get back to being serious when we have to look at this. So you do have this element that was there for people who are victims, no, not victims of, but who have to live with a disability. That's what led to the problem in the past. There were some people that were for, others against, but we were for. But we have seen an improvement in the program for the wage subsidy, which makes it more accessible to a broader swath of seasonal workers who in the past had absolutely nothing in terms of support. In Quebec, and particularly in the eastern part of Quebec, that's good news. This is something, of course, that we all understand, though, that this program is going to have to come to an end. The debt that is being created by the government is gigantic, enormous. But in the measure, we do see some things that are good. And the modulation with respect to the gradual aspect of it is very good. The political parties always feel that they have the right, and perhaps first amongst others, the leader of the Liberal Party of Canada, feel that they can levy a wage subsidy. You do have the Conservatives that would renounce, they say, depending on who takes over the leadership there, this type of salary wage subsidy. I think that there was an opportunity to correct some things. If the Liberal government had the wisdom just to give up on the wage subsidies by laying out a bit more money, I think that some average Liberal donors, like Conservative donors and Bloc average donors, would have considered that. But the CERB was dealt with. The CERB was a program that was also born in a state of urgency, of emergency. We know that it is a program that was okay, that it was very interesting, but it was uncertain. We have to live with that. Months after the fact, there would have been a possibility to improve that program. And it's this whole question of incentives for work that was in fact brought up by the government of Quebec. This is a program that really endangers people going back to work. There's a risk. But you have to be very honest about it. Students and other people might choose to stay on CERB. So what do you do then? Do you stop that program? Do you replace it with something else? Or do you have a new EI program, adjust it? Do you bring in something that would serve the needs of the economy and the needs of the people of Quebec? And there was something that was quite striking. It was serious the last time that we talked about the CERB. And all of a sudden, we're not talking about it anymore. I think everybody in this chamber is reasonable, maybe almost everybody, but we have to be aware of that. It was the fact that the CERB, in its present form, in its current form, often left artists in general aside. Major events could be protected in a certain way, but all the artists, all the artisans that have to give content to these major events, well, they were left without any type of support from the federal government, from the government of Canada. And so the government brought in this legislation. Philosophically, we are not very far from the Liberal government. We do have this notion of the guardian angels in Quebec, where we want to accelerate their priority files so that they can be helped out first because they are in particularly difficult circumstances. I can't imagine that the Liberal Party wouldn't be in favor of the principle of that. We could even talk to our colleagues here in the Conservative Party about that. We are very much in favor of that, and I think that could have been dealt with. I know I got a few minutes ago a message from Louis Saint-Fasson, the father of Émilie Saint-Fasson, who said, why aren't you dealing with the need to have 50 weeks of leave for someone who has a very, very serious disease? Why don't you seize this opportunity to settle this issue and to demonstrate some compassion? It would be the very least of things. These are things that seem to us to be very necessary, where you could have where the government could have seized the opportunity to move forward and help all Canadians. Let's try to effect more progress. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the Leader's comments and wanted to pick up a bit in regards to the wage subsidy program. And this is something in which, not only for the province of Quebec, but indeed throughout Canada, has been a huge benefactor, has been the worker. I understand it to be well over 2 million jobs that have actually been saved because of this particular program. And I'm wondering if he can just concur his thoughts in regards to just how important it was that we get a program out there as quickly as possible, even at that point in time, recognizing that there would be some need for modifications. When you introduce a new program from virtually nothing, there is going to be a need to make changes. And that is something in which, by working with opposition members, such as the Leader of the Bloc and Canadians as a whole, that's really what is captured, in essence, in this bill with respect to the wage program. And if he can just provide his further thoughts on that issue.
L'honorable député de Belleuil-Chambly. J'ai entendu beaucoup de questions.
The honourable member. I've heard many questions from my colleague, and I suppose he would like me to repeat some phrases, preferably in French, I suppose. But I feel this is a bit of magical thinking. Some things have been done that were useful, but we can't say that in the original thinking and the coexistence between CERB and the wage subsidy that things were properly balanced. No. The initial major problem with the wage subsidy was caused by the fact that CERB wasn't accompanied by an incentive to work. And this kept thousands, perhaps tens, or even hundreds of thousands of people ultimately not fully engaged in the work market as much as they could have been, because in many cases, employers preferred to encourage people to take advantage of the CERB rather than the wage subsidy. However, it's not too late. We can still improve this and even save billions of dollars.
Honorable député de Rosemont-la-Petite.
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Patrie. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I have two things to say. I find it a bit ironic that the Bloc is saying that CERB encourages people to not go back to work. Given that CERB is the equivalent of about a $13 or $14 minimum wage, I thought the Bloc was advocating for a $15 minimum wage. Perhaps people prefer CERB because the incomes from these jobs aren't very attractive. We should consider perhaps labor conditions. Another thing, the Leader of the Bloc discussed the area of arts and culture, which is an area which he does know very well. We have assisted large festivals, but when it comes to artists and craftspeople, what's going to happen at the end of August when the CERB is going to end? Those people are going to find themselves with nothing at all in their wallets, facing a lot of uncertainty. I'd like to get the opinion of my colleague, the Leader of the Bloc, about how we should support our artists and craftspeople in Quebec and elsewhere in Canada. The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Well, I have to say that I don't particularly wish to answer a member of the NDP, but out of respect for the institution, I would just say that the Bloc is in favor of a minimum wage, and I would prefer that it had more to do with facts than slogans. Now, when it comes to the assistance to artists, well, I think that the position of our party was summed up pretty well by our colleague for Rosemont, La Petite Patrie. He's doubtless familiar with that because we've been talking about this for a while, and I'm quite familiar with people in the arts and culture sector. We're speaking to people from that sector regularly, whether it be the CERB or a new program, an adjustment, an aspect of employment insurance. Regardless, it's out of the question that we tolerate that tens of thousands of craftspeople and artists in Quebec and elsewhere in Canada not have any specific assistance, given that they're in a very precarious situation. And there's a real danger here. These people may leave behind the arts because they won't have any choice. They'll have to go get a different job. But that's a deep part of our culture.
Prise du débat, l'honorable député de La Prairie.
The honourable member for La Prairie. Thank you. The Bloc Québécois is quite favourable to this bill that has been tabled. We were the first party to signify that we agree with this bill. Is it perfect? Is it going to meet all of our expectations? No. But looking at this bill, we do see it as a step in the right direction. When it comes to delays and time periods, as we presented a few months ago, or a month ago rather, we believe that delays in the legal system should be rectified so that it's not overly affected by the pandemic, so that the justice system can continue working properly. When it comes to assistance for people with disabilities, we agreed from the beginning. We even placed pressure on the other parties to speed up the process, knowing that people were needing that assistance. And here, I must confess, Madam Speaker, that there's even something, a bit of an improvement here in the bill when it comes to people living with disabilities. So we fully support those Liberal Party proposals. And final point. We weren't necessarily expecting to see a change to the wage subsidy. For about 3 months, which the Conservatives may be surprised to hear because they keep changing the narrative, but we've been insisting on changes to the CERB so that we can do more and so that the CERB doesn't ultimately slow down recovery. The leader of the Bloc put it very well. He said that we have been those who have acted as spokespeople for Quebecers and the Quebec government, who have been sounding the alarm on this for some time. So this is good news about the changes to the wage subsidy, but as I'm saying, we would have liked it if there had also been changes to the CERB. Because when we look at the changes to the wage subsidy, the good news is that it's going to be more tailored to the situation of businesses that initially couldn't access that assistance. So yes, the eligibility has been made broader. Businesses that couldn't previously access it now can. And that is going to be good for seasonal businesses. We have been supporting seasonal businesses for some time. So we're glad to see that these changes will enable people who were initially in a very difficult financial situation to find some assistance. And we support that and we welcome it. We don't know yet if there's going to be a second wave. So this change and extension will mean that we'll be able to have a little less financial concern about the possibility of a second wave. We can feel in a slightly better position about this. That's good, especially when we consider that what we're looking forward to the fall is very uncertain. Of course, this is very complicated. People who have looked closely at the bill, such as myself, well, if you look closely at the bill, it's not always easy to understand exactly what's going on. I spoke to the leader of the government and I said that from our perspective, small businesses looking at this monster, this bureaucratic monster, if you allow me to call it that, will they be able to really see what's relevant to them? I spoke to the leader of the government, and he reassured me. He said that the government would find a way to simplify and make the explanation of this legislation more accessible to small businesses, because this is very important for Quebecers. Now, is everything in this bill? No. With regard to the wage subsidy, the Bloc's traditional measures have not all appeared in there. I've said this before and I'll say it again. The Liberal government has prepared a program to help businesses that are in a difficult situation. But it ended up using it for its own election purposes. We cannot allow this ethical misbehavior to continue. No. Is the Liberal Party supporting this for all Canadians or just to help themselves? Now, we'll give the Conservatives an asterisk on this one. They've stepped back a bit. They said they would reconsider. We'll give them the benefit of the doubt. They said they would reconsider their use of the wage subsidy. So here I'm speaking to the largest parties in the House, along with the Bloc, of course. If other parties took advantage of the wage subsidy, we might wonder whether those other parties are taking advantage of the wage subsidy. And now, with this new bill, are they going to further take advantage of it and try to use that money for their election funds? And if that's the case, are they supporting this because it's right for Canadians or because it's better for their party? We can still continue to entertain doubts about this. Now, I'm very comfortable saying that the Bloc is not going to take advantage of the wage subsidy. Not because our war chest is overflowing, but because it's a matter of principle. So when we support a bill like this one, we don't have to, no one's going to have to wonder whether we just support it because it's good for our party. No, we're here to support Quebecers' interests. And we're showing that by supporting this bill. Another thing, we've been discussing this for a long time. Tax havens. How is it, Madam Speaker, that we're talking about helping businesses with taxpayers' money, and yet some businesses are still not paying a single penny in taxes? How is it that we're not cleaning up our house? How is it that we're not making sure that these businesses pay their taxes, or else they don't get this taxpayer-funded assistance? And yet again, we're getting a radio silence from the Liberal government. A couple months ago, it seemed like the Liberal government might consider something on this file. But I guess they must have got a telephone call from Bay Street and their friends who said, don't joke around with this. You're not allowed to make any changes because we want to have our cake and eat it too, and we also want more than just that. We want the entire bakery. That's what their friends from Bay Street said. And so here we are. Once again, some of these big businesses haven't paid a single cent. Now, with regard to the CERB, the Liberals started spending money. Yes, we know that the situation was urgent. Yes, we're in the middle. We're doing this on the fly. There's a pandemic. It's urgent. There were gaps. Mistakes were made. And in certain cases, there were abuses of the program. A month ago, we proposed a system to prevent fraud in order to correct mistakes if they were made, and to find people who had taken advantage of the situation to fill their own pockets. And that's not in the bill today. It seems that this aspect has been completely ignored. When the government carried out its financial analysis. And yet the government has spent so much money during the pandemic. I see that I have to wrap up. Madam Speaker, I would just like to say that the Bloc has not touched a single red cent of the money from the wage subsidy, and we're very proud of this. And if any other parties also chosen not to take advantage of this program, well, I would invite them to state that they haven't, and I would applaud that because that shows that they respect the Canadian taxpayer.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Hull-Elmer.
The Honourable Member for Hull-Elmer. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his speech and his analysis of this piece of legislation. I liked what he said when he said that we're on the same wavelength regarding the wage subsidy and how we can further help Canadians and Quebecers. Now, he said that perhaps he's not on the same wavelength as some of the Conservative colleagues, and I'd like to give him the chance to explain some of the differences of opinion between the Bloc and the Conservative Party with regard to the changes we are proposing today. And I would like to give him the chance to explain why the Conservative Party is not on the same wavelength as the Quebecers and Canadians who are represented by the other parties. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Well, I don't want to start discussing what the Conservatives think is fair or unfair when it comes to the wage subsidy. When they say something that makes sense to me, we know it's because they're closer to our position, because they've seen the light. Sometimes it takes a while, but we ultimately believe in human nature, and they ultimately come around. When I read the bill, Madam Speaker, I was actually surprised with regard to the wage subsidy, because I actually wasn't expecting to see that change, and I found ultimately that it was a good idea. You know, the opposition doesn't always need to object to everything. We don't always have to say that the government's position is wrong. There are cases where we agree. When we analyze legislation, we think about Quebecers, and from that perspective, when it comes to the wage subsidy, we think that it's a good idea, and we appreciate that. Could it have been better? Yes. If they had listened to us, this bill could have been closer to perfect, but we're not going to give up. We're going to do more to help our communities.
I have to look at you. Sorry. The Honourable Member from Edmonton Mending.
The Conservative Party always supporter of small and medium businesses, of all businesses, as the economic engines for our economy and for our country. And the bill in front of us, the C-20, is very complicated, and I believe the Bloc is supporting that bill. I would just give the chance to the Honourable Member from the Bloc Québécois to just shed the light on one scenario in the bill, if he can explain it. For example, if you take a 60% average business loss, then what you do? What would you get in return in order to be able to help your business to continue to operate? So the question again, if you lose 60% of the business operation, of the business revenue, what will you be getting back of wage subsidy support from this bill?
L'honorable député de La Prairie.
Écoutez, dans la modulation, il est prévu.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. In these changes, well, initially, if the amount went to greater or less than 30%, there was a divide there. And so if the loss went below 30%, then you weren't getting any assistance at all. So here, there will be assistance for those whose loss is less than 30%. They will get an appropriately adjusted wage subsidy as a function of this slightly lower revenue loss. But also, if they have higher losses, well, here we'll see that the wage subsidy will also be adjusted and there will be a bit more assistance. Resuming debate.
For Burnaby South.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
By framing the response to COVID-19. The response so far by the Liberal government, what we've seen is that at every step of the way, the Liberal government has tried to do the minimum possible. They've tried to do the least possible, and every step of the way we have pushed and fought and demanded for more for people. That has been our experience throughout COVID-19. We've been demanding and fighting and pushing this government to deliver more for people. When we look at every step, whether it was initially when the government proposed EI as being good enough to help Canadians, we said, no, it's not going to cover all Canadians who will need help. We fought and we pushed to get CERB, the CERB. Initially, they were going to give $1,000 to Canadians, and we had to fight. We had to demand. We had to negotiate and push hard to get $2,000 for Canadians. The Liberals weren't just going to do it. They were willing to do the minimum possible, and we had to fight every step of the way. And the Liberals were willing to cut off people in July. They were going to cut off people from CERB without any help in place for the millions of Canadians that could not go back to work. And we were willing to go to the brink to make sure CERB was extended for Canadians in need. So now we've got a bill in front of us. And this bill will outline some supports. These are supports, again, that we had to fight for throughout the pandemic. From the beginning of the pandemic, Canadians living with disabilities were completely ignored. Some of the most desperate and people in some of the direst conditions were completely ignored by the Liberal government, and we had to fight to say Canadians living with disabilities need help. They need it now. We forced this government to promise to deliver that help. 2 months later, still no help, and finally, today, we are seeing some legislation which will bring in some help for Canadians living with disabilities. But it's not going to cover everyone, and that is a problem, and we're going to continue to fight to make sure there is help for everyone, all Canadians living with disabilities. We also fought to improve the wage subsidy. We knew that businesses need some help, but we need to connect workers to those businesses, and so we fought for some improvements to the wage subsidy program, which will help workers, which will get people back to work, and we're proud of that work. À chaque étape, le gouvernement libéral a voulu faire.
At every stage, the Liberal government has done the minimum to help people. Well, that's what they wanted. They want to do a minimum. And we have pushed the government to give more assistance to Canadians. And now, with this bill, we are the ones who have pushed the government to deliver assistance to people living with disabilities. We're proud of that result. But, once again, the Liberal government isn't helping everyone who is living with a disability. We're going to continue to fight for those people so we can assist all Canadians in that situation. We have also pushed the government to ensure that the wage subsidy works for more businesses, to ensure that more people have access to that program, and to ensure to help workers.
But this bill is not enough. There is still so much more that needs to be done. We've seen again and again a theme emerging with the Liberal government that there is a lot of empty words, but there's a lack of concrete action. And so, again, Canadians are faced with the end of August. Again, Canadians are faced with the reality that at the end of August, CERB will be discontinued. And for millions of Canadians who have no work to return to, this is a scary situation. They are worried and they are afraid, and that's why we're calling on this government to put in place a permanent change to EI. EI does not serve all Canadians. It only helps about 40% of Canadians. What we need to do is make sure EI is modified so that everyone who needs help gets that help. And that's what we're going to fight for. La PCU va finir à la fin de mois.
CERB will be wrapping up at the end of the month of August. And that means that many Canadians will be in a precarious situation. They won't know what's going to happen. They'll be uncertain. That's why we need to improve EI to ensure that everyone who needs it can access that help.
In addition, if we look at the impact of COVID-19, the impact of COVID-19 has been felt most by women. Women have borne the brunt of COVID-19. And we see that in some really shocking numbers. Looking at the job participation right now, the participation of women in the workforce is the lowest it's been in 30 years. This is a chilling stat, and it's something that creates great worry and great fear for all of us. And what we need to do is make sure that if the response of COVID-19 has disproportionately impacted women, we need a response. We need a solution that recognizes that women have been most impacted. And that's why we're saying there cannot be any, and that's why we're saying there can be no recovery of COVID-19. There can be no recovery without childcare. There can be no recovery without addressing the inequalities impacting women. Not only do we need childcare in place, but also we're seeing the impact of COVID-19 on schools. And education has to be considered a human right. And of course, there is jurisdiction issues. But the federal government has to step up and bring dollars to the table, funding to the table to ensure that there's adequate, affordable childcare, as well as access to schools, access to education for everyone in this country. I want to say it again. It's not enough to say that this government, the Liberal government, or the Prime Minister is a feminist Prime Minister or a feminist government if women have been most impacted by COVID-19 and there is not a specific response that addresses that, then those words are empty. We need a clear plan to address the lack of childcare and the difficulties faced by schools. The federal government has to step up with funding to support both of those things. L'impact de la COVID-19, c'est clair.
The impact of COVID-19 is clear. It has affected women more. And so, if women are more affected, we need to offer a response that fixes that problem. What we're seeing right now is that women's labor market participation is the lowest it's been in 30 years. That's unacceptable, and that is why we need funding, assistance to the provinces to ensure that everyone has access to childcare. Childcare is essential in order to get through this crisis. It's essential, it's critical, and we are going to continue pushing this government to deliver, to ensure that everyone has access to childcare.
Now, I want to turn our attention to the current scandal that we're facing. In the midst of COVID-19, the government is mired in another scandal, and this scandal involves wheat. I want to make one thing really clear. This government makes the claim that they were trying to help students. I want to set that aside and make it really clear. This was never about helping students. This was about bailing out close friends of the Liberal government and close friends of the Prime Minister. If the government really wanted to help out students, there were many ways, many existing programs they could immediately improve. They could immediately use existing programs like the Canada Summer Jobs Program. They could immediately improve or help students with access to university by reducing tuition or by increasing grants or by reducing debt. There are so many things that this government could do if they really wanted to help students right now. This is a farce that the government claims this is about helping students. It is clearly a billion-dollar bailout of close friends of the Liberal government and close friends of the Prime Minister. That's what the scandal is about. It is not about helping students. And I challenge this government. If they really wanted to help students, they've got $1 billion, put that towards students right now. Put it towards reducing debt. Put it towards reducing tuition fees. Put it towards student programs. Put it towards summer jobs programs. Do that. The reality is it's not about helping students. This government did not want to help students. They wanted to bail out their friends. Dans ce scandale de Uni, ce n'était
Regarding the We Charity scandal, this wasn't to help students. This was to help the Liberal parties and the PM's friends.
Gestures and a lack of action. In COVID-19 and in this crisis, we've talked about some of the help that Canadians need. We talked about some of the help that Canadians need right now. The fact that this government made a choice. They made a choice to give a $1 billion bailout to close friends, but they chose to make Canadians living with disabilities wait. This government made a choice to make Canadians who rely on CERB wait till the last moment before we forced them to extend it, but they jumped so quickly to help their friends out with a $1 billion bailout. These are the choices this government has made. They continue to choose again and again to quickly help out their friends, but make people wait for help. That is the reality of this crisis. In the beginning of the crisis, this government jumped to the help of banks with billions of dollars, but again...
Yeah. The honourable member, I'm sorry, the honourable member will have 9 minutes to conclude the speech after question period. I now have to give the floor to statements by members and the honourable member for an opinion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to highlight an issue which many Canadians, including all Palestinian Canadians, are concerned with. Israel has said it is preparing to annex significant Palestinian territory in the West Bank. This would be a devastating blow to the Palestinian human rights. This unilateral annexation would be damaging to peace negotiations and international law. We are also concerned that this could lead to further insecurity for Israelis and Palestinians at a critical time for peace and stability in the region. We have long maintained that peace can only be achieved through direct negotiation between the parties. I call upon our government to take concrete, visible, and decisive action on our firm commitment to the goal of achieving a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace both for Israel and Palestine. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Renfrew-Nipissing Pembroke.
Madam Speaker, 3 strikes and you're out. That's what my constituents are saying about the most corrupt Prime Minister in the history of Canada and the latest Liberal ethical lapse, the We Charity Trudeau family scandal. The decision by this government to provide millions of taxpayer dollars to We Charity...
There's no point of order.
And statements by members. No.
There's no point of order. You can't have a point of order. You can't stop.
There can't stop a statement by member. I'm sorry.
Try, Kev.
The decision by this government to provide millions of taxpayer dollars to We Charity, an organization that's been lining the pockets of members of the Liberal Party to the tune of hundreds of thousands of dollars, is beyond disgusting. Using a national crisis like a health pandemic to line Liberal family members' pockets is morally reprehensible. The unfortunate reality is this abuse of charity means the people most affected are some of the poorest on this planet. Unlike dressing up in blackface or groping a female reporter, this time the Prime Minister is not going to get away with hiding on some fantasy island vacation or avoiding democracy by shutting down...
The honourable member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Madam Speaker. On June 2nd last, Quebec lost a well-known visionary, well-known of Montreal. He was born in 1966. Yvon Lamar was the president of the executive committee of the City of Montreal under Jean Drapeau's leadership. We owe him the Lachine Colon, Operation 20,000 housing units, more accessibility for disabled, and a para-transport type of organization. In 1986, he created the Yvon Lamar Foundation. Today, over 30 residences for persons with disabilities and for people with autism spectrum disorder and other physical disabilities. These buildings help many people, and as with you, our government cares about all Canadians living with disabilities, and we intend to provide additional funding to these people during these difficult times. Mr. Lamar, on behalf of my family and many Canadian families, thank you from the bottom of our hearts. The honourable member. Madam Speaker, on June 1st last, Air Canada said it would abandon many routes and it would abandon many regional airports in eastern Quebec This was a tough blow for my region, and a small airport will lose 30% of its business. However, people in the ground have put their heads together and have brainstormed new ways of providing air transportation. We are looking at an alternative to private airlines because air service should be a tool of regional development, and the government should support any Quebec initiative instead of supporting private companies willing to give up on Quebec from one day to the next. Air travel should serve citizens and not shareholders of private organizations. The honourable member for Châteauguay-Lacolle.
Death of George Floyd, May 25th in Minneapolis. The words Black Lives Matter have mobilized not only Americans but millions seeking justice across the world and here in Canada. My own hometown of Châteauguay held its first ever Black Lives Matter protest, attended by hundreds of people of all ages and from all racial and linguistic backgrounds, including our next door neighbors in Kahnawake.
But the protests must translate into actions, Mr. Speaker. It's not enough to walk and to demonstrate. You have to work to change things. And so I brought together online 20 citizens from the Black community and young Black leaders to discuss systemic racism and to see how together we can change things in Châteauguay-Lacolle. A committee to follow up on these initiatives was struck.
Hull Aylmer, who also chairs the Canadian Caucus of Black Parliamentarians, for attending our inaugural meeting and for his longtime leadership in fighting for Black Canadians. Thank you.
The honourable member for Desite, Missinippi, Churchill River.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize two communities in northwest Saskatchewan. On April 15th, the first case of COVID-19 was identified in the town of La Loche. This quickly escalated into 220 cases, with another 62 cases in the neighboring Clearwater River Dene Nation. La Loche and Clearwater were considered to be the hotspot of Indigenous communities in all of Canada at the time. Of the 15 deaths in Saskatchewan from COVID, 5 were residents of La Loche, bringing further pain to an already difficult situation. I'm happy to say that as of Wednesday, La Loche and Clearwater River Dene Nation have 0 active cases. Mayor Robert St. Pierre and Chief Teddy Clark have shown incredible leadership in guiding the people through this very real crisis. The Saskatchewan Health Authority and the Northern Intertribal Health Authority initiated an unprecedented door-to-door testing and contact tracing campaign that contributed to managing this outbreak. Mr. Speaker, this situation is a great example of people in Northern Saskatchewan working together for the common good.
The honourable member for Argenteuil-La Petite Nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you know, traveling outside of Canada is limited during the pandemic, and for many people, the months of July and August mean holidays. So I'd like to take this moment to invite our citizens to visit Quebec, our regions, and small municipalities, including in my riding of Argenteuil-La Petite Nation. We have over 41 municipalities in beautiful landscapes, beautiful rivers where you can swim and canoe. And the people who live there are very warm and welcoming. People can sail on one of the 85 lakes in St. Adolphe-Howard. There are many tourist attractions and heritage sites. Today, more than ever, our tourism industry depends on us. So let's visit our own cities and regions. Let's encourage our local economies. And I certainly wish all of you a safe and happy summer holiday. The honourable member for Hull Aylmer. It is with great sadness that I rise today to speak to the passing of the former mayor of Hull, Mr. Marcel Damour. He was 97 years old. People often use the word builder and tireless, but these words perfectly describe Mr. Damour. Thanks to his indomitable spirit, the Outaouais became an economic success story in the National Capital Region. He won 3 consecutive mandates. He tried to convince the government to move more buildings, federal buildings, into Quebec. He didn't manage that, but years later, Trudeau Sr. moved government buildings into the Outaouais. I had the privilege of visiting Mr. Damour 3 times at his house. We talked about the past, and we talked about the challenges of today. He was and still was a builder. He wanted to see light rail come to Gatineau to connect it with Ottawa. So on behalf of the citizens of Hull-Aylmer, our deepest condolences and thank you for lending us this wonderful political builder.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since the start of the COVID-19 pandemic, Canadian small and medium business owners step up to the plate to give back to their communities. Many had to close shop with no warning for uncertain period. Uncertainty is one factor that can take a business down. Small and medium businesses have long been the economic engine of this country, and now it's them that they need their country more than ever. What they need right now is clarity on various government programs, such as the wage subsidy and the rent assistance. How long will they run? Is there anything else coming to help them? Those questions are there, Mr. Speaker. A diversity of small businesses that I have been visiting and talking to in my riding have reached out and want answers from this government. Mr. Speaker, every time a small business closes down, it's a piece of community that we may never see again. Let's help them out. They need us. Thank you.
The honourable member for Canada Carleton.
Mr. Speaker, 2020 has been a very difficult year, right around the globe and here at home as well. So many of our fellow citizens are already dealing with loss and sorrow, and then this past weekend, an accident in Jasper National Park claimed more lives, causing more pain and grief. Mr. Speaker, I count my blessings being Canadian, as I feel that most Canadians react to sorrow and grief with compassion and empathy and heartfelt wish to console. We know that it is togetherness that will help us to make it through the suffering that might come our way. And as long as we are looking after each other, as long as we are willing to share that burden of pain and sorrow, we can face whatever comes our way. Nous vous accompagnons.
We are with you.
And thank you to all who have reached out to help, friend and stranger alike. You are an inspiration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Steveston, Richmond East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are over 4,000 individuals with cystic fibrosis in Canada. I have met with some of them and heard their story. CF is a genetic disease that impacts the lungs of these Canadians, causing shortness of breath, increased risk of infection, and destruction of lung, leading to loss of lung function. It will lead to death for the majority. But we can do something about it. For example, Health Canada could create a special access program for Trikafta, a new drug that would treat and improve the quality of life for 90% of these Canadians. It is imperative that treatments for rare disorders be allowed in Canada before it is too late for those whose life these medications could save. I urge the government to reconsider the regulatory changes being made, now delayed until January, that would make the Canadian market unappealing for drug companies to introduce new products, especially treatments for rare disorders like CF. Thank you.
The member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take this opportunity to pay tribute to you, 2 young girls whom we lost too soon. Nora and Romy Carpentier, who died in tragic circumstances. Our hearts were crushed, and we are together sad at their passing. I would also like to pay tribute to the unrelenting courage of their mother, Miss Amélie Lemieux, who has shown us what resilience and strength means in the face of challenges we have not chosen. So, as the MP for Lévis-Lotbinière, as a father and grandfather, from the bottom of my heart, I hope that your wish comes true, Ms. Lemieux, and that your 2 beautiful princesses, your 2 beautiful stars, Nora and Romy, will guide you in moments to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, the ramifications of COVID-19 will be felt for a long time, and Canada's youth are most definitely being hit hard. The disruption in their education and employment opportunities will have lasting effects on their lives and on Canada for years. Instead of using existing programs to help students, the Liberals have asked them to rely on the now stalled Canada Student Service Grant. The Prime Minister and his Liberal government are under investigation, and this program isn't working. Students now find themselves stuck in the middle of yet another Liberal scandal. Students shouldn't have to keep waiting for the government to find its moral compass. They need work and financial support now. The government needs to cancel this complicated program and transfer the funds to the Canada Summer Jobs Program or give grants directly to the volunteer sector. This would ensure jobs will be accessible for students who need help right now. It is time that this Liberal government stop putting corporations and their well-connected friends first and start helping students in Canada.
The honourable member for Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc has long deplored immigration processing delays. What was already a problem now has consequences, humanitarian consequences in this pandemic. As it now stands, immigrant doctors and nurses are unable to work because their work permit application is on hard copy, and it's impossible to keep track of all these applications. Families are separated. Some have been separated for up to 8 years, and people who have been here for a long time are not getting the help they need because of the legendary inefficiency of the Immigration Department. The cases of these guardian angels is not advancing. The government is not making their cases a priority. What is it waiting for? The government should work twice as hard to approve these applications. It is time for the Department of Immigration show it cares and that technologically it move up to the 21st century.
COVID-19 has taken a tremendous toll on the health, safety, and prosperity of Canadians. And in my riding of Haldimand, Norfolk, too many people have been negatively impacted by this pandemic. But you know what, Mr. Speaker? Through it all, the strength and kindness of the people of my community has been deeply heartening. To our many frontline healthcare and emergency personnel who are putting their own lives at risk every day to protect us, to our farmers and farm workers who are working so hard to ensure that our food supply is both secure and sufficient, to those who kept our grocery and pharmacy shelves stocked, to the business owners who shifted their products and services to help fight COVID-19, and to all those who have done their part during these difficult times, please know that you have our utmost thanks, and we are beyond grateful to you for your efforts. Thank you, and be well.
The honourable member for Scarborough Rouge Park.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the life of Congressman John Robert Lewis, a civil rights icon who served the American people with honor and distinction. He was a courageous warrior who fought against racism and for equality in all of its forms. He was inspired by Dr. Martin Luther King's nonviolent struggle for racial equality and was part of the seminal moments of the civil rights movement. He was one of the original freedom riders. He marched on Bloody Sunday in Selma, Alabama in 1965, where he was beaten by state troopers, and he helped organize the March on Washington. The work he started nearly 6 years ago remains unfinished. One of his last public appearances was to protest the George Floyd killing at the hands of the Minneapolis police. We grieve together with our American brothers and sisters on the passing of the conscience of their nation. As he passes the torch to another generation of civil rights leaders, let us honor him by doubling our efforts to combat racism and achieving true equality. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Bravo. Oral questions. Question orale, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, June 10th was the last time the House of Commons met to deal with the legislation that we've been summoned back for today. In the meantime, the Prime Minister has been rocked by a $900 million scandal in which he gave a sole source contract to an organization that paid his immediate family members hundreds of thousands of dollars. Now, the Prime Minister could have picked any day to summon members of Parliament back to work, but on his website it says that he's taking, quote, a personal day. I guess he needed another long weekend. Why is the Prime Minister taking a personal day? And I'd like to ask the Deputy Prime Minister, is everything okay?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for that question. As Deputy Prime Minister, part of my job is to be accountable to this chamber when the Prime Minister is not here. It's a privilege for me to answer questions on behalf of the government from members on the other side of the House. And I'm very happy to answer any questions the opposition has today.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
On va voir, Monsieur le Président.
Well, we'll see, Mr. Speaker. Every day, we learn new troubling details about the We Charity. This weekend, Charity Intelligence stated that it had serious concerns about the We Charity. That includes the financial statements and resignations from the Board of Directors. Is the Deputy Prime Minister aware of this? Was Cabinet and Prime Minister aware of that when the contract was given to his friends at We Charity? The Deputy Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, the nonpartisan public service recommended the We Charity as the only way of delivering the program. Clearly, the way in this was rolled out was regrettable, and this is why we are dealing with this project.
Organization with a charitable wing that receives money from the taxpayer. That same organization sets up a for-profit corporation that charges the charity for, quote, services. At the same time, the charity and the for-profit are gobbling up tens of millions of dollars worth of prime Toronto real estate, all the while giving a platform and endorsements to the politicians who approved the grants in the first place. Now, this isn't a plot line in a Sopranos episode, Mr. Speaker. This is the Prime Minister's current scandal. So will the Prime Minister show up at committee and testify?
Will Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the nonpartisan public service recommended this structure as the only way to deliver the program in the required time. Obviously, the way this unfolded was regrettable, and that is why the charity is no longer administering the project. When it comes to the committee, we are cooperating with it as we ought to do.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, it's odd that the public service would come up with this idea all on their own. Charity Intelligence, a watchdog for charitable organizations, says We has no experience delivering this kind of program. Quote, I'm not sure how you would assess the charity's track record or capability to do this if it had not previously done such work in the past. That's from the Managing Director, Kate Baheen. Now, the Liberals say it is the public service that recommended We, and yet it was We that sent a proposal to manage this program directly to Rachel Wernick on the same day that the Prime Minister announced the program. So who in the Prime Minister's office prepped We for this announcement?
Well, Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member opposite for the question. As we heard clearly last week at committee, it was the nonpartisan public service that recommended this structure as the only way to deliver the program in the required time. Let me also be clear with Canadians that the way this unfolded was regrettable, and the charity will no longer be administering the project.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Contrary to what the Deputy Prime Minister is saying, Mr. Speaker, nothing is becoming clear from testimony at the committee. In fact, on the Ethics Committee, Liberal members shamefully filibustered and ran out the clock so they wouldn't have to answer these types of questions. Getting up in the House of Commons and responding is not the same as giving an answer to very specific questions. Charity Intelligence went on to say that in 2018, the auditor flagged for the first time that We Charity was in breach of its bank covenants. That is a massive, massive red flag, end quote. Now, either the Liberals were aware of these issues and still approved the decision, or they were incompetent. It's either corruption or incompetence. Which is it?
Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it is neither. And let me simply be clear, as we heard from Canada's excellent public service last week, it was our nonpartisan public service that recommended this structure as the only way to deliver the program in the required time. Now, obviously, the way this unfolded was regrettable, and that is why it's important for me to assure Canadians that the charity is no longer administering the project.
Honorable député de Bellerive.
The Honourable Member for Bellerive-Chambly. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I received about an hour ago a very important message from Louis Sans-Fasson, who is the father of Émilie Sans-Fasson. He had met with the Prime Minister when he came to Parliament about a month ago, and during that meeting he said that the Prime Minister would consider the request made by people who pay the same taxes in a family. The Prime Minister talked about 50 weeks, an increase of 50 weeks. Deputy Prime Minister, would she agree? Thank you very much for your question, but I can tell you it's very important for our government to support Canadians in this time of serious economic crisis. We want to help Canadians. We are doing that now, and I can assure the House that we will continue to do just that. The Honourable Member for Bellerive-Chambly, well, we can see the questions aren't always set out ahead of time. There was no shadow of an answer in what was just said. I can come back to what the Prime Minister had said on this subject. For those people that are victims of very serious illnesses and are on EI. The Deputy Prime Minister, I can assure you and all the members in this House that, and all Canadians, in fact, that the government understands the importance of helping Canadians who are in this very serious economic crisis. And we understand the importance of help for people and support for people who have a serious illness. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The We Charity scandal is yet another example of the Liberal government that says nice things in public but works to help out their close friends behind closed doors. If the government were really wanting to help students, it should use the existing programs. Would the Liberal government admit today that this was never about helping students, not helping students, but rather just helping their close friends? Deputy Prime Minister, thank you so much for your question. Mr. Speaker, what our government understands is the importance of helping young Canadians today. The economic history indicates that they are particularly threatened by the circumstances today. The Liberal government is there for this young generation. This is a promise that we make to all Canadians.
There were lots of ways to help students. This was not it. What was it? It was a billion-dollar bailout of close friends of the Liberal Party and of the Prime Minister. People with disabilities were told to wait for months before they got help. People who saw their CERB about to end were also told to wait. People who need help were told again and again to wait by this government. But when close friends of the Liberal government and close friends of the Prime Minister need help, they jumped in with nearly $1 billion bailout. Will the government admit that this wasn't about helping students, this was about helping their close friends?
Well, Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'll tell you what this government believes in. We understand that economic recessions and depressions pose a particular threat to young people, and that is why we acted swiftly to support young Canadians. And I want to say to all young Canadians, we will not allow you to be left behind. We will not allow you to be a lost generation.
Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Mr. Speaker, last week at Ethics Committee, Liberal members filibustered the committee in an attempt to obstruct further examination of the Prime Minister's role in awarding a sole source deal to his buddies at the We organization. This comes after Liberals blocked the Ethics Commissioner from testifying at committee regarding the Trudeau II report, where the PM was found to have broken ethics laws for a second time. Where's the Prime Minister's commitment to transparency and openness when he sends members to committee to do his dirty work?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, mon collègue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague knows full well that the committees are independent and they take their decisions independently. They operate according to their priorities, their knowledge of the files before them, and they ask questions. The government will never direct members of Parliament's work. The work of committees is too important not to be respected.
Lakes.
Well, like the Prime Minister, the Finance Minister has close family with financial ties to the WE organization. Despite this, and despite his previous record of ethical breaches, the Finance Minister did not recuse himself from discussions or the decision to award a whopping $43 million taxpayer-funded bailout to the WE organization. With broken bank covenants and its board in shambles, did the minister know the state of the WE organization when he signed off on this plan worth $912 million taxpayer dollars?
Honourable Minister.
Speaker, as I have been clear and our government's been clear, the health and safety of all Canadians remains our priority. The Finance Committee asked for myself to come and testify. I was present. They asked for officials to come. Officials have testified. What is clear and what has been shared and stated publicly is that the nonpartisan public service, professional public service, made a recommendation. We accepted their recommendation. Our focus remains on making sure that students have additional supports in this very challenging and unprecedented time. It was a contribution agreement that was signed and negotiated between the public service and We Charity. Mr. Speaker, I did sign off on that recommendation. It was the only one they provided, and after due diligence, I'm confident that they did their important work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Friday, on the 17th June, the Liberals, rather July, systematically blocked at the Ethics Committee what was underway. But yet, there was this tie between the Prime Minister and We Charity. This is something that should be looked at by the Ethics Commissioner. Mr. Speaker, if you allow me, I would just like to remind my colleague that there is a certain independence where the members of the committee can act independently. But on the government side, the members act independently. Perhaps the Conservatives do not. It's very important for the proper functioning of the House that committee members be independent and operate that way. The Honourable Member for Lotbinière-Lévis. Well, this new scandal is such that transparency is even more important with respect to the Prime Minister and his cabinet. Will the Prime Minister lift the veil and reveal all the truth to Canadians? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, as I said, that the intent was always to bring together students and an ability to access the bursary. As I have said to the committee when I was there, I was there because I was asked to appear. We asked the public service to make recommendations, and I accepted their recommendations. The Honourable Member for Carleton.
That she and the government did due diligence before granting this $912 million contribution agreement to We Charity. Did this due diligence demonstrate through the publicly available sources that We Charity had somehow accumulated over $40 million of real estate?
The Honourable Minister of Diversity, Inclusion and Youth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, so members of all parties passed a motion at the Finance Committee to ensure that I could appear to provide these answers. They also requested that officials appear, and officials also appeared last Thursday to provide these information in a public format so that this information could be available.
as I shared at committee, and I continue to share, that the nonpartisan professional public service made a recommendation. I am confident that they did their due diligence. Any of the information that was shared with me from the public service, I shared at committee to ensure that Canadians and members could have those answers. It was a contribution agreement that was signed because our focus was on students and not-for-profits in this very challenging time.
The honourable member for Carleton.
Yes, but the question was yes or no. Did the public service or did the government know that this organization had acquired more than $40 million worth of property? Perhaps we'll know the answer one day. Here's another question. If the government's telling the truth that it respects committees, the committee invited the Prime Minister to appear to testify. So now, yes or no, will the Prime Minister appear? The Honourable the Minister.
It's very regrettable the way the situation has unfolded, as the Prime Minister has also stated that he recognizes that he should have recused himself. We know that the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner is doing an investigation. We have stated that we would comply with them. To the member's first question, any of the information that was made available to myself, I made available to committee members, and it was on their recommendation that I accepted their recommendation, because for our goal was always to deliver for Canadians, to provide an additional support to students. We recognize that not-for-profits are also facing a very challenging time, so it was an opportunity to put in a program that would help people in a very challenging time.
L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. In the midst of a pandemic, the government, the Prime Minister, creates a $900 million program without going to tender. It concludes that only that could be operated by those people who hire the Trudeau family. So is there a single member of cabinet who could explain to us how they got to the conclusion that We Charity was the only entity that could administer the program? The Honourable the Minister, as I explained to the Finance Committee, we had a vision for young people, for students, and we asked people to give us ideas. I'm confident about the work that was done. Recommendations were made. Questions were asked. I accepted their recommendations, and that is how we reached that decision, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. While we're in the midst of a pandemic, when we should be sure that the government is working for the common good, when we should be sure that only the public interest is what counts, the Prime Minister is working for his family and chums, $40 million for an organization that hires his family with taxpayer money. Well, could the Prime Minister not step away, if he were sincere, from his position until the Ethics Commissioner's inquiry is finished?
Unprecedented and challenging time, and we know that Canadians are hurting. We know that COVID-19 has impacted all Canadians, disproportionately impacting the most vulnerable, and students are no exception. The program we put out that was for students was a $9 billion program in support, including the creation of the Canada Emergency Student Benefit. We doubled Canada student grants for full and part-time students. We instituted a 6-month moratorium on Canada student loans. We increased funding for First Nations, Inuit, and Métis students purposing post-secondary. We announced 10,000 additional jobs for Canada Summer Jobs Program. A new investment of 100, that's right, Mr. Speaker, this is how much we've been doing.
L'honorable député de Rivière-du-Loup.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Loup. Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy. I come from Rivière-du-Loup. That doesn't even answer my question, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister did not recuse himself before the decision was made or after the decision was made. Why? It's because he's been caught out. Why did the Prime Minister remain silent when his mother and his brother were paid by We Charity? Why did he try to hide the truth? Because he knew that his decision was ethically indefensible. The Minister. On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister said that he shouldn't have been there when we made the decision. He assumed responsibility for that. And the government wants to continue to ensure that programs are available there for students. And we want to know that Canadians have the resources they need now. And the young people are our leaders of today and tomorrow. During the pandemic, the Liberal government is here for all Canadians. We will work for all Canadians.
Profoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The We Charity scandal continues to deepen. More troubling details are being revealed daily. With their filibuster in the Ethics Committee last week, it would seem that they are hiding something embarrassing. Every minister should be asked about their connection to We. The Transport Minister, the Employment Minister, and the Foreign Affairs Minister have made it clear that they knew nothing about the Prime Minister's conflict of interest. The rest of Cabinet, however, must come clean. Can the Minister tell us if she was aware of the Prime Minister's blatant conflict of interest?
Well, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've been clear that my focus as the Minister of Youth has been on ensuring that young people have the supports they need during this pandemic. The member asks very good questions, and that's exactly why when members of all parties supported a motion at Finance Committee to have us appear, I appeared. The first possible opportunity to have myself appear, I was there, and I made sure that my officials were there as well to answer these very questions. What is clear is that the Public Service made a recommendation. I accepted their recommendation because my goal will be to ensure that young people have the supports they need, and I shared all that information. It's publicly available. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Calgary Skyview.
Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister does not believe that the rules apply to him. Outsourcing nearly $1 billion of taxpayers' money to an organization with not only close ties to his party, but also to his family is greatly disturbing. It's always one set of rules for Liberals and another for everyone else. We've seen here today that the Liberals refuse to answer the questions we have about the scandal. When will the Prime Minister agree to testify at committee?
Good question.
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the health and safety of Canadians is a shared responsibility, and that's why we continue to work day in, day out to ensure that those supports are available. Members of the Finance Committee, members of all parties of the Finance Committee asked me to appear, and I appeared. Officials appeared as well. And what officials also reiterated was that they made a recommendation based on the organization having the capacity to deliver this substantial program in the timeline needed. These questions have been answered, and we will continue assuring Canadians, reminding Canadians that we will be here to support them, and the Conservatives continue to do their tactics, but we will stay focused on them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians deserve answers after the Prime Minister got caught awarding $1 billion of taxpayers' money to We, an organization that benefited the Prime Minister politically and socially and enriched his family. The Prime Minister famously said that sunshine is the best disinfectant. So, will the Prime Minister let the sun shine in and appear before the Finance Committee to answer questions about this sordid affair, or will he continue to hide?
The Honourable Minister for Diversity and Youth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think it's important that the record state what is actually taking place. There was a substantial line item, $912 million for the Canada Student Service Grant. A vast majority of that program, that line item, was for grants to really reward students because they've been rolling up their sleeves, helping to heal communities and helping not-for-profits during this very challenging time. And it was a contribution agreement that was signed, and at maximum, which we know will not happen because We Charity is no longer delivering this program, they would have been able to receive a maximum of 43.5. Mr. Speaker, it's also important to note that the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner is investigating, and we will...
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, once again, the Liberals are in trouble after handing over almost $1 billion contract to their friends at We. Meanwhile, students have to wait to get paid for the time that they have already spent working in their communities. That was time given in good faith. During COVID, students are facing disruption in their studies and lack of employment opportunities. Their futures are at stake, but Liberals prefer keeping their wealthy friends wealthy instead of helping students to make ends meet. When will the Liberals put the future of students ahead of the interests of their friends and the well-connected?
Mr. Speaker, I would like to share concur with the member because she's obviously not seen the $9 billion student support program that we put forward. And so we announced $9 billion in support, including the creation of the Canada Emergency Student Benefit. We doubled Canada student grants for full and part-time students. We instituted a 6-month moratorium on Canada student loans. We increased funding for First Nations, Inuit, Métis students for post-secondary during this very challenging time. We created an additional 10,000 additional jobs through the Canada Summer Jobs Program. Mr. Speaker, the list is long because we are here to ensure that there is a suite of programs to support students during this very challenging time. We will continue to ensure that they have those supports. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Canadians know that giving an apology is not the same as taking responsibility, yet the Liberals continue to refuse to take responsibility for this disturbing pattern of self-dealing that now sees the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister under an ethics investigation. It's as if the Liberals think the rules don't apply to them, that they get to do favors for their family, the wealthy and elite, and get away with it with the magic words, "I'm sorry," but that doesn't cut it. Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister finally take responsibility and agree to waive the Cabinet confidentiality, attend the Ethics Committee, and fully cooperate with the Ethics Commissioner investigation into the We Charity scandal?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we have been clear that we will be complying with the Ethics Commissioner, and that's something we have always done. We actually have the utmost respect for officers of Parliament, and we know that they do very important work, and that's why it's important that we let the Commissioner do his important work. I think it's also important to note that our focus is on Canadians and delivering programs for them, and that's why we have put forward the Canada Emergency Student Benefit. We have put forward Canada Summer Jobs. We had made sure that these programs are actually modified to ensure that they are within the COVID-19 context, because we want to ensure the health and safety of all Canadians, including students. Yes, we will continue fighting for students. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I know we've been away from the House for a while. I just want to remind the honourable members how it works. We ask the question, and then we get a response. So I just want to make sure that helping from the other side, or whatever side it's on, whether it's during the question or during the answer, is not the way we should be doing things. I just wanted to put that out there. The honourable member for Lac St. Louis.
Speaker, my constituents in Lac St. Louis and Canadians across the country are eager to know when we can return to normal. In my riding, families have made changes to their lives, from staying home to wearing masks so they can keep themselves and our community safe. Recently, we heard the news that Medicago, a Quebec company, has been approved by Health Canada to begin clinical trials for a COVID-19 vaccine. Can the Minister please tell us the status of this research?
Good question. Minister of Immigration.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, et merci à mon collègue, le membre.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank my colleague for the question and all of his work. We know that it's essential to invest in research so that our best and brightest can find treatment methods and a possible vaccine.
Canada approved the clinical trial for Medicago's COVID-19 vaccine in Canada. This is the first vaccine from a Canadian company to enter human trials, and we are pleased to support such important research in Canada. Thank you.
The honourable member for Calgary Shepherd.
Here we go again, Mr. Speaker. The CMHC paid $250,000 to a group that labels homeowners as lottery winners to see how they could be taxed some more. The minister claims they're not looking at a capital gains tax, but recall, Mr. Speaker, before the previous election, there was a document entitled the Ontario Caucus Priorities for 2019 platform, where these tax options were being considered by no less than now the current parliamentary secretary to the same minister. The CMHC study is looking at a home equity tax. So, will the government end this charade and commit to no new tax, no tax hikes on principal residences of homeowners?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
I want to thank the member for that question. I want to be very clear. This is not something that this government is considering. We are not looking at tax changes on principal residences. That is not something that we're looking into, and we will not be considering that in the future.
Thank you for that clear answer.
L'honorable député de Beauce.
Monsieur le Président,
The honourable member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, the CMHC has spent a great deal of money to find out how the government could tax homeowners further. Can the government promise that it will end this practice? And its determination to constantly be taxing hard-working Canadians, will it commit to not punishing homeowners and give up on this increased tax on primary residences? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. We are not considering a change in taxation for primary residences. That is not our approach or policy, and we have no intention of doing that.
Beauce.
The Honourable Member for Beauce. The poultry and egg producers of Canada are at the very end of the rope. The government promised to support them in order to reduce losses caused by the Trans-Pacific Partnership. However, that compensation has still not been given. Now, poultry and egg producers are facing further losses, and they're still waiting. These producers have been patient enough. Can the minister give a date for this compensation to be delivered? We want a date. The agricultural sector is waiting. The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The agricultural sector is critical, and we believe in agricultural production and our farmers. And that is why we said we would be there to help them with compensation. The Minister of Agriculture has had good conversations with the agricultural sector in my colleague's riding, but also elsewhere in the country. And we will be there to defend their interests, especially during this crisis and health and economic crisis, and also given that we signed a partnership with Europe.
Yorkton Melville.
Speaker, on June 15th, I asked the Minister of Veterans Affairs if he was aware of the practice of red flagging veterans' files. His response was, "I'm not aware." And yet on June 2nd, he signed a letter thanking veteran Shane Jones for his emails that had been forwarded to the Minister from the Prime Minister's office. Those emails included ATIP information that confirmed issues Shane was dealing with VAC because there was a flag on his file. I ask again, was the Minister of Veterans Affairs aware of the practice of red flagging veterans' files?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Honourable Member for her question, and as we know, we are still looking into it, and I will come back to her with a specific answer as soon as I can. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable député de La Prairie.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, the Aga Khan, Wealth One, Liberal pod companies, We Charity, these are all friends of the Liberal Party. We can't say that ethical scandals are respecting social distancing measures with the Prime Minister. We're in the middle of a pandemic. The House is not sitting. The government is not being transparent and is asking everyone to trust it. The Prime Minister has shown that we can't trust him. Is he going to give up his position to the Deputy Prime Minister?
Le leader du gouvernement de la Chambre.
Président, je ne pense pas qu'il y ait de la place.
Mr. Speaker, I don't think there's any room for this type of partisanship today. I respect my colleague, but he says that the House is not sitting, and yet we're sitting right now. And last time I looked at my calendar, Mr. Speaker, we're in July. Normally, the House doesn't sit right now. And yet we're going to be here today, tomorrow, and Wednesday. And I'm happy to answer his questions. The Honourable Member. Well, if there weren't partisanship, there would be no way to hold the Prime Minister accountable. And it's pretty clear that my colleagues across the way are partisan. I think the Prime Minister should get a subscription to the Ethics Commissioner. This is the third time. The Aga Khan. First strike. Then SNC-Lavalin, second strike, and now it's a hat trick. What is he waiting for to give up his position to the Deputy Prime Minister?
Monsieur le Président, le gouvernement se concentre.
Mr. Speaker, the government is concentrating on programs that are critical for Canadians. CERB, the wage subsidy, the reason we're here today, help for people living with disabilities. We're concentrating on that. The real priorities of Quebecers and Canadians. Because that's our job as a government. It's all very well for the Bloc to put on a little show, but in reality, the government is helping people and concentrating on that, and partisanship isn't going to change that.
For Lethbridge.
The Liberal government seems to have blinders on when it comes to China. Canada has remained silent while China's communist regime is systematically attacking the Uyghur people. Canada is the only member of the Five Eyes Alliance that has not banned Huawei. And now Canada is awarding a Chinese government-owned firm a $6.8 million contract to supply security equipment to our embassies. The only thing necessary for evil to triumph is that good men do nothing. When will the Prime Minister stop pandering and stand up to China?
The Honourable Minister.
Speaker, I welcome the question by my colleague. Let me be very clear for Canadians. No contract has been awarded to NewTek, Mr. Speaker, at this time. And I've been very specific with the department. I've been asking the facts and figures surrounding that contract. I've asked that we review our purchasing practices when it comes to security equipment, and I've asked the department to continue our review of security in all our missions around the world. Let's be very clear, Mr. Speaker, with Canadians. No purchase has been made under this contract.
Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are gravely concerned by this government's unwillingness to keep them safe from foreign threats. This government had made clear their plans to use technology from a Chinese state-owned company to secure our embassies. That'd be like asking Jerry Butts to be the ethics commissioner. NewTek works with entities under American sanctions, providing security equipment currently being used in the Uyghur genocide. So to the minister, another review is simply not enough. Will the government clearly commit today to say no to NewTek because of their involvement in Xinjiang and because of the threat they pose to Canadian security?
Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for the question. I thought I was very clear to Canadians, but let me be clear to him. There's been no purchase made under this contract, Mr. Speaker. That's the reality. That is the reality. Let's not be misleading Canadians who are watching, Mr. Speaker. And when the member asked, are we leading, Mr. Speaker, we were the first one to suspend the extradition treaty between Canada and Hong Kong, Mr. Speaker. I was the first one to say that we will stop exporting sensitive items to Hong Kong, and we were the first with the United States to update the travel advisory. Mr. Speaker, we're front and center when it comes to standing up for Canada and standing up for human rights around the world.
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, Liberal ministers have said, as they must, that all Canadian citizens resident in Hong Kong, some 300,000, are welcome home now that the Communist Chinese government has imposed repressive new security laws. But the government is mute, unlike many of our democratic allies, on broader issues of extended visas or refuge for the many more Hong Kongers who may seek sanctuary in Canada. Mr. Speaker, what is the plan for the expected surge of asylum seekers?
Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, I want to be unequivocally clear. Canada stands shoulder to shoulder with Hong Kong and shares the grave concerns of the international community over mainland China's national security legislation. As the Prime Minister said, we will continue to support the many connections between Canada and Hong Kong while also standing up for its people. Canada is exploring measures beyond those announced, including exploring immigration options, and we will have more to say in due course.
L'honorable député de Marc-Aurèle-Fortin.
The Honourable Member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. Mr. Speaker, over the last few weeks, our government has worked hard to give tools to young Laval entrepreneurs. Can the Minister tell us more about the Department's investment of more than $3.1 million to increase business opportunities, create jobs for youth throughout Quebec, and thus strengthen the economy? The Honourable Minister for Economic Development. I'd like to thank my colleague for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin from Laval for his excellent question. And indeed, the future of our economy depends on the talents of our youth. And that's why, with the Global Day for Youth Skills, we have announced $3.1 million in support to support 14 projects for youth entrepreneurship. This will allow them to benefit from personalized support. We believe in our youth for creating good jobs and new businesses. Thank you.
Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With an annual economic effect of over $5.5 billion and over 37,000 jobs supported nationally, the guide and outfitting sector is vital to Canada's rural and remote communities. In Canada, they typically welcome over 300,000 fishing and hunting clients from outside of Canada, the vast majority from the United States. With the border now closed at least until August 21st, an entire season has been lost, and many outfitters are struggling to keep their businesses afloat. Outfitters I've spoken with are saying wage subsidies and loans aren't helping. What is this government doing to ensure our fishing and hunting guides and outfitters survive?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, I agree with my colleague. Many outfitters and tourism operators are deeply impacted by the pandemic and the economic crisis. And that's why we decided to come up with a new fund, which is the Regional Recovery Fund, that is there to help them. We've been supporting many outfitters across Northern Ontario, across Atlantic Canada and the West. And if my colleague has a specific case in mind, please come and see me. We can definitely look at it, and we will continue to help them through these difficult times. Thank you.
Member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Mr. Speaker, Canada's energy sector was devastated by this Liberal government long before COVID-19. Since 2015, the Alberta economy has been battered by the Liberals' job-killing anti-energy policies. That's why it's disappointing and shameful, but not surprising, that the energy sector has been waiting for 118 days to get the help they need, despite the Minister of Finance claiming that help was just hours or days away. So, without the revenue from a strong energy sector, how does the Prime Minister plan to come up with the tax dollars to illegally funnel his friends?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, the energy sector and its workers continue to be affected by COVID-19 and the global surge in oil supply. We have taken action to create jobs, Mr. Speaker, through the remediation of inactive and abandoned wells, a program that has seen tens of thousands of applications in Alberta and Saskatchewan. We're also supporting the sector, Mr. Speaker, with a 75% wage subsidy to keep Canadians working. Since day one, Mr. Speaker, our government has been steadfast in our support for the hardworking men and women in our energy sector.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon-Grasswood.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's hard not to feel disappointed in this Liberal government because every day there's a new scandal. The Prime Minister has already broken our ethic laws not once, twice, and now he is under a conflict of interest investigation yet again. Remember 2017, it was this Liberal government that paid over $1 million to We for an event right here on Parliament Hill featuring the Prime Minister's own mother. Can the Prime Minister tell this House whether or not his mother was paid for this appearance?
Honourable Ministre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We Charity was one of several organizations to have submitted a Canada 150 proposal to the Department of Canadian Heritage that was subsequently selected. The two Canada 100 contribution agreement between We Charity and the Department of Canadian Heritage were approved by the minister responsible at the time, at the recommendation of the department officials. Cabinet was not involved in the process of approval of these contribution agreements. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Vimy.
The Investing in Canada plan is an unprecedented $180 billion program to upgrade our infrastructure across the country. This plan represents the largest such investment in our national economy and environment, more than doubling existing funding. Now more than ever, this investment can deliver the economic stimulus required during Canada's post-COVID recovery. Can the Minister of Infrastructure and Communities comment on the progress that has been made in putting this plan into action?
Good question. Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank the member for Vimy for her question. Our government's Investing in Canada plan has allocated $7.5 billion to help build up Quebec projects. These investments include public transit, they include clean water and clean energy, healthy and active transportation. We're going to be continuing to work with the government of Quebec and municipalities across Quebec to get good projects built that build a cleaner, stronger, more prosperous future.
Hear, hear. L'honorable député de Rosemont-la-Petite.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. This is unprecedented, Mr. Speaker. For the third time, the Prime Minister is under investigation by the Ethics and Conflict of Interest Commissioner. Third time. Wow. By going around the public service, he gave an untendered contract of nearly $1 billion to an organization he is so close to that it's like a big spider web.
they're very entitled, the Liberals, and so they're blind when it comes to awarding contracts to their friends. So why is it that young people and students who are paying the price for the fact that Liberals cannot resist giving presents to their friends?
Mr. Speaker, we have been clear when it comes to the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner, the investigation that is ongoing. We will comply with his office. When it comes to supports for students, the Canada Student Service Grant was an additional measure for students. So we've already come forward with the Canada Emergency Response Benefit. We've already added 10,000 jobs to Canada's Summer Jobs Program. We have put a moratorium on interest relief or Canada student loan payments, and this program will go ahead. We are working around the clock to ensure that it does, because we want to ensure that students and not-for-profits have the support they need at this necessary time. That remains our focus. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And that's all the time we have for today. C'est tout pour aujourd'hui. A point of order, the Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, during member statements, although the Deputy House Leader knows points of order do not apply, he objected to my referencing the Trudeau family receiving WE payments. If the Deputy House Leader insists I made reference to the Prime Minister receiving funds intended for charity, a more expansive investigation is needed so Canadians can learn how much the Prime Minister himself received.
I want to thank the Honourable Member. I'll take that under advisement. Tabling of documents. And I guess I'm the first one to table a document today. I have the honour to lay upon the table the House of Commons report to Canadians for 2020. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Member for the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36(8)A, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 78 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Dépôt de projet de loi.
Introduction of government bills.
Statements by ministers. Rapport de délégation.
Presenting reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Reports from committees. Dépôt de
Introduction of private members' bills. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to table my very first bill in this Parliament, an act to amend the credit cards, and this bill is sponsored by the member for La Prairie. May I interrupt? I'm sorry, I've made a mistake. I need to read something, and then I'll go over to you. I'm sorry. Mr. Brunel-Ducette, seconded by Mr. Terrien, is asking for permission to table a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Act on on payment cards, credit card fees. The motion is deemed adopted. Now, the Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean has the floor. I apologize. No worries, Mr. Speaker, but I won't forget. Now, who are we working for, Mr. Speaker? Well, it's for people who are entrepreneurs. Today, companies depend on credit cards more than ever, especially during the pandemic. So I would call on all my colleagues that we give a chance to the entrepreneurs in Quebec and elsewhere. Credit card fees are negotiated behind closed doors. They are much too high, Mr. Speaker, and our colleagues should ask themselves, who are they working for? In fact, this bill is fair, and it answers that question. We are here to work for our constituents. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Mr.
Brunel-Ducette, seconded by Mr. Terrien, moves that this bill be read a first time. The motion is deemed adopted. First reading of this bill. When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House.
First reading of Senate public bills. Motions, motion. Présentation de...
Presenting petitions.
The Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to table a petition from my constituents in the Outaouais. It is on the citizens are petitioning for the protection of Gatineau Park. In their view, Gatineau Park, and believe me, this is true, Gatineau Park is one of the most visited, most popular parks in Canada. It receives nearly 3 million visitors per year.
That the Gatineau Park, unlike other parks in Canada and many provincial parks, the Gatineau Park is not protected by legislation mandating that it be managed to ensure its ecological integrity. And this is the reason why more than almost 3,000 people have signed this particular e-petition, Mr. Speaker, and asking Parliament to protect the Gatineau Park. So it gives me great pleasure to deposit this today.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to present two petitions today. Today is a day marked by the Falun Gong community as the 21st anniversary of the beginning of the horrific persecution of Falun Gong practitioners in China. This is a petition that highlights that persecution and calls on the Government of Canada to take strong action against it, to champion human rights in the relationship with China and with all countries around the world. The second petition is similar in some respects. It also deals with the human rights issue in China. It asks the House to pass Bill S-204, a bill that would make it a criminal offense for a person to go abroad and receive an organ where there hasn't been consent. It deals with the horrific practice of forced organ harvesting and trafficking impacting the Falun Gong community. Also, we've been hearing at the Human Rights Subcommittee the impact of organ harvesting on Uyghurs as well. Uyghurs facing a genocide in China and organ harvesting being part of the persecution faced by Uyghurs. Petitioners are hoping for the quick passage of Bill S-204 in order to ensure a strong Canadian response to this evil of forced organ harvesting and trafficking. So I commend these two petitions to the consideration of the House. Thank you very much.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Well, thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present a petition on behalf of the petitioners in support of Bill S-204. The petitioners have grave concerns about international trafficking in human organs, forced organ harvesting, Mr. Speaker, and they seek the speedy passage of legislation that would amend the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act as well as the Canadian Criminal Code to make it illegal for Canadians traveling abroad to participate in this practice. As the member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, has outlined for this House, this issue affects Uyghurs as well as the Falun Gong practitioners in a grave way, and we do seek, on behalf of the petitioners, that the House does adopt S-204. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's with pleasure I table a petition signed by residents of Winnipeg North wanting the House of Commons to give special attention to seniors, some of the poorest seniors that we have in our country. And this was actually signed off prior, I believe, to the last few months, where we have actually seen some increases through the OAS and the GIS. But again, these petitioners are just wanting to see members of Parliament support our seniors in all regions of our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, if the government's response is to questions number question 425 to Q471 and question 475 to Q484 could be made orders for return, these returns would be tabled immediately. And then furthermore to that, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand.
Is it the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. And we take care of that right now. Okay, and I also have a request for an emergency debate. And one moment, please. Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I am seeking leave for an emergency debate this evening. Recent revelations that several members of the Prime Minister's immediate family have received nearly $300,000 from the WE organization have raised serious questions about the government's decision to enter into a $900 million agreement with that same charity. This was followed by the revelation of further ties between the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance with that organization. Now, I believe that it is clear that this issue meets the threshold for an emergency debate. The Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance have admitted that their failure to recuse themselves from the Cabinet decision to award this contract was wrong. Conservative members of Parliament have written to the RCMP to request a criminal investigation, and the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner has initiated investigations to determine whether the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance contravened the Conflict of Interest Act. As more and more details emerge of the relationship between the various entities underneath the WE umbrella, the money flowing back and forth from the charitable wing to the for-profit corporation, from the same organization that provides a platform and endorsements for Liberal politicians, those very same politicians who then make the decisions as to whether or not to approve these sole source contracts to this organization, I believe clearly falls under the administrative role of government. Also, speakers regularly look in terms of whether or not they approve emergency debate requests as to whether or not there are other opportunities for opposition parties to raise these issues. Well, I point out, Mr. Speaker, that the House of Commons has not been allowed to sit since the middle of March. We've lost our opposition days. We've lost our ability to put questions on the order paper. Many of the tools normally available to Parliament have been eliminated by the government's motion to effectively sideline Parliament. So there are no opposition days coming up. This is clearly a matter in the public interest. This was something that we were looking forward to questioning the Prime Minister today. He said last week that he would be in the House to answer these questions. Today he's taking a personal day. So I hope that you will grant this request, allow members of Parliament and members of the government to further delve into the sordid affair that the Prime Minister finds himself in. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
I want to thank the Honourable Leader of the Opposition and thank him. I received a letter earlier today advising me of the request. I don't see this as a emergency debate item at this time, so I'm going to have to turn it down. Thank you for bringing it forward. Now we'll continue, and we'll be resuming debate. The Honourable Minister... Oh, I'm sorry. Orders of the day. Yes, I'm skipping over. I'm getting rusty.
Orders of the day. Government orders, government bills, commons. Resuming debate at second reading stage of Bill C-20.
Now we'll go with resuming debate. The Honourable Minister of Employment, Workforce Development, Disability Inclusion. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, there's a little bit of a mix-up here. Let me just... Yes, sorry. Let's start that over. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
My speech. Thank you for that. So, where I want to pick up from is I pointed out that throughout the pandemic, there's a certain pattern that's emerging, Mr. Speaker. We look at people who are in need, and what has the government's response been? Well, when people are in need, the government says, wait. Canadians living with disabilities, since the beginning of this pandemic, have been told to wait. Canadians who saw their CERB about to be cancelled at the end of July were told to wait. And now, Canadians again don't know what's going to happen at the end of August. Those who cannot go back to work, they're going to see CERB end, and this government tells them, just wait. But when close friends, well-connected friends of the Liberal government and of the Prime Minister need help, the government rushes in, jumps in to help with nearly $1 billion bailout. And let us be absolutely clear. The $1 billion bailout of WE had nothing to do with students and everything to do about helping wealthy, well-connected friends of the Liberal government. Now, avec le scandale de Uni...
With the WE scandal, it was never about students. It was never about helping students. It was actually about helping the close friends of the Liberal government and of the Prime Minister.
also see with this government is this ongoing trend of a lot of nice words and empty words and symbolic gestures. Another example of that symbolic gesture and empty words is when it comes to systemic racism. This government has certainly said some nice words, but those are empty words because they lack action. The Prime Minister took a stand. Well, he didn't take a stand. The Prime Minister took a knee, but has yet to take a stand on really addressing systemic racism. I want to ask, Mr. Speaker, I want to ask Canadians to think back to 2015. Has there been any difference in the lives of people when it comes to systemic racism? Has there been any difference in the lives of people when it comes to systemic racism from 2015 to 2020? What has been the concrete difference that this Liberal government has made? What has the Prime Minister done? Now, after the images of blackface emerged, Prime Minister Trudeau had us all asked to judge him on his actions. Now, what were his actions? What were the Prime Minister's actions?
See the honourable member for Hull Aylmer on a point of order. Go ahead.
Just again to remind the honourable member from Burnaby South the importance of referring to elected members by their riding name.
Indeed, the honourable member has expressed it correctly, so just ask the honourable member to avoid the use of members' names in his remarks. Certainly titles or the member's riding name, perfectly acceptable. Go ahead.
When the images of blackface of the Prime Minister emerged, we were told to judge the Prime Minister on the Prime Minister's actions. Well, what have the actions been? In a movement where people are demanding concrete action to address systemic racism, the Prime Minister has asked his ministers to come up with a plan to do something. That's no reaction. That is no real concrete action. What has the Prime Minister done to immediately respond to the calls, the demands for action to address systemic racism in policing? When it comes to the RCMP, has the Prime Minister taken any concrete action to address systemic racism in the RCMP? After the images we saw of Indigenous people, racialized people, brutalized by the police, what has the Prime Minister done to show any leadership? Nothing. Effectively nothing. Racialized people, indigenized people, black people are no better off in 2015 to 2020. Oh, Prime Minister. Indigenous people, black people, racialized people are no better off right now in 2020 than they were in 2015. The Prime Minister has done nothing to make their lives better when it comes to systemic racism in policing. He could have immediately ended racial profiling in policing. That is within the power of the federal government. The Prime Minister could immediately review the use of force and say we need to completely overhaul the use of force. The Prime Minister, if he wanted to, could say we need an emphasis on de-escalation when it comes to conflicts. The Prime Minister could review the budget so that we could be spending more money on healthcare response to healthcare crisis than police. All of these things are possible, but the Prime Minister has done none of them. Donc, quand je parle de...
So when I refer to systemic racism, well, what's the difference now in 2020 as compared to 2015 when the Liberal government was first election? My answer is nothing, no difference. In fact, the Prime Minister said all kinds of nice things. The Prime Minister made symbolic gestures, but he did nothing concrete to change people's lives. There is a movement where people are asking for real measures, for concrete actions. Thousands of people have gone down into the street to demonstrate against racism, systemic racism, in police forces, for instance. What has the Liberal government done in response? Nothing. Well, they have an opportunity to do something now. They could study how violence is used by police. The Liberal government actually has the power to bring about change. It can actually help reduce conflicts between the police and civil society. The Liberal government can choose to fund healthcare workers and health sector workers instead of funding the police. The government has choices, but it's clear that the Liberal government and the Prime Minister prefer taking symbolic gestures, prefer nice words over doing something real.
We're seeing a trend with this government. They wanted to do the minimum when it came to helping people in this crisis, and we forced them, we pushed them, and we demanded more for people. When it comes to things like systemic racism, in a time when there's this powerful movement asking for change, this government has done nothing to improve the lives of people. People are no better off in 2020 than they were in 2015. And the Prime Minister took a knee. Who was he protesting? Who is the Prime Minister protesting? He is in power. He has the ability to change things right now. But the Prime Minister has done nothing. He hasn't challenged the status quo. He hasn't changed anything at the RCMP. He hasn't brought in any new laws to improve the conditions that people are faced with. He's done nothing to change the reality that if you are Black, if you're Indigenous, if you're racialized, you are more likely to be brutalized by the police, more likely to be killed by the police, but less likely to be able to find a job or to find a place to live. Those are the real problems of systemic racism, and this government has done nothing. So I ask the people of this great country to look at the actions of the Prime Minister, to look at the actions of this Liberal government, to see that they have tried to do the minimum. They've given you pretty words, empty words, but they've lacked the action. But we will continue to fight for you. You can count on us to have your back. You can count on us to fight for you every step of the way, to demand more, to demand better. That is who we are, that is what we do, and that is what you deserve. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. And through you, let me express my disappointment in the leader of the fourth party, to not recognize the work that has been done by this government under the leadership of this Prime Minister for Black communities across this country. Very seriously, Mr. Speaker, without any partisanship, we can certainly say a lot has been done since 2015. The first thing that this Prime Minister did was to reverse the decision of the previous government, the Conservative government, the Harper government, that didn't allow the UN panel to come into Canada to undertake a study in the efforts of recognizing the UN Decade for People of African Descent. We allowed them to come in. They issued the report about a year and a half later, and within a couple of months of that report being issued, what did the Prime Minister do? First, a symbolic change. We put a Black woman as the first Canadian woman on a Canadian banknote, Viola Desmond. That was a really important symbolic move. Second thing, Mr. Speaker, I could talk about recognizing, being the first Prime Minister to recognize anti-Black racism, to recognize the UN Decade of People of African Descent, to being sure for the first time in Canadian history for two consecutive budgets to have measures which were directed at Black Canadians, including mental health, disaggregating data, and also community support. Mr. Speaker, yes, there is a lot of work to do, but we do nothing by exaggerating the positions that the leader has shamefully done here and not step aside to recognize the work that we're doing for Black Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
So in the question from the member, or in the statement by the member, he was asked to list out what they've done since 2015. To allow someone to come in and to do a report, to make a symbolic change, self-admittedly a symbolic change. What has this government done to make people's lives better, to stop police brutality? What have they done to actually stop racial profiling, which they can immediately stop? Now, we talk about mental health. The RCMP's budget is $10 million a day. That is more in a day than this government has committed an entire year to Black people for mental health. How shameful is that? The examples given by the member only highlight the inaction of this government.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his speech. And I hope that the push and the movement by the member from Calgary Shepherd to have Indigenous war hero Tommy Prince on the $5 bill will be supported
by the member from Hull, Aylmer, and all members of this House, because I think it's a noble cause. My question is related to the We Charity, and I know that the leader of the NDP spent a considerable amount of time talking about We. $912 million was the number, the figure, a lot of zeros, Mr. Speaker. And on top of that, we found out a couple of weeks ago through the fiscal snapshot that we're $343 billion in deficit, $1.2 trillion in debt. And my question is to the honourable member, within those many zeros, how many more situations of Liberal cronyism and corruption does the honourable member think we'll find if we search hard enough, similar to the We situation?
Member for Burnaby South.
Thank you very much for the question. What we've seen in this scandal is again, a really clear example of the difference between the Liberal rhetoric, what the words that they use in public, what they say in public, and then who they're working for when the doors are closed. In public, the Liberal government has certainly said a lot of very positive things. But behind closed doors, it turns out they're actually working to help out their closely connected friends. And in the We scandal, it is very clear. This was never about helping students. This government had ample opportunities to extend the Canadian summer jobs, to help the students that are struggling with debt when they go to university, to help students get into post-secondary education and reduce the barriers by helping out with additional grants. There is so much that this government could have done. But instead of actually helping Canadian students, they jumped and leapt to the aid of the well-connected friends of the Liberal Party and of the Prime Minister to give them nearly $1 billion contract. That is flagrant, and it really shows who this Liberal government really wants to work for. That is their closely connected friends, and how quickly they work for them, and how they tell Canadians that are struggling to continue to wait. That's the contrast. And I think that is completely unacceptable.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I was in opposition for 20 years. I often make reference to that in the House. And, you know, the statement that's made by the leader of the NDP and some of the Conservatives is outright, the word that comes to my mind is balderdash. Mr. Speaker, there's absolutely zero merit to it. That program was all about students. The Prime Ministers, the Deputy Prime Ministers, and others say that there was an unfortunate oversight that has taken place, and it is being rectified. But to try to give a false impression that it was not about students is completely wrong, Mr. Speaker. This government, from day one, has been there to support Canadians in all regions of our country, whether it's through the CERB program, wage loss programs, and the many other programs that we have provided to support Canadians in a very real and tangible way. Would the member not agree that today's legislation is about improving some of those programs that we have brought forward that will continue to support Canadians in every region of this country?
Good job. Member for Burnaby South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The legislation brought forward today, because of the fact that New Democrats fought and demanded and pushed for help for Canadians living with disabilities, is certainly a step in the right direction. And the fact that we fought and pushed and demanded for changes to the wage subsidy program to actually help more workers is something that is a positive step. But I want to make it clear, every step of the way, the Liberal government didn't come to us and say, hey, here's an idea, shall we work together and collaborate? They came up with an idea which was the minimum possible, and then we had to push them. We had to fight with them to actually deliver more for people. Every step of the way, the Liberal government wanted to do the minimum, and we had to fight with them to deliver more for people. That has been the way things have happened. And we will continue to fight for people, because that's what we do.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, and I really appreciate the leadership of the honourable member in bringing to fore just the importance of maintaining a focus on anti-black racism. I'm honoured and very proud to have worked for members across the way, including the previous speaker, on a very compelling document that was a declaration on how to dismantle anti-black racism. And while putting a face on a bill or putting a symbol on taking a knee, my question through you to the honourable member is what would be his priority, given all the recommendations that have been put forward on tackling anti-black racism, to take immediate steps to ensure that Canadians, black Canadians in this country are provided with fair and equal opportunities in Canada.
Member for Burnaby South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for the question. You know, the question is a difficult one, so there's lots that needs to be done, and I don't want to hold it out as if I have all the answers, but I have some that have been built by the community and built by people that have addressed or looked at this question. You know, what we need to do immediately is to end the systemic racism, anti-black racism that exists in policing, and that means specifically ending racial profiling, ending carding, in all its forms, ensuring that we invest in ending or addressing the social determinants of health, which means investing in affordable housing, investing in more accessible health care. It means decriminalizing personal possession of illicit substances. Instead of giving a criminal response, respond with a healthcare response. It means ending mandatory minimums, which disproportionately impact racialized black and indigenous people. These are the things that we can do. These are concrete steps, not symbolic gestures, but real concrete legislative changes that will improve the lives of people, and that's what we're committed to doing.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Disability Inclusion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to join my colleagues today to participate in this important debate on Bill C-20, which provides an administrative amendment so that we can better support Canadians with disabilities during this pandemic. It feels like a very long time ago now, but in fact it was just over a year ago that the Accessible Canada Act became law. This legislation had unanimous support in both the House of Commons and the Senate. I hope the same spirit will live on, and that all parties will support the important piece of legislation that will enable this critical emergency financial support to be provided to Canadians with disabilities. We know this pandemic has deeply affected the lives and health of all Canadians, but it has disproportionately affected Canadians with disabilities. Persons with disabilities have incurred significant costs to safely get food, medication, and other basic necessities. We also know that there are additional costs for delivery services and private transportation. Il se peut aussi que les travailleurs
And it can also be that personal support workers for the people with disabilities may well not be available, and there would be a lack of help for them.
We must continue to protect the health and safety of persons with disabilities and ensure we maintain an approach that is inclusive by design. This has meant working together with organizations and persons with disabilities across the country and using a disability lens to come up with a plan to provide the support they need during this difficult time. This is how our current response has come to have key components, including direct financial support through this one-time payment, employment supports, and accessible communications. I'll begin with the one-time payment. This is non-taxable and it's $600 for Canadians with disabilities. We recently announced that we would propose legislation that would make this benefit available to more people and expand it to include approximately 1.7 million Canadians with disabilities who are recipients of a disability tax credit certificate, CPP disability, or QPP disability benefits, and disability supports provided by Veterans Affairs Canada. This payment will help cover the costs of buying things like PPE, paying support workers, or increased use of taxis and home delivery services to obtain groceries and transportation.
For seniors who have a certificate for disability, the income tax disability, and who have OAS, they will receive $300 more. This special payment under COVID-19 for persons of a certain age.
Disability tax credit and are eligible for the guaranteed income supplement will receive a payment of $100 in addition to the special COVID-19 one-time payment to seniors of $500. With this new support and the special payments announced last month, all seniors who are certificate holders of the DTC, the Disability Tax Credit, the Canada Pension Plan Disability, and Quebec Pension Plan Disability recipients, and recipients of VAC disability supports will receive a total of $600. As I mentioned earlier, the legislation before us today would support the delivery of this one-time payment. As Minister, I have the authority to issue this type of payment under the Department of Employment and Social Development Act. but new legislative authorities are needed so that the Canada Revenue Agency and Veterans Affairs Canada can share information about those eligible for this one-time payment with my department. It's an administrative measure, but it's important, as it's about safeguarding Canadians' personal information and only sharing it for the purposes of creating and delivering this one-time benefit. Additionally, Canadians with disabilities who are eligible for the disability tax credit but have not yet applied will have a 60-day window of opportunity to apply for the DTC after the bill receives royal assent. We heard clearly over the past month that many Canadians with disabilities, despite being eligible for the DTC, have not done so for a number of valid reasons. This 60-day application window could increase the number of Canadians receiving the emergency disability payment quite significantly. We'll be working closely with the disability community to ensure that anyone who wants to apply has access and the support they need to do so.
Mr. Speaker, we want to ensure that the proper aid is in place for all Canadians. This one-time payment will complement the other forms of emergency aid offered by the government.
Some persons with disabilities benefited from the one-time special payment provided in April to low and modest income Canadians to the GST credit. Families with children with disabilities got the additional Canada Child Benefit payment. Workers with disabilities can access the CERB. Students with disabilities can access the student benefit, including a $750 per month additional amount. And seniors with disabilities got the senior payment. And persons with disabilities will also benefit from the $350 million investment we made in charities and nonprofits so that they can deliver essential services to communities across Canada. But these measures didn't sufficiently address the extra costs being incurred by Canadians with disabilities. As I mentioned previously, some examples include personal protective equipment, which is life-saving for many Canadians with disabilities and their personal support workers, extra costs of personal support workers or general help in the home, extra costs of purchasing food and higher prices for all items, extra internet costs associated with physical distancing, extra costs due to the loss of in-kind services and community support such as transportation and meal provisions previously offered by volunteers or extended family. And I would say, Mr. Speaker, that the lack of these services threatens the independence of so many of our citizens. And additional therapy, such as mental health services and physical therapy. I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge the members of the COVID-19 Disability Advisory Group. The group was created in April to provide advice on the real-time lived experiences of persons with disabilities during this crisis. Their advice has helped shape our government's response to the pandemic. They have offered advice and guidance to a number of federal departments, including Public Health Agency, Health Canada, Indigenous Services, and ISED. They've assisted with their collaboration with provinces and territories in areas of provincial jurisdiction. I can think of our conversations around long-term health care and assisted living facilities, visitors policies for hospitals, and the provision of PPE to personal support workers. They've made a significant and meaningful difference in our government's pandemic response because they remind us daily of what is at stake. And I thank them for their continued work and advocacy. I've heard clearly from Canadians in the COVID-19 Disability Advisory Group that employment supports for persons with disabilities during the pandemic and into recovery are critical to ensure that people with disabilities are not left behind.
We recognize the fact that persons with disabilities run a higher risk of losing their job during a period of economic slowdown.
Disabilities are employed in sectors that have been particularly hard hit by the pandemic, including the service and tourism industries. This is the reason why we've established a national workplace accessibility stream of the Opportunities Fund for persons with disabilities. Through this stream, we will provide $15 million for 2020 and 2021 to additional funding to help persons with disabilities and their employers improve workplace accessibilities and access to jobs. Some of the activities supported by this fund will include setting up accessible and effective work-from-home measures, expanding online training opportunities, creating inclusive workplaces, whether virtual or physical, connecting potential employees with employers, training for in-demand jobs, and, where needed, wage subsidies. We also launched an important call for proposals under the Enabling Accessibility Small Projects component for small-scale construction renovation, or retrofit for funding of up to $100,000. Employers are the priority for funding under this call. Through the youth innovation component of the fund, young Canadians could also express their interest in collaborating with local organizations in their communities to secure funding of up to $10,000 for accessibility projects.
Another very important type of support for people with disabilities during a pandemic is accessible communication. The importance of accessible communication and the need to engage with persons who have disabilities during a public health crisis are essential.
By the disability community and the COVID-19 Disability Advisory Group. That's why on Saturday, June 6th, I announced $1.1 million to support national disability organizations to enhance their communications and engagement activities. This funding is being delivered through the Social Development Partnership Program Disability Component and will help organizations to address the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on the people they serve. This support will allow organizations to create a barrier-free, multilingual experience for persons with disabilities and ensure they receive accessible and relevant information to support them during this time. The Government of Canada is also doing our part to ensure Canadians, including Canadians with disabilities, receive timely, clear, and accessible information during the pandemic. An example of the kind of support has been the ongoing provision of ASL and LSQ interpretation during national press conferences, so that deaf and hard of hearing Canadians can have access in real time to critical information. I anticipate that the provision of ASL and LSQ will continue. It will continue post-COVID as a significant legacy of the work of Canadians with disabilities and their advocates for so long. This will be a true legacy of accessibility. Mr. Speaker, I'm confident that these support measures will greatly benefit Canadians with disabilities across our country. Our actions are based on the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms and Canada's international human rights obligations, including those under the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. We are also guided by the Accessible Canada Act that was passed last June. The Accessible Canada Act is actively informing everything we do in regards to persons with disabilities. I believe that we have taken a disability-inclusive approach to our pandemic response, but I also believe that the delay in getting this money to Canadians with disabilities in this time of pandemic crisis has brought to light shortcomings and barriers within Government of Canada programs and services for persons with disabilities, and these need to be addressed. Having as tax credit as a gatekeeper for federal programs and services is extremely ineffective in our ability to deliver to a really important and significant group of citizens. And I think we can do better. And I think that having the Prime Minister put in my mandate letter a commitment to review government programs and services, to come up with a consistent definition of and approach to disability will be key in ensuring that that no government is ever put again in the position of having to creatively figure out how to get money to people who are so desperately in need of that money. We had to use the tax system, and we had to use the pension system, and we are, and we will deliver, but it's not ideal. And it's easy to sit here and come up with excuses or reasons, but there aren't any. So I will commit today to ensure that we don't put our citizens in this position again moving forward, and to do the hard work hand in hand with the disability community to make sure that they aren't put in this position again. So this one-time payment is a very important step, but it is just one of many steps that need to be taken to ensure equality of access and opportunities for people with disabilities in Canada. I think and I believe that we will succeed and thrive only when every Canadian can play an equal role in our society. As we work hard to safely restart our economy and recover from the impacts of COVID-19, we can't leave anyone behind. And we certainly can't leave our most innovative, creative problem solvers, those are our citizens with disabilities, behind either. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, you'll recall that the first time the Liberals proposed a single payment to persons with disability, we Conservatives offered to recall Parliament to debate and perhaps improve that initial legislation. The Liberals chose to play political games, and weeks later, after an unnecessary delay, we're back. Parliament is recalled, and we are debating an improved piece of legislation. But this unnecessary and, for many in the community, a painful delay stands in stark contrast to the turning on the dime, the awarding of almost $1 billion to a charity which looks very much to many Canadians as political payback. It's not just we to me, but we to me to he, the Prime Minister, and his family. But the question for the Minister, this improved piece of legislation, overdue, is still very complex and will be seen as a challenge to many persons with disabilities in making their applications. What is the Minister going to do to ensure timely disbursement of these payments?
The Honourable Minister of Employment and Disability Inclusion.
I thank the member opposite for his question, and I think the record will show, Mr. Speaker, that when given the chance to separate just the disability component, because quite frankly, I thought we were all in agreement about it last time, certain parties didn't choose to go forward then because we could have been a month ahead than we are now. Having said that, I agree. It's definitely an improved piece of legislation in the sense that it delivers to more people. But as I said in my remarks, we cannot escape the fact that we don't have a system of direct delivery to citizens with disabilities within the federal government. We do for seniors, we do for families and for children, but we need to work on one for people with disabilities. Yes, this is going to be super complicated at the back end, but for people with disabilities, they need not apply whatsoever for this, and they're actually given an opportunity, if they don't hold a disability tax certificate, to get one or apply for one so that they can get this benefit. So we're going to do the heavy lifting. It's going to be super complicated administratively at the back end, but as a result, we're doing the best we can to deliver using a system that really isn't functioning at this time. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I listened carefully to the Minister's speech, and I certainly understand her sensitivity and the importance that she attaches to the living conditions of people who live with disabilities. I would have thought it would have been better to have had the bill adopted earlier, perhaps earlier in July than today, because that would have helped people with disabilities face their disabilities and live in better conditions. But now, when the Minister talks about the most vulnerable, those who face these difficulties, I ask her this question. Would she give her unanimous consent for the bill that is in my name, which would give would move from 15 to 50 weeks sick leave for people who have serious illnesses, or to care for people with serious illnesses and have difficulty paying their rent at the end of the month? Could this sensitivity be transferred to my bill to have my bill passed in terms of health insurance? The Honourable the Minister. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I can assure you that we want to move from 15 to 25 weeks for people who receive these benefits. What we saw with the CERB was that it was very necessary to support people who were ill so that they could more easily make decisions about their health, about their family, and also about the community. So I'm all the more resolute. I want to have the change made from 15 to 25 weeks. Absolutely. I commit myself again to this. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite-Patrie. Thank you very much to the Minister for her speech. I have some difficulty following the Liberal government's capability of reacting. When it was a matter of giving oxygen to the major banks to allow them to sustain this pandemic, it was done instantly. But when it's sometimes with major companies, all it takes is 24 hours and the decision is made. And then when it's a matter of having a sole source contract given to chums and buddies of the Prime Minister, no problem. But now, here we are, the 20th of July. How can it be that the government is not able to help people who live with disabilities? They help the Friends of the Liberal Party, they help the banks, they help the rich people, but they're not helping these who need it? The Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Certainly, we have been supporting people who live with disabilities from the outset of this pandemic. People who are in families with children, students, they receive the student benefit. They've all been getting more money, some $750 per month because of a disability. And there are more expenses that are associated with having a disability. The people who are older also receive the old senior citizens benefit. And there is the educational dimension. So in all these ways, we have helped the people who are the most vulnerable, who were not included in other measures. Not only is the system difficult. We don't want, to pay two people twice, but we want to be sure that people are paid. We don't want to see people who don't receive any payment at all. We want those who are in the greatest need to get the help of the Liberal government.
Shadow Gay LaCall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to say, first of all, how much I appreciate the work of this minister in digging down into the weeds of what is a patchwork, if not a minefield, of how benefits and services are delivered to disabled people in this country. I know in my riding, one of the big surprises that people have anytime I speak to them, I'm a former financial educator, and I used to talk about the disability tax credit often to people, and it was a great surprise to many of the people that this was something actually that could apply to people who have mobility restrictions, and also on the other side, people that have cognitive deficiencies, who of course the family and the patients were in the throes of that, and very difficult to get the DTC. It has been expanded so that occupational therapists and physiotherapists can sign the certificate, and now we have nurse practitioners. Can the minister tell this House how members of Parliament can further help in this work, this very important work? Thank you.
L'Honorable Ministre.
The Honourable the Minister.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for her question. I think that we have a unique opportunity over the next 60 days, or I guess 60 days from when this bill receives royal assent, to really dig in as members of Parliament and help as many of our constituents as possible and the organizations that help them access the disability tax credit. We will be providing support to members of Parliament. We will be providing support to disability organizations to help their members access this tax credit. This will immediately help people, Mr. Speaker, in the form of a $600 payment, but it will also provide people access to a myriad of other services that the federal government offers for people with disabilities that require the DTC. I'll give you an example. The Canada Child Benefit has an additional amount each month if your child has a disability. In order to get that additional amount, your child has to be eligible for the DTC. This is completely silly, Mr. Speaker, with all due respect, because you have a parent who perhaps has a child who's just born with a significant disability having to navigate the tax system in order to allow their child to get a benefit that they're entitled to. It's far from perfect, but I can tell you that having this 60-day window will allow us to get as many people through the door while we fix the bigger problems. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise in this chamber always, and I'm very pleased as are my colleagues here in the official opposition, that the Finance Minister has finally, in Bill C-20, announced these long-awaited measures. But it's worth noting, Mr. Speaker, that it came at a very convenient time for the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister. The Ethics Committee was about to meet and begin a deeper dive into the third ethical scandal facing this Prime Minister, facing his government. In classic fashion, the Finance Minister, also under investigation, also having been found guilty of breaking ethics laws, has tried to distract Canadians with a big money bill and with help for people that this government delayed implementing when they had the chance. The Prime Minister has long promised openness, accountability, transparency, telling us that sunlight is the best disinfectant. And he made a commitment to do politics differently. But here we are, Mr. Speaker, for a third time, as our Prime Minister is being investigated by the Ethics Commissioner for his part in the scandal involving the WE organization. Those 2 times that he was found guilty of breaking the ethics laws tell us that we don't need to wait for a report. Mr. Speaker, we need this Prime Minister to come clean. It's clear that ethical considerations are often thrown to the wayside in this PMO and under this Prime Minister. Truly, it's been a theme since he came to office. Now, first, it was his illegal trip to Billionaire Island, where the Prime Minister was found to have violated, and let me call out some numbers for those who are keeping score at home, Sections 5, 11, 12, and 21 of the Conflict of Interest Act. He accepted gifts of hospitality from the Aga Khan and the use of his private island, and that was seen as a gift that could have given influence to the Prime Minister. Further, the Prime Minister was found to have contravened the Act when he did not recuse himself from the discussions that provided an opportunity to improperly further a private interest. Then, of course, it was the SNC-Lavalin scandal, where the Prime Minister was found to have contravened Section 9 of the Conflict of Interest Act. Now, Section 9 prohibits public office holders from using their position to seek to influence a decision of another person so as to further their own private interests or those of their relatives or friends, or to improperly further another person's private interests. This won't be the only time I mention the Prime Minister's friends and relatives, Mr. Speaker, as it deals with conflicts of interest and his dealings. In this case, it was a clear violation with the Prime Minister when he undertook a campaign to influence the then Attorney General into letting his friends at SNC-Lavalin off the hook and his interfering in the criminal prosecution. So now the Prime Minister is being investigated for his role in awarding a nearly $1 billion sole source deal to an organization that has deep ties to the Liberal Party of Canada. It has deep ties to the Prime Minister's family, and he himself has direct ties to it. The awarding of this contract is now being investigated by multiple committees of the House of Commons and has spawned 2 probes to be undertaken by the Ethics Commissioner. Now, the Commissioner has announced that he's examining the actions of the Prime Minister in awarding this contract and whether he broke the law, again, by not recusing himself from the decision despite his close ties. The Ethics Commissioner has also announced he's investigating the Finance Minister for his role in awarding the contract and not recusing himself despite his own close ties to this organization. Now, as I mentioned before, the Finance Minister is no stranger to the Ethics Commissioner, having been found guilty of breaking ethics laws already, because like I'm sure most Canadians can relate, he forgot that he had a French villa and a corporation in France. Yep, happens to the best of us, I'm sure. But despite the fact that one of the finance ministers, a common man's problem indeed. Despite the fact that one of the finance minister's daughters work for WE and that his family took a trip to a WE-sponsored trip in Ecuador, he did not recuse himself. Now, all of these ethical breaches for the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister follow the same pattern, that the Prime Minister will deny that he did anything wrong. Then he'll try to pass the buck. Then he'll say he's sorry, and then he'll get the rest of the Liberals to cover it up. Now, he said he's sorry, but we know he's only sorry that he got caught. If he was sorry, he would have accepted the invitation to appear at committee. If he was sorry, he would waive cabinet confidence. And really, if he was sorry, could he not have just written a letter to the chair of these committees and said, in light of very public revelations about my failure to recuse myself from deliberations and discussions concerning a nearly $1 billion sole-sourced agreement with a firm that I have direct ties to, I would like to appear at your committee. Would that not have been the transparency that this Prime Minister called for? But we know that when he says sorry, it's sorry, not sorry when it comes to this Prime Minister. And that's why he blocked the investigation into the SNC Lavalin scandal. We know that in the Trudeau Report 2, and that was the second report where we saw that the Prime Minister had broken the law, we know that that's the second time that he had the distinction of being the first Prime Minister in Canada to be found guilty of breaking ethics laws. We know that in that report, it said that there were 9 people that wanted to provide evidence or testimony to the Commissioner during his investigation, but they weren't able to. And why? Well, their response was uniform. Because it would reveal a confidence of the Queen's Privy Council. Well, what does that mean? It means that they were muzzled by cabinet confidence. It means that they weren't allowed to testify. They weren't allowed to listen to their conscience. But how can that be? We've heard in this very place. We've heard in this very place that the Liberals fully cooperate with the work of officers of Parliament, with the work of the Ethics Commissioner every time. And they historically, the then government House Leader, talked about the historic waiving of cabinet confidences. Well, that's not the case. That's not what happened. But that he got away with it, that he got away with obstructing that investigation, the Prime Minister wasn't properly incentivized to follow the rules. And so we follow that pattern and we find the Prime Minister yet again facing an investigation. So with the We Charity scandal unfolding before us, and despite the Prime Minister's best efforts to the contrary, it's important to establish the facts as we know them. We know this didn't begin with the government picking this We organization at random to administer a program for youth in June. In fact, we found out that the organization, the We organization, was pitching the government in mid-April, before the government even announced it. We know that the organization circulated a proposal to several ministers in mid-April. And on April 19th, at a meeting with officials from Finance and ESDC, a finance official told another senior official who testified at the Finance Committee, Ms. Wernick, the Senior Assistant Deputy Minister at Employment, that in fact it was she who contacted the We organization. Interesting that a mid-level public servant picks up the phone, gets the founder of this organization, which we know has tens of millions of dollars in real estate holdings in downtown Toronto, amongst all of their laundry list of other things that they engage in, picks up the phone. Hey, it's me calling. Yep. Is that we? Oh, it is. And it's the founder on the phone, ready to take her call. I'm not sure how surprised they were at the We organization to find out that they were going to be on the receiving end of administering nearly $1 billion in taxpayer funds. We also found out at that meeting that this organization was going to benefit about $43 million in administrative fees. Now, we heard today from one of the ministers that just $43 million. What's $43 million between friends, right? Well, on April 22nd, interestingly, the Prime Minister announced the government will be moving ahead with plans to help young people economically during the crisis, and that details will follow later. But while the Prime Minister is making that announcement, the We organization is submitting a new proposal to the government by email to that same public servant who placed the call only a few days before. We know that a few days later, Volunteer Canada, a national coordinating body for the volunteer sector, reached out to the government to offer support in building a volunteer program aimed at youth. And the response was that, well, she said, little information was available while program approval was pending. They weren't interested in her expertise or help, because what happens next is most interesting. The charity, the We organization, contacts Volunteer Canada, who was told that the government didn't need their help, and this organization, which hasn't been awarded anything by the government at that point in time, calls Volunteer Canada and says, hey, could you help us administering this really big program? It's worth about $912 million. Well, that's interesting. I thought that Volunteer Canada wasn't needed by the government. Very interesting. And interesting indeed that the We organization was already calling people, knowing that they had this in the bag. Meetings held between May 25th and June 5th between those groups. And on June 5th, Volunteer Canada told the We organization they would not be participating, citing several problems with the program, including that the program was going to pay participants, pay students below minimum wage in any province that they participated. Well, that doesn't sound like help for students. That's very strange, because the official opposition, the Conservative Party, called for funding for the Canada Summer Jobs Program to be increased beyond what the government committed they would do this year. I can tell you in my riding that there were employers approved by the government. They advised my office that they had students who had applied to work, but that the fund ran out of money. So there was lots of employment opportunities. There was a structure already set up. The Government of Canada was prepared to administer that. But suddenly this new program, this new stream plucked out of thin air, almost inexplicably, to the benefit of $43 million to these administrators, at a cost of $912 million to the taxpayer, and paying less than minimum wage to all program participants, has been invented by the government. I think that Volunteer Canada's concerns were right on the money, and you know, that kind of consulting, the government got it for free. That this program it had all kinds of problems, but they bashed on. And on June 25th, the Prime Minister announced the program, and later in the day, his minister said that the We organization would be administering it. Now, this government dismisses questions of conflict of interest of the awarding of the contract, and the PMO and the We organization have told several media outlets that the Prime Minister's family were not paid to speak at We events. Well, later, July 3rd, the We organization announces they will not be administering this program. On that same day, the Ethics Commissioner, in response to my letter, announces he will be launching an investigation into the Prime Minister. And on July the 9th, we learn, whoops, turns out the Prime Minister's family was paid by the We organization. On July 15th, We organization issues a statement saying they are returning to their roots and they're going to conduct a review of their structure and activities. Well, I would say that when you're about to cut a check for $912 million, due diligence by the government would have meant that we would have taken a look at what their structure and activities were. A board that's in shambles. Bank covenants not met. I think that a review of structure and activities should have been done by the Government of Canada before they offered their friends at We Charity $43 million in a bailout. It's an unusual pattern, to say the least. But these ethical breaches by the Prime Minister certainly follow that same pattern that I mentioned before. And you'll remember, of course, from the SNC-Lavalin scandal that the Prime Minister's first response was what? Oh, the allegations in the Globe and Mail story are false. Well, we know that that was demonstrably false now, don't we? And that's proven out when it was deemed that he broke the law. This Prime Minister, this Liberal Prime Minister, he broke the law. So his statements were false. The Prime Minister's ties to this organization, the Finance Minister's ties to this organization, the Liberal Party's ties to this organization are deep, and there are many. It's hard to believe that there was no one in the cabinet room. It's hard to believe that there was no one on the line that saw this conflict, that saw this problem on the horizon. Or is it that everyone knows what happens when you stand up to this Prime Minister? We saw that with the member for Vancouver-Granville. We saw that, the former Attorney General. We saw that with Dr. Jane Philpott, former President of the Treasury Board. She stood up to this Prime Minister. What happened to Dr. Philpott? What happened to Canada's first female Indigenous Attorney General? Well, this Prime Minister fired them. And these Liberals, Mr. Speaker, they sat silently. They sat silently when that happened. Complicit. They are complicit in that cover-up, and they're complicit in this one. When these Liberals filibustered at the Ethics Committee on Friday and waited until they'd talked out the clock and they spoke virtually uninterrupted for hours about all things unrelated and demonstrated misunderstanding in some cases and hypocrisy in others. And when I took the floor to encourage them to have the courage of their convictions and vote, and if they're going to vote against, well, let the chips fall where they may. Votes are won and lost all the time. But they moved to adjourn the meeting. They didn't have the courage of their convictions. They wanted to further the cover-up. So we had this announcement for this bill. This is what the Prime Minister has said it's all about, helping people. When this We Charity scandal first broke, he said, oh, it's all about helping the children. I think it's all about helping the friends and family and the donors of this Prime Minister. Canadians deserve better. This Prime Minister must allow the Ethics Commissioner to do his work unobstructed. Transparency, that disinfectant value that sunlight brings, waive cabinet confidence. What do you have to hide? And for all of these Liberals, Mr. Speaker, I call on them to have the courage of their convictions, to appeal to their better angels, and to let this Prime Minister that what he represents is not what Canadians deserve. Mr. Speaker, Canadians deserve better. They've elected 338 members. They've elected a Liberal caucus who can let their leader know that his behavior is unacceptable. And if they won't ask him to resign, well, why don't they at least tell him that he must appear at committee. He must waive cabinet confidence, and he must own this scandal.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that the member opposite encapsulates what it is that the Conservative approach to being in official opposition has really been all about over the last number of years. It's all about character assassination, Mr. Speaker, whether it's the Prime Minister, the Minister of Finance, or others. And I think it's been fairly clearly demonstrated. And all one needs to do is just take a look and review over the last number of years. So while the Conservatives are so predetermined about character assassination, we as a government will continue to work day in and day out to serve Canadians in all regions of our country. On the very issue that we are debating today, it's all about C20. It's about disabilities, supporting people with disabilities. It's about making changes to the wage subsidy program. These are things in which Canadians are wanting and expecting this House to deal with. My question is, can the member provide any comments whatsoever in regards to the Bill C-20, something in which Canadians want to see passed, Mr. Speaker?
All member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Island, and Rideau Lakes.
It's hard to know where to start with that member's outburst, but he says it's about character assassination. You have to have some character to assassinate, and that's not what we're seeing here. And you look at the measures that have been put in front of us today. We've been asking for these things to happen for months, and these Liberals, Mr. Speaker, wanted to talk about anything but. And it's only when another one of the Prime Minister's scandals, when he's embarrassed our country on the world stage, it's being reported in media around the world. And this is the hallmark. When he says Canada's back on the front pages in a really negative way under this Prime Minister, under his Prime Minister. And it's for shame that they filibustered that committee last week. It's for a shame that these Liberals waited so long to bring measures to this House to help Canadians.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I congratulate my colleague for a wonderful speech and for very thoughtful notes on a scandal that is really taking place across Canada and beyond the borders. It's a common practice when you sign a contract or you go into a contract is to do the due diligence. And what happened here, there's no such thing have happened except is handling a big fatty contract of $912 million to a friend organization. I would like to ask the honourable member about his comment about how much of a due diligence he believed that happened, and if there was a proper due diligence happening, what could have been the result compared to what we have right now. Thank you.
Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Well, thanks to the member from Edmonton Manning for his question. It's very important, Mr. Speaker. We heard from the Minister for Diversity, Inclusion and Youth over the last few days that she believed that the public servants had done all their due diligence, and our professional public service is known for just that, for being professional. But it's around the cabinet table where it looks like we fell short on taking a look at what needed to happen on that due diligence. We didn't look at the potential conflicts, of which there are many. We didn't look at the publicly available information that the board was in shambles of this organization. And while rumors abound and close ties persist, no comment or concern about the financial jeopardy that this company was in. So due diligence could have certainly saved this country a lot of embarrassment, but it also could have saved this government a lot of embarrassment. So financial prudence isn't their hallmark. For once, we would just like some self-awareness for Brand Canada from these Liberals.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I did have the privilege of sitting in on that ethics committee, and I know that the honourable member heard long stories. We heard stories in Latin. We heard biographies. We heard everything and anything except for holding this government to account from the Liberal side. Now, a deal was struck that we would create a understanding that this committee would indeed invite the Prime Minister to the committee to be held accountable in that regard. Through you, Mr. Speaker, to the honourable member, given his experience on the Ethics Committee, what does he say about the long-standing tradition of Prime Ministers to simply shirk their responsibility to be accountable at committee? And does he believe that this Prime Minister has a duty to report to the Ethics Committee to allow that committee to seek out its mandate in holding the government to account?
Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Well, I thank the honourable member for his question, and certainly in my remarks I mentioned that if this Prime Minister was sorry, he would not be waiting for invitations and then waiting to get dragged to committee or waiting further embarrassment by order of this House. He would offer to attend. Knowing that the Ethics Committee is undertaking this work, the Prime Minister should be writing to the chair, should be offering to come. And we saw that before with a member that had great integrity, the member for Vancouver Granville. She offered to the Justice Committee. She said, yep, I'm available at the chair's call to attend. That's integrity. That's what we expect. Now, we've seen the Prime Minister use cabinet confidence to shield answers from being released. And in this case, the Prime Minister has said he's sorry. He needs to make a public declaration that that's not what we're going to see in this Commissioner's report, that there was no obstruction. We cannot have confidence in our public institutions when we have a Prime Minister who obstructs every investigation and multiple investigations into his ethical violations and when he breaks the law.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I really want to thank my honourable member for walking Canadians through this scenario. And I'll remind him as well that it's not just the Ethics Commissioner that is launching an investigation. There is the potential for a lobbying commissioner breaking lobbying rules on the part of we, as well as the potential of an RCMP investigation as well. So this is a multi-pronged, faceted situation that's going on. But I really want to focus on the dates that he spoke about, April 19th to the 22nd, when all of this was going on, phone calls and emails leading up to the Prime Minister's announcement on June 25th about the Canada's Summer Student Grants Program, and that we was going to be the group or the partner that was going to deal with this program. But curiously, on July 11th, after this scandal broke, 450 people were laid off of we who had been hired to administer this program. So clearly, Mr. Speaker, the fix was in that we was going to get this long before the Prime Minister's announcement because of the fact that they'd hired. So I just wonder if the honourable member can comment further on that and what his thoughts are on the fix being in on this program.
Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the member from Barrie Innisfil for his question. It's troubling when you look at that timeline, and there were too many dates to plot on the timeline in the 20 minutes that I had to tell Canadians and to tell this House the sequence of events that we've seen. We know that that many times throughout the process, the WE organization demonstrated certainty that they would be administering this program. Where did that assurance come from? Why was the Prime Minister announcing a program only days after this organization had first been contacted, and they ultimately submit the accepted proposal to him at the same time that he's announcing the program? Many questions, but there is no question that the fix was in from the beginning.
Dernière question, un commentaire. La députée de Jonquière.
Last question. The honourable member. Thank you very much. I was listening to my colleague talk about probity and ethics. My father would often say that charity begins at home. I would like to ask my colleague whether he thinks that it's ethical for a political party to request the wage subsidy, and whether that perhaps should be raised at the Ethics Committee. The question of whether a political party can legitimately request something like the wage subsidy.
Thousand Islands and Rita Lakes.
And I think it's important that when we look at the scandal that we have in front of us, Mr. Speaker, that we don't get distracted by shiny objects, and I'm sure that the softballs that the Bloc Québécois like to throw to the Liberals are much appreciated. The Prime Minister appreciates them, but he's confusing apples and oranges here. Des pommes et des oranges, I think. And this program was about a charity administering funds for a volunteer program, but that's not what it was. It was paying students less than minimum wage in a program that was designed only as a $43 million bailout for friends of this Prime Minister and these Liberals. Let's not get confused or distracted. This is about this Prime Minister rewarding his friends, punishing his enemies, and always letting Canadians down.
The Honourable Member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. Thank you very much. I will be sharing my time with the member for Kanata Carleton. I am pleased to rise today to speak to this bill. This bill bears witness to the importance of the emergency wage subsidy, as well as the proposed changes to the program. These changes will enable us to better support employees and employers in Canada. I believe that most, if not all, members in this House will agree on the fact that the COVID-19 pandemic is the most significant crisis that our generation has ever experienced. The repercussions of COVID-19 on the entirety of our economy represent the broadest economic contraction and the most sudden one since the Great Depression nearly 90 years ago. Luckily, our Canadian government quickly acted with leadership in order to protect jobs and in order to stabilize the economy. Canada's economic response plan represents nearly 14% of Canada's GDP. That includes $230 billion in direct measures to protect Canadians' health and safety and offer support to Canadians, businesses, and other employers.
It also includes $85 billion in deferred business and income taxes and excise fees in order to help with the liquidity needs of Canadian businesses and families. We have launched this plan to support Canadians, to protect jobs, and to support employers, and to make sure that Canada is in a better position to come back economically after the pandemic. Since the start of this crisis, we have not hesitated to intervene and to improve support programs when it was necessary. And that's exactly what the Minister of Finance announced last Friday. He announced adjustments to the emergency wage subsidy program. I'll come back to that in a moment, but first, a small reminder. The Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy is an important element of our economic response plan to COVID-19. This subsidy will fund up to 75% of workers' salaries by eligible employers, up to a maximum of $847 per week. The subsidy is available or rather was available as of March 15th, and it's available to employers who have experienced revenue losses of over 30%, except for the month of March, where the threshold was 15%. In May, the government announced that it would extend the program by 12 weeks up to August 29th. We've also extended eligibility to different types of employers, including First Nations businesses, Canadian amateur sport associations, as well as non-public colleges and schools. Mr. Speaker, since it was launched, Canada's emergency wage benefit has supported 3 million jobs. This means 3 million Canadians were able to keep their jobs or go back to work despite the pandemic. And it also means that millions of children, spouses, and parents benefited from this financial support. Let me now turn to the proposed improvements which were announced last week by the Minister of Finance and which we will debate this week. First, the government has proposed a new extension to the wage subsidy program. It would stay in effect until November 1st of this year, and support would be available until December 19th of this year. Second, we will also offer the wage subsidy program to employers who lost less than 30% of their revenues. Third, the wage subsidy will be made up of two parts. One, a base subsidy for all eligible employers who have experienced a decline in revenues. And the second part would be a top-up subsidy for employers most adversely affected by COVID-19. These changes will make the wage subsidy more efficient and better adapted to the needs of employers. Employees who experienced serious revenue losses would be eligible for more financial support, and employers who get back on their feet more quickly would be eligible for financial support, which would decrease as business picks up. So this new wage subsidy structure would also apply to temporarily furloughed employees. And in the case of these employees, the subsidy amount would remain the same until August 29. That is, salaries would be subsidized up to 75% of the employee's salary. Over time, the intent would be to adjust the wage subsidy for furloughed employees to align with the level of support under the Canada Emergency Response Benefit, or CERB, or EI benefits. This will make the system more fair and will help transition employees who were temporarily laid off. So the CERB and the wage subsidy would be applied more fairly and would help employees retain their attachment to their employer. These changes, which we will debate this week, come after consultations with business and unions. Proposals were made to improve the program in the interest of protecting jobs and stimulate economic growth. We heard many ideas, but three stood out. One, the 30% loss of revenue criteria was too strict and could be an obstacle to economic growth. Second, the sectors most affected need more support. And third, the extension to August 29th, which had originally been planned, will not give some employers enough time to get back on their feet. So, in conclusion, the proposed changes address those concerns. These adjustments will help employers create and maintain good jobs, and the changes will also help employers rehire employees in all sectors and on behalf of more employers. That said, we understand the situation is still evolving rapidly, so we will continue to keep a close eye on the situation and will make any changes as needed. The current version of the program will stay in place until November 21, and we intend to continue to provide support until December 19th. Mr. Speaker, we've already shared this bill with opposition parties, so they know what our intentions are. I'm looking forward to the debate this week, and I hope that all members in this chamber will support the government as it seeks to help Canadian companies go through this very difficult time. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Comments. The honourable member for Thornhill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and je voudrais remercier.
I would like to thank my colleague for his remarks. I have a couple of questions.
Phone calls has the member received in his constituency office complaints about the delays in the corrections to fill the gaps in the emergency wage subsidy? How many angry phone calls has my colleague received from constituents about the delay in the one-time payment to persons with disabilities? And how many phone calls, and I think this question is probably the more relevant, how many angry phone calls has my colleague received from constituents upset about the billion-dollar wee boondoggle?
The member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. Mr. Speaker, yes, we received a few phone calls, but very few actually calls as referenced by my colleague. In my writing of Marc-Aurèle-Fortin, we responded to more than 1,500 emails, which came from individuals, and about 2,000 phone calls. And in general, people are very polite and they're very aware of the fact that if the federal government had not been there to support them, to support workers, to support people in need, well, we wouldn't be here today. I think that tomorrow and Wednesday we'll have time to review all of these issues with all of you, and I hope that we will ask ourselves the question, we, regardless of which party, what would we have done instead of the current government? Well, it's a question. I think the answer would be the same as what the Liberals have done. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think we all here on the Bloc Québécois are motivated to defend and to help our constituents. When it comes to the wage subsidy program in my area of Granby, well, the Bloc Québécois felt it was extremely important to maintain the attachment between workers and their employers. The subsidy was up to 75%, and in my riding, 62% of employers used the program because they were suffering. So I'm asking my dear colleague, first of all, thank you for your speech, for my colleague's speech. Does he believe that the businesses in his riding were in as tough a state as those in my riding when they applied for the wage subsidy program? The honourable member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can say yes, as with everywhere in Canada, but it's not so bad when the government comes up with solutions, and we all know what these solutions are. I would like every member in the House to, tomorrow or the day after, and we know that there will be a vote soon, and hopefully you'll vote in favor of the bill. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, but I'd like to take this opportunity to ask him a question. In his view, why did the Liberal government create, or rather award a nearly $1 billion contract to a charitable organization without a tendered process. Is this a good way of spending public money? Not to tender a contract and to give a contract to a company that has dealings with the Prime Minister's family. I would like to thank my colleague for his question. I'm a polite person. I'm not going to debate that issue any length. We have debated it to death already. And I think we need to put ourselves in the place of people who were waiting for the wage subsidy. I believe that the support was well distributed across the country, not just in Liberal ridings, but in all ridings. Before we resume debate, pursuant to Standing Order 38, I will mention the issues raised in the adjournment debate. The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes on ethics, and the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan on consular affairs. Resuming debate.
Member for Kanata Carleton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'm happy to speak today on Bill C-20. I think it's an important piece of legislation which recognizes the importance of restarting our economy, supporting our workers, and helping Canadian businesses address the challenges of COVID-19. My riding, Kanata Carleton, is full of entrepreneurs, full of people putting themselves forth to create businesses, to create opportunities. And I'm very grateful for them. But they need our support. These are hardworking people, and they're business owners, and they are trying to help us move our country forward. They create job opportunities that strengthen my community and communities right across the country. And it also helps us grow the middle class. Our government has seen how severely impacted Canadian businesses, Canadian workers, and their families have been through COVID-19. The pandemic has been especially hard on them, and they continue to face economic hardship and uncertainty.
Across the country, big and small businesses have had to cut back on their operations or temporarily close their doors to help slow the spread of COVID-19.
We have worked hard to protect jobs, and we are unwavering in our efforts to protect even more jobs and to encourage employers to rehire workers previously laid off as a result of COVID-19. We know how very important this is to our economic recovery and positioning Canadian businesses, nonprofits, and charities to more easily resume normal operations following the crisis.
As we slowly reopen the economy and take the first measures to get over the repercussions of COVID-19, we know that it'll be a while before things come back to normal. Every sector of Canada's economy is feeling the effects of this pandemic. One day, this crisis will be behind us, but we are not there yet. So until then, our government will ensure that employers receive the support they need during this difficult time. Since the start of the crisis, our government has not stopped assessing the repercussions of COVID-19 to respond as best it can. Now, under the Canada Economic Response Plan to COVID-19, we've brought in the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy, which helps employers, big and small, to keep on paying their employees.
The Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy is here for business, nonprofit organizations, and registered charities, and will help pay workers as they manage the many challenges their business is facing in this pandemic. This means that despite the decrease in their income due to the crisis, employers are able to keep workers on the payroll and rehire those they had previously laid off. The wage subsidy is the kind of support that makes sure business owners have one less thing to worry about in this time of unprecedented uncertainty. Back in May, to ensure Canadian workers could continue to have the support they need in these uncertain times, the Government of Canada announced its intention to extend the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy by an additional 12 weeks, which brought the end of the program to August of 2020. We also extended eligibility for the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy to more employers to help support more Canadian workers. And to date, the subsidy has helped around 3 million Canadians keep their jobs and have a paycheck to count on throughout this crisis. And that number continues to grow. Puisque la crise continue d'évoluer,
since the crisis is evolving, the emergency wage subsidy must also evolve.
Businesses and labor organizations, so we could hear directly from Canadians on how the program was helping workers and businesses across the country and what adjustments we could make to help it support businesses even more through the safe and gradual economic reopening. We've heard you, and with the invaluable input received through these consultations, we're proposing further changes to the design of the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy. The proposed changes to the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy would allow the program to support more workers and businesses, better protect jobs and promote growth, and be there for Canadians as the economy continues to open. The flexibility would ensure the wage subsidy would meet the diverse needs of our businesses as we move forward. For businesses that continue to see significant challenges, we would provide significant support to help keep their workers on board. And for businesses that are seeing a steady recovery, they'll be able to rely on a predictable support and help them afford to keep and rehire workers. First, we're proposing to extend the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy to November the 21st, 2020, with the intent to provide further support into December. Ensuite,
then we are proposing to broaden eligibility to the program to include employers who incurred revenue losses of less than 30%. The basic subsidy for eligible employers would be progressively reduced as their revenues increase. To help employers who were most hard hit by the pandemic, we are also proposing to bring about a top-up subsidy to a maximum of 25%.
An eligible employer's top-up subsidy under the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy would be determined based on the revenue drop experienced when comparing revenues in the preceding 3 months to the same 3 months in the prior year. Seuls les employeurs
Only employers who have experienced an average revenue decrease of over 50% over the last 3 months will be eligible for the additional top-up.
Safe harbor would be available to ensure that through August 29th, employers would have access to a Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy rate that is at least as generous as they would have had under the initial Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy structure. This means that through July and August, an eligible employer with a revenue decline of 30% or more would receive a Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy rate of at least 75%. With these proposed changes, Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy would continue to provide substantial support for Canadian employers and employees who are most adversely impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. Mr. Speaker, our government continues to assess the impact of COVID-19. As we have said since the very start of this crisis, we stand ready to take additional actions if they are needed.
With programs like the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy and the Canada Emergency Commercial Rent Assistance Program for small businesses, we are helping our businesses to keep their doors open and to keep on providing services which Canadians need. Together, we will get through this. And we will get through this by sticking together.
Encourage all the honourable members to put the immediate needs of Canadians first and lend their support and vote in favour of this bill. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question and comment. The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Speaker, and I appreciated hearing my colleagues' comments today. I'm wondering if she is aware of the deeming rule, which was included in the CEWS package at the very beginning, in the case where a business applied the first month and then the amount was increased to 30%. Some no longer qualified, so they didn't apply. But there was a deeming rule, which apparently indicated that you qualified for that next month even though you no longer met that eligibility. And a number of businesses in my riding were not aware of that and did not apply for it. So I'm wondering if she is aware whether that deeming rule is still in place for those retroactively to be able to get that support that they desperately need. And with this new layout of the land, will that still be included for them going forward?
For Canada Carleton.
I thank my honourable colleague for the question. I'm not well versed on that particular aspect of this legislation. I understand that there were discussions about retroactivity and how this could be made to be fair. I don't have an answer for her at the present time, but I can certainly find one if she would like me to come back to her with an answer. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for his speech. Well, we're starting to get the message. We've heard it over and over again from the start of today, and that's fine, Mr. Speaker. There are a lot of good things in this bill. However, there's still something missing. There's always room for improvement, so I'm just wondering whether the government, since we're here back at the House, since it introduced a bill, why it's not doing more to help as many people as possible. I'm thinking, for instance, of artists. Normally during the summer, they give shows, they go on tour, and of course most of these shows have been cancelled. Now the CERB can help these artists, these performers, but for the rest of the year, these people who make their main income throughout the year, which allows them to survive until the next summer, well, they're not going to have that income, and the CERB will come to an end at the end of August, and these people are not eligible for the wage subsidy program. So these artists and performers will have to find different work in a different field and thus weaken our culture locally, regionally, Francophone culture generally. So my question to my colleague is this: why has the government not done more to see for seasonal workers, including artists and performers, who are clearly penalized and who in the fall will face an untenable situation? So I will let my colleague speak with the Minister of Heritage, whom I hold in high regard as well. But I can continue if they're still conferring.
Carleton.
Well, I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question, and you may as well confer with the expert. And I am a lover of arts and culture and music, and I really worked with the minister. I want that aspect of our society to thrive through this. I know we've put money aside. I think it's in the range of $3 billion, even for our tourism industry. That's another industry where they need to make their money in the summertime. I really do appreciate you bringing that up. I think it's absolutely key, and I'll be working with the minister to make sure that arts and culture is part of this package. Thank you.
We have time left for a short question and response. Honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I guess to continue on with the idea of those who will be left behind once the CERB does come to an end at the end of August, this will not just happen for artists, but so many. And I think COVID has shown the other many holes that have existed within our social systems, within those programs. A lot of them have been chipped away, sadly, after consecutive governments, time after time. I think specifically about our own EI program and the fact that throughout the 90s and throughout the Liberal government, they stole about $50 billion. The Conservatives after them in 2015 stole another $54 billion from our EI system. So I would like the member across the way, as she talks about all these wonderful programs that have been created, I'd like to get back to talking about the programs that existed before and ways that this government has committed to or recommitted to them, to expand them, to grow them, to ensure that they are strong and they will continue to support people beyond COVID.
Honourable Member for Canada Carleton.
I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for her question. And we had to put some short-term get it out there because this really was an unprecedented event. But I am hopeful that it will actually shuffle us towards reassessing all of our social safety network. How do we look after people better in this country? And I think that those discussions are underway today, and I'm looking forward to be a part of them. We can take this emergency that we're in, this crisis that we're in, and we can use it to do even more good work for Canadians in the future. And I thank her.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Well, that doesn't create any pressure, Mr. Speaker. Before I start, I'd like to let the House know that I'll be splitting my time with my honourable colleague from Halderman Norfolk, and looking forward to this opportunity to address this House. First of all, I want to pay tribute to the men and women, the businesses, the entrepreneurs, the hardworking people, the frontline essential workers in my riding of Red Deer Lacombe who have done yeoman's work throughout this very difficult time in our nation's history. And I'm happy to report that Central Alberta has been very stoic, but also very capable at dealing with COVID. And we've had very, very few cases in our province, and I hope that that continues going forward. But, Mr. Speaker, before us today is a bill, and there was, many missed opportunities, I think, is what I'm going to theme my speech. Missed opportunities in this legislation. Missed opportunities for this Parliament to have done its job. I don't want to harp on that, but we've been basically sidelined with a very marginal committee that was, I think, one political party in this House probably regrets that alliance that they set up here a little while ago. I could be talking about missed opportunities for some people to even come to work today, but I'm not going to talk about those things. I want to talk about the missed opportunities in this legislation. The first thing I want to talk about is CERB and the missed opportunities in this legislation. Many of the MPs in this room probably already know, and they probably already heard from their constituents, it's the beginning of something called the CERB clawback. So early on, when CERB was put out, people got money. Some that applied for it got maybe a little bit more than they should. They got an advance payment that wasn't associated with their work time or with the pay period. And now the government is just clawing that money back. How are they doing it? They're just stopping payments cold to people who are actually going to continue on. And we know that the government wants to continue on because they've announced several times that they're going to extend the CERB. So why didn't they at least notify people that, you know what, for the next 2 weeks, you're not going to be getting your CERB payment? That would have been a polite thing to do. There's lots of Canadians facing this right now. Or they could have amortized that amount that they needed to be clawed back over the next extended period of time, so that they don't leave a family that's already barely getting by on, say, 25% of what that household normally brings in. But no, that's not what we're doing at all, and it's really unfortunate. So there's a missed opportunity in this legislation to do right by Canadians. Agriculture, $252 million of re-announced money that was going to go to the agriculture sector, whether we had a COVID crisis or not. The business risk management tools are not cutting it for our farmers. There is market access loss as a result of COVID-19 border closures and restrictions. But nothing in this particular piece of legislation is going to address the needs of the farmers of this country that not only feed us, but feed at times, the world. We're one of a handful of countries in the world that is a net exporter of food. One of a handful. And we need to support our agricultural sector. And it's a missed opportunity in this legislation. And we're going to have further contraction in our agricultural sector as a result. But you know what? Farmers, by and large, don't vote Liberal, so we shouldn't be at all surprised that there is no support in this round 3 of legislation, or round 4, whatever we happen to be on now, of one-day parliamentary sittings. Oil and gas sector, I talked about this during question period. I'm a former rig worker, Madam Speaker. I am proud to say I was a roughneck during my younger years, and was very proud of the work that I did. I still have my coveralls, my hard hat, all my PPE from those days. And what is the Government of Canada doing right now? Are they advancing the oil and gas sector's interests and positioning the oil and gas sector in Canada to be able to thrive once the world economy takes off again, so that we can have a window of market opportunity to get back on track? And who knows, maybe even the oil and gas sector could generate some revenue that would get us even back to a semblance of a balanced budget. But there's nothing in there. What is the money for the oil and gas sector? Here's some money for some orphaned wells, because our policies as Liberals, I'm talking about Liberals here, our policies were so onerous that a bunch of companies went bankrupt and they orphaned a bunch of wells, so we'll give you some money now to go clean up those abandoned wells. Basically, a lifeline to the end of life for this industry. That's what they've offered. And this is the energy that we all use as Canadians to heat our homes, power and fuel our economy, get our kids to work, get our kids to get our kids to school, get ourselves to work, get our kids to sports. But it's not important to this Liberal government. Why? Because I don't think a whole lot of rig workers vote for the Liberal Party of Canada. Small businesses, community futures, through the Regional Relief Fund in my constituency, given $1 million. That was gobbled up instantly. This is supposed to be an opportunity for small businesses to go to their local community futures in Alberta. It would be different depending on what province you're in. But it was supposed to be a last resort effort. And it's oversubscribed instantly, because none of the other programs that this government has put forward, even though everything that they've done, with the closures that they've made, every single Canadian is impacted by COVID. Every single one. But they pick winners and losers in their programming. And there are so many people that have not been able to qualify through the other programs that they've tried to rely on this Regional Relief Fund, and it's not working. It's oversubscribed instantly. And again, people in my riding have had to be told, no, this government is not going to be there for you. It is a problem, Madam Speaker. Tourism, probably the sector of our economy, hospitality and tourism, probably the sector of our economy hit the hardest. But I want to focus, I know the restaurants and the coffee shops and people had a really tough time. I know they used some of the programs for those that qualified. They used the wage subsidy for those that qualified. But it's not just these folks. There is a whole sector of our economy, and my colleague from BC brought this up during question period today. Guides and outfitters. And I want to talk about this because I used to be a guide, Madam Chair, on Great Bear Lake. When I was in university, I didn't wait for the government to hand me a check. When I was a university student, I actually went out and got a job, and I got a job as a fishing guide on Great Bear Lake, and I worked my tail off from sunup till sundown, which in the north is the whole day. Okay? It's the whole day, and that's what I did. And I was proud of the work that I did. It was hard work. I was in a rough environment. I was getting bitten by mosquitoes, black flies, you name it. I'm in 6 or 7 foot waves on an icy cold lake trying to catch fish for people who paid an awesome, large sum of money, in my mind at that time, as a 19-year-old, to come for the pleasure of catching a fish. Not a single one of those lodges on Great Bear Lake, to my knowledge, is open. And there is absolutely no help through any of the programs that have been offered. Because how do you demonstrate a loss of revenue in March or April or May when your guests don't show up until June, July, and August and September? So whether or not you're a fishing guide operator on Vancouver Island that has been trounced by the DFO regulations and this minister's regulations for the last couple of years. Now you're being trounced by COVID regulations. And if 80% of your clients are from outside of Canada, what has this government done to help these folks? Well, nothing, because a whole lot of people that own firearms and go hunting and fishing probably don't vote for the Liberal Party of Canada. So where's the help for them? Same as it is for the oil and gas sector, and same it is for the farmers of this country. It isn't coming. Not at all. And there was another opportunity here, Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, when it comes to making a difference. The government back in the early days, 2015, 2016, had a problem with something called Cash for Access. Cash for Access was that scandal. And it was a big deal because it showed and exposed the cozy relationship of a bunch of Liberal insiders with the government and getting quid pro quo for donations to the party. So the Prime Minister at the time said, the current Prime Minister that we have today, said, well, it couldn't be us. The problem has to be the rules. So he changed the rules when it comes to how fundraising is actually done, changed the Elections Act, because he had to blame the rules. But never mind the ethical blind spots that have been pointed out by the previous Ethics Commissioner. That was what the Prime Minister and this Liberal government did at the day, was change the law. So they could have changed the law today to deal with the WE scandal. They could have actually changed the ethics laws to create a repeat offender designation, Madam Chair. A repeat offender designation for a government that seems to have a few repeat offenders. But we all know that their criminal justice approach is to let people go, give them a slap on the wrist. So why would we expect any difference when it comes to a change in the ethical law? But they had that ability before them. In fact, they could have set mandatory minimum fines on an escalating scale for repeat offenders. And we know that this government is okay with registries. They could have created a registry of repeat ethical offenders for their own government. Think of the job creations in the Ethics Commissioner's office. If only this government was focused on actually doing something positive for Canadians. Madam Speaker, there was a lot of missed opportunities, and I think we can agree that this government doesn't have Canadians' interests at heart. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd just like to ask my colleague something about his speech. He began by saying that there was nothing there to support farmers. In the past 2 weeks, though, I went visiting the producers in my riding, and all seemed to say that there should be no type of crack in the supply management system. Of course, there is a cultural exception that has been made, and there has been an exception made for supply management in the agreement. Would my colleague be ready to support an exception for the supply management system? Because he seemed to be in favor of that.
So my colleague would be interested to know that actually probably the largest segment of the supply managed farmers in Alberta lie within my riding in the counties of Lacombe and Ponoka. And the party position for the Conservative Party of Canada has always been to support the supply managed sector. In fact, this House has convened earlier for emergency legislation to deal with extending credit to the supply managed sector. If there is something more that's needed, and my colleague from BOS spoke about this earlier as well today. Of course, we would always do something reasonable to support any aspect of the agricultural sector.
Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Innisfil. Barrie Innisfil. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague from Red Deer Lacombe for his speech. And he talked about a lot of missed opportunities. And I know within this piece of legislation there is a gap that many employers will not have access to, particularly in week 4 of the wage subsidy. But it is a complex web. And the honourable member from Carleton said earlier that you're basically going to need to be an astrophysicist or have a degree in mathematics to figure it out. It's actually going to cost businesses a tremendous amount of money by hiring accountants and consultants. So I want to ask the honourable colleague about this particular piece of legislation and the impact that it's going to have on businesses who are still suffering in his riding and across the country as it relates to the wage subsidy. Thank you.
Member for Red Deer Lacombe.
I'd like to thank my colleague from Barrie-Innisfil for the question. Madam Speaker, I've spoken to many businesses in my constituency over the last number of months. Many of these business owners and operators have called me with despair in their voice and with frustration in the current programs that the government was offering because they either didn't qualify, the thresholds seem to be changing. I remember the early days of the programs being announced, you had to pay attention because every day it seemed like the rubrics for all of the programs were about to change. But the frustration is still there, and my colleague is absolutely right. And I'm just going to reiterate what my colleague from Carleton said earlier today. If it is easier for a person to make money sitting at home, getting a benefit from the government, there is no incentive for them to work. There will be no incentive for these businesses to even apply for these programs or try and get the help that they need if it's going to be a net negative cost for them because they have to hire the expertise in order to do so. So what it is it's a typical shell game that's played by a Liberal government where they're more interested in the announcement than the actual benefit that it's going to have for Canadians. So the programs are going to be so complicated and so onerous that we're going to exclude people just because they don't have time. They don't have time right now. They're busy trying to keep their doors open, keep their employees paid, keep the hounds away on their personal finances of their home, outside of their business, to sit here and try and go through a bureaucratic flow chart to try and access a little bit more government money. And when you take a look at some of the problems that some of the businesses are having right now and some of the calls, especially on the CERB, where the clawbacks are coming, is the risk really going to be worth the reward? And that's something I'm going to have to leave in the hands of the businesses in my riding, but it is another missed opportunity. Keep it simple, make programs that work for the benefit of Canadians, always incentivize people working and earning a living. The dignity of a job, the dignity of a business, running in a profitable scenario is always what the government should be striving for.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Haldeman North.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And before I start, I'd like to thank the member for Red Deer Lacombe for sharing his time with me today. Madam Speaker, COVID-19 has truly delivered a devastating blow to the world that we used to know. This pandemic has claimed the lives of so many, and I first want to express my sincerest thoughts to all those who have lost family and lost loved ones to COVID-19, including in my dear riding of Haldeman Norfolk. My prayers are with you all. Right across Canada, we've seen the effects of the pandemic and that it's had not just on our health, but on our economy as well. Businesses are struggling, various industries have had to downsize, and as a result, many people have, unfortunately, lost their job. Now, my riding of Haldeman Norfolk hasn't been immune to these impacts, but down in Ontario's Garden, we aren't strangers to challenging times. We know how to pull up our socks, push through, and adapt when necessary. In fact, I'd like to cite you a couple of examples, Madam Speaker. Like many other businesses across our country, those in Haldeman Norfolk have done what they had to, not just to survive, but to contribute to the effort against COVID-19 as well. The first example is a company called Battlefield International in Cayuga. Now, as soon as the pandemic began, this company that normally develops products for the aerospace and defense sector began designing its own manual ventilator automation control, also known as the MVAC, we're used to acronyms around here, for use in the health community. Another business, Hometown Brew Company, started making hand sanitizer and even donated some to community organizations in need. It's actions like these that shine a light during these dark times. But Madam Speaker, even though many businesses and people in Haldeman Norfolk have shown their strength through these difficult times, they continue to need our help as well. They need support, and Madam Speaker, Conservatives are here to help them. Now today we're debating legislation that intends to extend the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy and change the eligibility criteria. And the bill will also implement a one-time tax-free payment of up to $600 for Canadians with disabilities. And throughout this pandemic, Conservatives have supported the wage subsidy, but we've consistently called for changes to be made that would better support businesses and workers. Now, one of the changes that we've been advocating for was a sliding scale to allow companies with less than 30% revenue decline to receive the wage subsidy. That way, as the economy starts to reopen, businesses can continue to receive much-needed support, just getting back on their feet. In fact, a car dealership in my riding contacted me recently to express their concern that the 30% revenue decline requirements were just too stringent, especially with the economy beginning to open. Now, flexibility in this eligibility requirement is needed, as we've been saying for quite some time. And while this should have been done much earlier, I am happy to see that the Liberals have finally listened to us. Now, after this legislation passes, any business that can show a drop in revenue will be able to apply for the wage subsidy. The amount that the employer will receive will depend on the percentage of revenue that they've lost compared within a certain time frame. Now, this may sound simple, Madam Speaker, but unfortunately, the formula that's been presented by the Liberals, as my colleague from Carleton has outlined oh so well today, is anything but simple. And this will only cause confusion for small businesses, more paperwork, and more hiring of outside expertise. In fact, I spoke with one businessman on the weekend who said he's not even going to bother applying because he figured he'd have to pay his accountant more than what he'd get out of the program. Now, at a time when people are trying to get back on their feet, red tape and overly complex government policy are the last things that these small business owners need or deserve. Now, with that said, I do support the extension and the changes made to the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy, but I do hope that the Liberals will listen to our Conservative concerns and simplify the administration of it. I'll also be supporting the one-time tax-free payment of up to $600 for persons with disabilities. It's unfortunate, though, that this didn't come about sooner. After waiting months before announcing support for Canadians with disabilities, the Liberals finally proposed a plan in June to distribute the payment, but the problem was that too many people didn't qualify, either because the plan was restricted only to those who were already claiming the disability tax credit. Now, a lot of people don't apply for that for a variety of reasons, maybe because they don't have enough taxable income, or because the application process, once again, is just too onerous. But planning to give the special COVID-19 payments to persons with disabilities, by not doing it in a broader way, that meant that a lot of people who really, really needed it the most weren't going to get it. So today's proposal that expands the eligibility to those who are also on Canada Pension Plan disability and to veterans who are on disability allowance is a big improvement, and I'm pleased to see it. I just wish that it had been done last month when the opportunity was first there. Conservatives have pointed out flaws with and proposed solutions to Liberal programs for months now. And if Parliament had been resumed, we could have had meaningful debate on this issue and made amendments that would have resulted in Canadians with disabilities receiving their support by now. And it's quite frankly, I think, shameful that the Prime Minister and his party continue to block the return of Parliament. There are still too many people following through the cracks, people who need and deserve our support. But by denying the members of the opposition the ability to use the tools that we have as members of the opposition to bring forward these concerns in this chamber, many Canadians are not having their voices heard, or if they are, it's way, way later than what it should be. Not only does Parliament need to return so the problems with the Liberals' programs can be fixed in a timely manner, but also so that Canadians can get answers as to why the Prime Minister and his cabinet decided to give a $900 million source agreement to the We Charity. Now, since learning that the members of the Prime Minister's family were paid almost $300,000 to speak at We Charity events, we've also found out that the Minister of Finance has direct family ties to the charity as well. And neither the Prime Minister nor his Minister of Finance thought that it was unethical to be a part of a decision-making process where a contract was given to an organization that pays members of both their families. Madam Speaker, I hope you agree with me. This is a serious problem when people in positions like that don't recognize that conflict of interest. And while the Liberals think that simply apologizing will make everything better, make the situation go away, the issue is that they keep having to apologize, and they shouldn't have had to in the first place, and they wouldn't have if they'd done the right thing. Madam Speaker, Canadians deserve answers. Conservatives will continue to hold the Prime Minister and the government accountable. Before I close, I'd like to bring up one last point, which has to do with what I didn't see in the legislation today, something that I wish I had. Now, since the pandemic began, Conservatives have been putting forward constructive solutions to help Canadians. As provinces continue to reopen, people are optimistic about their future and they're anxious to get back to work. But according to the Canadian Federation of Independent Business, many employers are facing significant staffing challenges, even though we have record unemployment numbers in the country. Canadians want to work, businesses need workers, but the CERB is penalizing workers for picking up shifts. I've had way too many stories come to me and into my office in my constituency on this issue. But right now, Canadians making just $1 more than the CERB limit of $1,000 lose the benefit completely. We have a woman who can't work the 5th Sunday in the month on an essential job in an essential service because if she does, she'll be $2 over the limit and she'll lose it all. That's wrong, Madam Speaker. Under our Conservative plan, workers making between $1,000 and $5,000 over that limit would qualify for the Back to Work bonus. So whatever they did, the more they work, the more it's worth working. They'd get a top-up that would be phased out and 50 cents on the dollar. It should always pay to work. And we believe that this should have been included in the plan. We would encourage everyone to push for that improvement going forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Towards the end of the member's speech, she makes reference to the issue of employment, and I can't help but reflect in terms of just how well, prior to the pandemic, that the Canadian economy was actually doing. In 4.5, 5 years, well over 1 million jobs were created. If you compare that to the previous 10 years in which the member opposite was actually a minister, at least in part of those years of the Harper government, we outperformed the previous government virtually 2 to 1 in terms of job creation when you do a per capita based on number of years. Would she not agree that this government is in a far better position to be able to deal with unemployment than the previous Conservative administration was, because history will show that we were far more successful?
Honourable Member for Haldimand Norfolk.
Well, Madam Speaker, the honourable gentleman is very entertaining in his recollection of history because he is ignoring the fact that those numbers that he's citing occurred during the greatest economic meltdown that the world had seen in over 50 years. 50 years, back in the late 20s, 1920s, not 2020s. We're back in this century, and we are facing something that I don't think any developed country has ever seen. We're seeing record high levels of unemployment, and yet we have record skill shortages. Employers can't get the people they need, even ones they had before, because those people are getting paid not to work. I'm even hearing stories of teachers who have been laid off for the summer. We're going to go on EI for the usual $1,200 or $1,500 a month. They're now getting to $500 a month more, and they're saying they don't want to go back to teach until January because it's not worth it to them. They're better off staying home. Madam Speaker, that's wrong. That's the wrong way to manage an economy. We need that talent. We need those skills out there. Our kids need to be educated, and we need to make sure that when people are working, they're better off than when they're not.
Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? L'honorable.
The honourable member for. Tell me. I'm sorry? Saint-Jean. The honourable member for Saint-Jean. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I heard my colleague mention that there was an improvement for personal support workers for disabled persons, in that people who are disabled and who get veterans allowance would have this improvement. And she also spoke about the last part of C-17 that dealt with an improvement for disabled persons. Here is my question. In view of the fact that there was a proposed amendment in the last version of this, would my colleague give her unanimous consent to move quickly on this one?
Madam Speaker, we have a process in place right now to deal with this bill, and all the parties have agreed to it unanimously this morning. My big concern here is that what is being offered now in terms of support for persons with disabilities is what should have been offered a month ago. If it were, there's a reasonable chance that these people who really need the money would already be getting it in their accounts. It's tax-free. They need the money. They've been facing these expenses and trying to carry it for the 4 months now that we've been in lockdown. The Liberal government could have done this.
They could have done this a month ago, at least. But so what's taking the time? They didn't do the right thing. Now they are going to do it. So that is much better.
I'm going to go to your colleague, if I may. I know your names. I just don't know the writings. The honourable member for Bridget. No, come on. Good try. Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You've got it. Just since the member from Winnipeg, Liberal member, brought it up across the way, talking about how great of an economy that he supposedly, or they supposedly were a part of before COVID hit, I'd like to remind them just about the reality of where we are now. So for the Canadians out there that are watching today, we've seen our debt increase by 1/3 within 4 months. At a time when our natural resource sector, my colleague from Red Deer Lacombe has mentioned, our resource sector is on its knees and it's being even pummeled even harder by this government. What we need for the future of our energy workers is a positive future so those workers can get back to work and our natural resources can help start paying the debt. I'd like to ask the honourable member if she thinks the economy is better today or was it better before?
The honourable member for Haldeman Norfolk.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his very, very good question. Is the economy better today than before? Well, there are certainly, how many million people is it fewer working? And a lot more than that who are actually being motivated to not work in the jobs that they're qualified to do and in which they have a unique place in our society. Teachers, the teachers I was just speaking of, for example. There are jobs that need to be done, but the system as it stands now is a disincentive for too many people to work. Yes, a lot of people need the help, and they're getting, and that's good, but it should be managed in such a way that as the economy opens up.
Resuming debate time. Sorry, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Queen's Privy Council.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And, you know, there's a number of things that I could be speaking about, and it's going to be somewhat challenging in order to try to keep my comments within 20 minutes, but I will give it my best shot, Madam Speaker. Where to start off? Well, there's a little bit of misinformation that's been that's come up over the last few hours of debate, and one of them that I have to address, because the member opposite just made reference to it, and that is the issue of when we could have had this relief for individuals in Canada with disabilities. And just so that the record is very clear, very, very clear for my friend across the way and my Conservative colleagues in particular, the opportunity was there weeks ago when the government, the New Democrats, the Green Party, and the Bloc Party all were prepared to allow the legislation to pass through. There was only one political entity inside the House of Commons back then that said no, and that was the Conservative Party. Now, I know at times they like to rewrite history, but this really wasn't that long ago. So when you think about the individuals with disabilities and just how serious of an issue that is,
I am very pleased that we finally have the Conservatives on side to allow this bill to move forward so that they will be able to receive the much-needed support that we were wanting to provide to them, Mr. Speaker. And when I say we, I'm talking about the members on all sides of this House, Ms. Madam.
I'm sorry. We have been very good at giving each other the time to speak. Can we allow the Parliamentary Secretary to continue and pursue? Thank you.
So that is the one comment. The other one was based on the question that I had posed, and then the Conservative tried to pose a question to the member in terms of, well, how's the economy doing today compared to the way it was? And I think it's a fair question. You know, there's what I would suggest to you. There's the pre-pandemic, prior to the coronavirus taking effect, which has had a very profound impact not only on Canada's economy, but around the economy around the world. This is something in which is affecting every country in the world. Some countries are doing a better job, I would suggest to you, in terms of managing and providing for its citizens than others. But generally speaking, prior to the pandemic, Canada's economy was doing exceptionally well. When you compare it, especially to the Stephen Harper days, you will find that it did exceptionally well, especially when it comes to issues such as job creation, because there has always been a different approach in terms of Conservative administrations versus a Liberal administration. You see, a Liberal government understands and appreciates the role a national government can play at providing the incentives that are necessary to support the economy and to move us forward in terms of creating jobs and opportunities and hope, and providing individuals that don't have as much through tax incentives, through direct grants, the ability to become that much more better off, if I can put it that way, Madam Speaker. I think that we have demonstrated very clearly, and I guess what I would want to say to Canadians today is that when we started to get into the pandemic, when it was necessary for the government to get engaged, the government, without hesitation, made it very clear that we did not want Canadians to have to worry about paying bills, that we wanted to ensure that Canadians knew that we were going to be there for them in a very real and tangible way. And that is the reason why, as the Conservative member was being somewhat critical, saying, well, we spent a lot of money. Well, yes, we have spent a lot of money. And I believe that money has been well spent. And if you listen to Conservatives, you don't hear any of them saying, cut back on the specific program dollars that we've allocated. They have recognized that programs like CERB as a program is helping over 8 million people. Over 8 million people are being helped by CERB. And remember, that program started from nothing. There was no CERB program. It came into its very existence because of the coronavirus. So from its very existence to getting money in the pockets of Canadians was relatively quick. The program was not that complicated. It was more important that we put in the pockets of Canadians the monies that were necessary for them to be able to buy groceries, to pay their bills, to be able to stay in their homes. That was the priority of this government, Madam Speaker. And we have seen the results from it. You know, the amount of impact that the coronavirus has had is second to no other. You'd have to go back to generations and generations, Madam Speaker, to find the type of impact in terms of the economy, Madam Speaker, and even the social life. You know, there's people that have had to go through a great deal of hardship. And my condolences to those that have passed because of the coronavirus, to the families and friends of those individuals and those that have actually been infected and had to go through some very difficult times. I recognize and I appreciate and I value the work of the essential workers. You know, we often talk about the healthcare worker or the first responders. As well we should, recognizing the important role that they have played. But what about the long-haul truck driver that ensures that the groceries are getting to the supermarkets that we are so dependent on? What about the taxi driver that is driving the individual to a healthcare facility? There are many essential workers that are out there in our society that have really stepped up to the plate to ensure that we are able to continue to provide the types of services that are absolutely critical for us as a society. I express my appreciation, and I know of the governments, to all of those individuals that continue to contribute to the lives of individuals in a very real and tangible way. And it comes a point in time when we start recognizing that, look, it's not just the government being the cabinet ministers that sit around the table. I was interested in, the leader of the Democratic Party was saying, well, the NDP forced the Liberals to do this. The NDP forced the Liberals to do that. Anything and everything we've ever done has been because the NDP forced us, if you listen to the leader of the New Democratic Party, Madam Speaker. And the reality is, Madam Speaker, is that this government listens to what Canadians are actually saying. We introduced the programs. I was on phone calls virtually every day to the cabinet indirectly, providing input, as many of my colleagues were, Madam Speaker. There were technical briefings that were being provided for all members of this House. Didn't matter which political party that they were a part of, Madam Speaker. Our Prime Minister challenged us to consult and work with our constituents and come back and report in terms of what sort of things and actions we need to do to ensure that Canada comes out okay with regards to the coronavirus, Madam Speaker. There should be no surprise that when you generate a program from nothing, that at the end of the day there's going to be a need for modifications to those programs. One would expect that, Madam Speaker. I made reference to the Canada Emergency Response allotment of $2,000 or benefit, Madam Speaker. It was very simple in its format so that we could get that money into the pockets of Canadians as quickly as we can. We understand the important role, small businesses. I remember the former government House leader, as the small business minister, would say, the small business is the backbone of Canada's economy. As other members have said likewise. We understand that if you want to see the economy grow, or you want to minimize the negative impact of the economy, what you need to do is you've got to recognize the important role that small businesses play and support them. And this government is doing just that, Madam Speaker. We see that through loans, in the discussions and the dialogue created with financial institutions in terms of their important obligations to businesses, Madam Speaker, to direct money through wage subsidy. In fact, that's what this legislation is making changes towards. Madam Speaker, it's taken into consideration many of the changes that are necessary. These are the types of things that are having a very real impact. They're not necessarily all coming from the mind of the leader of the New Democratic Party. These are coming from ideas flowing from constituencies, from Canadians in every region of our country. This is a government that is committed to working with other levels of government. We have seen that, and it is brilliant. Absolutely, Madam Speaker. We just spent and committed $19 billion to help restart the economy, working with the different provinces, Madam Speaker. Right from the get-go, we understood how important it was to work with the different levels of government, because we each have a very important role in to play in serving our constituents or Canadians as a whole. The Minister of Employment, I think, embodies a great deal of what many of us hope to be able to achieve. And she shared some of that in some of her comments, if not directly, indirectly, so I'll be a little bit more direct. You know, the minister is very passionate about disabilities. We saw that in historic legislation that we brought in last year. Disability legislation, accessibility. It was quite the moment, and I was not only happy for Canadians as a whole, but I felt good that a minister that really felt so strong on that issue was able to see it come to light. Today, I listened to her speak, and she's talking about the importance of somehow we gotta fix the disability system and the way in which we can actually allocate money out, whether it's tax credits or direct cash. And what provides me comfort, Madam Speaker, is when we have ministers like that are so committed to trying to make a difference, that shares that personal story and is prepared to fight for those individuals with disabilities. It's individuals such as her, and I would suggest she doesn't have a monopoly on it. There's many, if not virtually all of us, in our own way, either directly or indirectly, try to influence government policy. I know myself, I could think of a wide spectrum of things in which I would like to kindly gesture the government to move towards, Madam Speaker, and there's no end to the type of things I would like to see happen, and I recognize that it takes time. And I think that one of the issues that will come out of the coronavirus is that we will see a number of future modifications to programs that will be in the long-term best interest of a wide spectrum of people. And I am actually anxious to see those types of changes take place in the coming years, Madam Speaker. I really want to highlight just the impact when you think of it at the grassroots level. What happens at the grassroots level today compared to January or beginning of February? I have many constituents, for example, Madam Speaker, that traveled to India, in particular in Punjab, or into the Philippines. On holidays, and they're enjoying their holidays. Unfortunately, with the coronavirus and the shutdowns of airports and all sorts of issues, hundreds, if not thousands, in my own riding, probably stick to the hundreds, of individuals that were trapped abroad. Many of them, it's taken weeks, if not months, for them ultimately to be able to return. I have constituents, and we don't really hear about those examples. The examples that we typically hear about is the ones where it's a small business, and that small business is having a difficult time to be able to keep its doors open. It does become an issue of cash flow. And, you know, when you look at the wage subsidy program, I believe it's somewhere in the neighborhood of 2.5 million plus jobs that have actually been subsidized to date. I believe that's a minimum. It's probably quite a bit more than that, Madam Speaker. I'm not 100% sure. But I can tell you that many of those jobs would have completely disappeared without the wage subsidy program. That wage subsidy program has allowed an employer who might have just as well laid someone off indefinitely. Instead of doing that, it provided the employer an option. And as a direct result, 2 to 3 million Canadians were able to continue with the jobs that they had. 3 million. Madam Speaker, we could talk, you know, I make reference to the CERB program of 8 million. You know, I'm very much interested in terms of how that shakes out in the riding of Winnipeg North. But I do know that it's tens of thousands of people in my home province of Manitoba. And, I hate to imagine the economic plight for many of those individuals that have collected CERB, Madam Speaker, what it would have been like had it not been for that particular program. I know I even had a family member that was dependent on that program, Madam Speaker. We all know friends and others that needed to be able to have that sort of a general program that would be there as a backstop to support Canadians. Very, very proud of that particular program. When you think of other ways in which you can support Canadians, the Canada Child Benefit Program is a program that allows for direct deposit of cash into the accounts of families. And some of those families, because of the COVID-19, are going to be even that much more in terms of further challenged. And the government did bring through a top-up for the Canada Child Benefit Program. Again, literally helping thousands of people in every province, virtually every province. I know I often make reference to just how the Canada Child Benefit Program in itself, in Winnipeg North, there's about 9 million, just over 9 million every month that goes into that into the riding of Winnipeg North. Under a normal situation, well, that was topped off because it's easily identified and it's a good way to get money into the pockets of Canadians, Madam Speaker. The GST affects us all. There was, in essence, somewhere in the neighborhood of 12 million people that would have benefited by the GST one-time payment also. One of the things I'm very, very proud of is the fact, because for so long, many of us want to be there to support. In fact, I tabled a petition earlier today about seniors and how it is that we can support seniors. I'm very grateful that the current Minister of Seniors, through an email I have my Committee on Seniors meeting, she said she'd love to be able to speak to the group. It was wonderful. Seniors are important to all of us. And it was so nice to see when we were able to materialize in a tangible way for Canada's seniors in one-time payments for individuals on OAS. And for the poorest of seniors in Canada, we even gave them a separate increase to the GIS, which totaled, I believe, somewhere in the neighborhood of about $500, if in fact you qualified for the GIS and OAS increase. The point of all this, Madam Speaker, is to recognize that the coronavirus changed things profoundly. This government stepped up, worked with everyone else that it could to ensure that we could provide the programming that's so critically important to make sure that Canadians would be able to get out of this coronavirus situation to the point in which we will be well served when it comes time to start restarting the economy. And we are starting to see that today, Madam Speaker. We are in a better position today to even to deal with a second wave, if and when that occurs, Madam Speaker, because of the hard work of legislators, not only in the House of Commons, but because of the fine work that many of the provinces and city councils and non-profits and private individuals are doing, Madam Speaker. So with that, I'll leave it and leave myself open for questions. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments? Okay. There's the Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's very entertaining, a flea market of topics speech today by the member opposite. There's so many channels he changed. It's a typical habit of a remote control handler. But one thing he did not stop at the WE channel, W-A capital, capital E channel, that he didn't touch on. So why doesn't he tell us about his Prime Minister's scandalous contract with the WE Foundation to benefit his Prime Minister's and his Cabinet's friends?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, you know, thinking of the channel changer, Madam Speaker, the Conservatives since day one have always been on the same channel. And that same channel has been character assassination. It doesn't matter what the issue is. It really and truly doesn't. It doesn't matter what issue is facing Canadians. The Conservatives really don't care. They're more focused on character assassination. So why I didn't comment on the we, I can tell you that we have spent billions and billions of dollars. We've brought in new programs. We've been trying to minimize the negative impact of the coronavirus on Canadians as a whole. We're getting our country in a position where we'll be stronger and healthier going forward. We are remaining focused on doing work for Canadians. That is our priority. We'll let the Conservatives dwell at the bottom of the cellar, figure out what the crisis or how they can attack what character next on the agenda.
Questions et commentaires? Le député de Jonquière.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. I've quite enjoyed the chest-beating activity that my colleague has engaged in on economic growth. And who went farther, the Liberals or the Conservatives? Well, I would like to help you reconcile. So, I'd just like to say to my colleague that actually the Liberals and Conservatives are quite similar in many ways. They have many of the same reflexes in a crisis. For example, you jump to support the oil industry, $500 billion for Coastal GasLink. And between 2017 and 2020, that's the same amount of money that was spent on the entire forestry industry in Quebec. $500 million for the entire industry, as opposed to that same amount for a single project. So now that I've helped reconcile the two major parties, perhaps you can tell me more about why you're propping up the industry during a crisis.
I can tell you that, the Conservatives say that we've shut down the oil industry. The member opposite just said that we've opened up a whole new area, and I guess that's just it. The difference between the Conservatives and New Democrats and possibly even the Bloc is that we recognize that the environment and the economy can in fact go hand in hand. If you actually do the proper environmental work, you do the consultations with different levels of government, Indigenous people, stakeholders, that you can actually develop the economy and protect the environment. And I guess there's where we differ from what I would classify as the unholy alliance, the Conservatives and the New Democrats. I'll leave the Blocs out for it for now.
Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Madam Speaker, and I'm glad to be here today to hear on the record credit given to our party for pushing this Liberal government to do the right thing. And unfortunately, for those that might be just tuning in, they may think that the Honourable Member from Winnipeg North is the only member of the Liberal Party who gets a chance to speak here in this House. But the question is simple. When it comes to people that are trying to struggle to get by with the disability tax credit, we need to know right here on the record, and I want to hear his thoughts. When they first proposed a program for people on disability, they left out 60% of people with disabilities. The second opportunity they bring back here today leaves out 40% of people living in disability. So will this honourable member acknowledge that this disability tax credit program leaves out everybody provincially who is designated on ODSP or Ontario disabilities?
Rural Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker, the last thing I'd want to try to do is to give the impression that I know everything about all things, and I do not know the details in which the member is referencing. But what I can tell you, Madam Speaker, is that as a government, we have been developing programs that have been to the benefit, I believe, of Canadians as a whole. There's been special targeting, such as seniors. and now individuals with disabilities. There are opportunities going forward, no doubt, as we see within this legislation for modifications or changes at times. There's ongoing discussions that take place with provinces. Remember, I made reference to the $19 billion Restart program, which incorporates health. I don't know all the details, but I would like to think, Madam Speaker, that where there's validity to making some changes or ensuring that we have the support that's necessary, that you have a government in Ottawa that's open to listening. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Battle Reef Crowfoot.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it's always interesting to hear my honourable member, and I'm glad that he did acknowledge that he does not know all things about all things. So I appreciate his moment of transparency in that regard. However, I would make a quick note before my simple question regarding the rewriting of history. And I was speaking with another colleague just before coming back to the House, and we said, isn't it incredible, but this year started out with what very well could have been the issue of the year, and that was that of the rail blockade. So for the member to suggest that the economy was just moving along in the right direction prior to COVID is a rewriting of history in an epic way. So I would encourage the member to look carefully at his government's record in that regard. Now, one of the questions that I've heard about a number of the programs, including the wage subsidy from many constituents, is they are concerned about the complexities associated with the application, the accounting, and for large corporations who have accounting departments and legal teams and whatnot, well, it's quite straightforward. They send the application to their departments and it gets all sorted out. But for a small business, for a mom and pop shop, for those smaller entities that need the support, increasing the complexity of the wage subsidy, I don't think was the right direction. So I would certainly like to hear from the member across the way how he can reconcile the increasing of complexities in a program that, instead of increasing the complexity, shouldn't have been made more simple, so that especially for those small and medium-sized enterprises, that they could be able to access these applications with ease, so that the economy can get moving in the right direction again.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. First, in regards to the Indigenous issue or the blockades that were taking place, there were actually a number of issues, as there are in any given year, that make it to the national level. I know that there's a very tragic airline that was shot down, which many people, at least on this side of the House, felt very passionate about. I like to think that all members of the House did. So there's, a number of different issues. When you do just a cross comparison, and I was here for a number of those years when Stephen Harper was the Prime Minister, if you do a cross comparison, you will find, in terms of economic performance, that we virtually did 2 to 1 in terms of better when it came to issues like jobs than the Harper administration. That's the type of history that you can't really change, and that's what it is that I was referencing.
José Commentaire, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to congratulate my good friend from Winnipeg North for his impassionate speech. I want to talk to him about big cities. I know as a member representing parts of the City of Toronto, we got a lot of feedback from the mayor as well as local city councillors like my counterpart Jennifer McKelvey on the need for us to support cities with a safe restart. And there's $19 billion that's been allocated, and we have an agreement with the provinces to be able to invest in cities, making sure that we do have a safe restart. Can you tell us how this will impact, or can my friend tell us how this will impact Manitoba, his home province, and what kind of direct supports would the City of Winnipeg will be getting as a result of this agreement?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, 20 seconds.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. It is important to recognize that municipalities in general, whether they're smaller rural municipalities or the larger urban centres, they are more challenged in terms of being able to generate the revenues that are necessary in order to perform many of the responsibilities that they have. Transit, public transit would be a good example, or even to a certain degree provinces, childcare support. The Federal Restart Program goes a long way in supporting municipalities and encouraging provinces to get engaged to ensure that we have things such as childcare, which enables.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Nipissing, Nipissing.
Madam Speaker, I'll be sharing my time with the member for Calgary Skyview. As the Member of Parliament for Renfrew-Nipissing Pembroke, I welcome this rare opportunity to actually participate in a parliamentary debate ever since democracy was shut down by this government. The legislation before us today, Bill C-20, consists of several random diversionary payouts and other changes that more properly should have been having extensive examination in a parliamentary committee before being passed into law. I support helping get Canadians who are struggling with the unprecedented events of our time, like the COVID-19 pandemic. I do not support the transfer of large amounts of taxpayer dollars to organizations that personally benefit family members of Liberal MPs. The decision to accept an unconfirmed, unsolicited proposal from a non-registered lobbyist who represents an organization that had members of the Prime Minister's family on their payroll and perhaps others with close association to the Liberal Party to the amount of hundreds of thousands of dollars is a level of corruption beyond the comprehension of most Canadians. When the Canada Student Service Grant was announced, We Charity was not in the announcement. Even after sordid detail was revealed, the Prime Minister defended his ethical lapse in the same way he responded to groping a female reporter and dressing up in blackface. He repeatedly lied, deny, deny, deny. He could get away with that in a neutered media. The floor of the House of Commons, however, is another matter. The amount of money in the We Charity scandal is staggering. Almost $1 billion. What reasonable Canadians fear is this revelation of payments to individuals directly associated with the Liberal Party is the tip of the iceberg. There's a reason this Prime Minister is hiding from Canadians by not facing Parliament, conveniently taking a so-called vacation day, a wee day. The Prime Minister likes his daily cuckoo clock appearances where he can avoid actual questions. Awarding an unsolicited contract with no fair competitive tendering process should require resignations. The fact that the contract was awarded to an organization with family members of Liberal MPs on the payroll is indefensible. Let's look at where the millions in administration fees was going until somebody pulled the plug, waiting for the heat to die down. We Charity has been effectively described as operating like a cult. First was their scheme to pay for volunteer labor. Next was a plan to pay students for volunteer labor at below minimum wage. That proposal raised a few eyebrows, except now we've learned this is how the We organization operated their various companies, with naive, idealistic young people put on a salary, then being required to work 60 to 70 hours a week. The salary was calculated at a normal 37.5-hour week, so effectively the We Charity found a loophole to get around provincial minimum wage laws. With the backing of the federal government, We Charity figured it found another loophole to avoid minimum wage laws. If the young person complained, they were shamed into accepting workplace conditions by being reminded that the school children who donated their pennies, nickels, and dimes to the We Charity expected all the money to go to help underprivileged children in Africa. Little did those school children know their pennies were being collected to buy commercial real estate in downtown Toronto and to pay fat speaking fees to family members of Liberal MPs. This is what happens when Parliament is shut down and you have people with no ethics or scruples in charge. There's a total lack of accountability. Now, let's look more closely at the legislation before us today. Of the measures contained in Bill C-20, I'm particularly interested in measures that support Canadians living with disabilities. Bill C-20 proposes to direct a payment to individuals who qualify for the disability tax credit. 7 years ago, I introduced a private member's bill, C-462, and act restricting the fees charged by promoters of the disability tax credit. My intention for bringing that legislation before Parliament was straightforward. I wanted to see increased protection for disabled Canadians from the predatory practices of certain individuals who refer to themselves as disability tax credit promoters. They see the tax credit as an opportunity to profit on the reduced circumstances of others. The disability tax credit is a non-refundable tax credit that reduces the amount of income tax that either individuals living with disabilities or their supporting persons have to pay. Parliament voted in this tax credit with the recognition that Canadians with disabilities face extra financial challenges. Bill C-20 proposes payments of up to $600 for Canadians living with disabilities. My constituents question whether the reason for the lump sum payment contained in Bill C-20 can be accepted at face value, or whether it's a taxpayer inducement to get Canadians to forget about the WE charity corruption scandal. When I found out that some individuals were being charged 20, 30, or much as 40% of the tax credit, I felt, and I thought Liberal members of Parliament agreed, those kinds of charges were unfair. This was especially true when we consider that the purpose of the disability tax credit is to support Canadians living with serious disabilities. As a member of Parliament, which includes Garrison Petawawa, I'm acutely aware of the number of Canadians living with disabilities who are in my riding. The soldiers and veterans of my community are at a greater risk for a number of disabilities because of the sacrifices they have made for our country. The tax credit is of special importance to them. In bringing forth Bill 462, I also wanted my constituents to know, and all Canadians, that they can access their local member of Parliament regarding any federal tax credit without being charged a percentage of the tax credit. 7 years ago, my private member's legislation to help disabled Canadians received the unanimous support of that Parliament. Even the current Prime Minister, who at that time was an opposition MP on the WE Charity Speaker Circuit, voted to support my legislation. So what happened? There was an unfortunate change in government. Canadians are still waiting for the regulations for that legislation to be enacted. So why the delay? The change of government brought the usual Liberal hangers-on, the lobbyists who look for ways to game the system at the expense of other Canadians. Liberal lobbyists derailed protections for disabled Canadians with the full support of the Prime Minister and his party. Disabled Canadians are some of the most vulnerable in our society. With all the money the federal government is shoveling out the door, like today's legislation and the WE charity scandal, and without the proper scrutiny of Parliament, money intended to help Canadians goes elsewhere. These same disability tax consultants saw a big payday when the Canada Emergency Response Benefit, CERB, was introduced. One such consultancy started offering a service that charges clients a fee of $160 to assist them with their CERB application. This is what you could read on their website. Quote, "We have no upfront fee. You pay us only when you get your CERB payment. Due to these rough times, Canada Tax Reviews has reduced our fee from 33% to an 8% fee for this program." End of quote. Every 4 weeks, those who still have not found jobs have to reapply for CERB. Each time a person uses that tax consultant to apply for CERB, as fees vary, $160 is charged. That's a payday of almost $1,000 to a tax consultant from somebody who collects the full CERB. Someone collecting the full CERB who could have used that money to pay rent or to put food on the table. If the government audits a taxpayer and finds they did not qualify for CERB, they'll be required to pay back the full amount, including any fees paid to tax consultants. If the government had carried through with the will of Parliament and implemented Bill 462, an act restricting the fees charged by promoters of the disability tax credit, the abuses happening today would not be happening. Bill C-20 needs to go before a parliamentary committee the same way the sweetheart $912 million Canadian student service grant contract to Liberal insiders should have. Canadians deserve no less. Last time I looked, Canada was still a democracy. It's time Canada started acting like one.
Des commentaires, questions and comments? No, okay. The Honourable Member for Innisbrook.
There he is. Thank you, Madam Chair. My question, thank you to the Honourable Member for laying it out honestly, what's going on around here. One thing she failed to mention, how much of a role do you think Gerald Butts is playing in all of what's going on right now?
The Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Well, Madam Speaker, this scandal, like so many we saw in the government before this one that Gerald Butts participated in, the Wynne government, McGuinty government, we're seeing all the same types of scandals going on. They pay Liberal insiders large amounts of money for contracts. Canadians, and in Ontario, it was the hydro consumers who ended up paying inflated electricity fees and the money went directly from the consumers' pockets to the big Liberal supporters who got these contracts for the wind turbines and solar farms. So we're seeing Gerald Butts' fingerprints all over what the scandals that are ongoing today.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. What I recalled is that she spoke about persons living with disabilities. She seems to care about this issue, but last month we at the Bloc proposed dividing Bill C-17 so that there could be a separate bill for support for persons with disabilities. It did not pass at the time. However, all I'd like to say is that it was unfortunate that it was because of the Conservatives that persons with disabilities have had to wait an additional month to receive their benefits.
Well, actually, Madam Speaker, we're not for the Liberals trying to put forth legislation and ram through money, not putting the individuals forth in the first place, the ones living with disabilities, and providing them with a separate bill from the outset to be covered. We wouldn't have this discussion right now.
Questions and comments?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. The member made reference extensively in regards to parliamentary process. And one of the things that we have witnessed over the last number of months is more questions than had ever previously been asked. In fact, today we're sitting during the summertime. We've had 4 regular sitting days, or days to sit for parliamentarians. We've had extended questions and answer periods. It seems to me, with the exception of opposition days and private members' business, that we have seen probably a great deal more of accountability on the issue of questions and answers than we've seen with the previous administration. And I would remind her, she was part of a previous administration where they actually prorogued Parliament.
For Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I accept this opportunity to continue on the speech I was giving actually during member statements when the Deputy House Leader, who knows very well that you can't propose points of orders during member statements, and remind him or provide the last part that I was cut off on summarily. So the part that people didn't hear during member statements was that the unfortunate reality is this abuse of charity, the charity wherein the money is supposed to be going to less privileged people in underdeveloped parts of the world, means that the people most affected by this wee scandal are some of the poorest on this planet. And unlike dressing up in blackface or groping a female reporter, this time the Prime Minister is not going to get away with hiding on some fantasy island or avoid scrutiny by shutting down Parliament. We're going to ensure that the entire scandal, piece by piece, for as deep and as wide as it might be, is uncovered for Canadians to know. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary-Skyview.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. COVID-19 has impacted every aspect of our lives. We've heard it said many times before, but I haven't had a chance to deliver a speech in this place since the pandemic began. While this is certainly not ideal, here we are. And I feel the need to speak for my constituents and have it on the record. This pandemic has not only had an economic cost, but it has also had a human cost, and not just in loss of life. And my heart goes to all those who have suffered a loss, but also in families being separated by borders and quarantine measures. I've heard from so many of my constituents who were and are still stranded abroad, desperately trying to get home to see their families. I have worked very hard to reunite families when possible. This has been a stressful time for everyone, and not being able to be with loved ones only makes the situation worse. I myself had to self-isolate from my family, which was very difficult to do. So I sympathize and empathize with everyone going through this. Madam Speaker, the emotional toll this has taken will need to be evaluated for years to come. The impact to the Immigration Department and their response times will also need to be addressed. The backlog that we're facing is unprecedented. Now I know we're here to debate Bill C-20, but I'd be remiss if I didn't thank my constituents for their efforts during this truly difficult time. We had charities and businesses step up to provide for our community in the hardest of times. Meals were made and distributed, hand sanitizer and masks were delivered, and frontline workers are exceptional. I'm so proud of how we came together. I also feel the need to express my thoughts for those who were directly impacted by the hailstorm that ravaged through my riding on June 13th. Many homes, vehicles, and properties were damaged, only further causing stress for those who were impacted. I'd like to thank my provincial and municipal counterparts for all they're doing for the emergency relief for my constituents. I will continue to work with all levels of government on this. Now to Bill C-20, Madam Speaker. While I support getting help to Canadians who are struggling, I would be doing disservice to my constituents if I didn't pause and reflect on the timing of this. I've been very vocal in my displeasure that the House has been suspended. While I'm pleased the House is sitting today, it is certainly convenient timing. I've had constituents contact me, and they were very concerned by the behavior of members of this government in recent weeks as it relates to the We Charity. It is unconscionable to me that this has happened, and it is terribly concerning. I am pleased that the Ethics Commissioner is conducting an investigation, the third investigation of this Prime Minister. I've been watching the Finance Committee and Ethics Committee, though I will say I've been left wanting given the quality of responses from this government. Even the simple questions cannot be answered. Now we've seen charities come out and say publicly that they've been afraid of commenting on We in the past given their ties to this government. There is a charity in my riding who reached out. They're ready to provide this contribution and has all the necessary structure in place to do so. They're asking when they'll hear back about this failed program. Which brings us to today. Parliament has been shut down since March, and this week the government has decided it's time to sit again. And Madam Speaker, I say this is very convenient timing. What I can tell you is, despite the government's best efforts to divert attention away from the We scandal, Conservatives will continue to scrutinize their actions and hold them to account, since they have proven they cannot be trusted with taxpayers' money or making ethical decisions. As we've heard debated today, Bill C-20 extends and expands the eligibility criteria for the wage subsidy, implements a one-time $600 payment for persons with disabilities, and extends or suspends certain legislative and judicial timelines. We in the official opposition have been proposing solutions to fix the wage subsidy program since April. It is now the middle of July, and instead of implementing our changes to help businesses and workers, the government is making things worse by overcomplicating it. We know that the original subsidy announced left businesses falling through the cracks, which meant the programs saw less than a quarter uptake. I have businesses in my riding contact me indicating that they do not qualify. And we've raised examples with the government and no action. This new wage subsidy that we're speaking about today is unnecessarily complex of rules and regulations that will trap businesses in paperwork and accounting fees, making it harder for them to get the help they need, the help they needed back in April. When you make up policy on the fly without listening to measured proposals, it proves this government is lacking a plan to help Canadians get back to work and restart our economy. Throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, this government has either been wrong or slow to act, and this failure has cost Canadians. They were slow to close borders, which left people stranded who were trying to determine whether they should return. They were wrong on PPE and did not replace the medical supplies sent abroad in February. They were slow to enhance airport screening, allowing the virus to spread from passengers returning to Canada. They were slow to rule out programs for those who were struggling, and wrong not to include a gender basis analysis, which could have helped fix their programs to keep Canadians, especially women, from falling through the cracks. They were wrong to leave small businesses behind, forcing many to close permanently. And we know that small businesses are the lifeblood of our economy. They were wrong to raise taxes in the form of carbon tax when Canadians were already struggling to make ends meet. Wrong to abandon the oil and gas sector, promising help within hours or days, but offering nothing. Something felt very strongly by those in my community. They were wrong not to fully fund the Auditor General's office, so constituents could see how their tax dollars were being spent. They were wrong to shut down Parliament, refusing to let MPs do their job and provide crucial oversight. I'm hopeful that the government will listen to our suggestions. Part of our proposal is to implement the Back to Work bonus, a plan to make the Canada Emergency Response Benefit more flexible and generous so that workers can earn higher wages as we see businesses begin to open. Under our plan, Canadians who lost their jobs through no fault of their own during the pandemic will continue to receive their full $2,000 CERB. In addition, as businesses reopen, workers who make between $1,000 and $5,000 per month would qualify for the Back to Work bonus, a CERB top-up that would be gradually phased out by 50 cents for every dollar earned over $1,000. As I've stated earlier in my remarks, I support help for those who are struggling. A one-time payment, as proposed in Bill C-20, is a result of our efforts in the opposition to better serve those with disabilities. We were prepared and offered to recall Parliament to debate this measure. My hope, sadly, that didn't occur and has further delayed this payment. My hope is that those who qualify and apply for the disability tax credit as proposed in Bill C-20 will be able to access in a timely manner. Madam Speaker, the judicial aspects of the proposed legislation does not address how court backlogs, particularly those in criminal justice system, will be resolved. The rights of victims and their families must be central as we move forward. The government must ensure that victims see justice in a timely manner. It is fundamental. And finally, since the pandemic began, the official opposition have been putting forward constructive solutions to help Canadians. Our goal has been and continues to be to help get workers and local businesses back on their feet as quickly as possible. We know that our economic recovery will be driven by the Canadians' hard work, innovation, and good spirits. We know that to be competitive, we need to unleash the power of the private sector in order to help Canadians get back to work. We need to support small businesses. We need lower taxes, cut red tape, and make Canada an attractive place to do business once again. This is how we approach constructive solutions. We will continue to fight to get Canadians the help they need, and we will continue to call on the government to put forward a transparent plan to guide Canada's recovery. Canadians deserve no less. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Port St. Albert.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to commend my colleague for Calgary Skyview on her excellent speech. One of the areas, she touched on a number of things. One thing that she didn't touch on is the energy sector and the significant impact that COVID has had on top of all of the bad policies that have come from this government. Now, the Minister of Finance stated back in March that relief was hours or days away. 118 days later, there is no relief. And there are some who are suspicious that it's not an accident, but rather a deliberate plan on the part of this government to put the final nail in the coffin on the energy sector. I was wondering if the member could comment.
Honourable member for Calgary Skyview.
Thank you for the question. The hours and the weeks may turn into years, it seems like. There has been no focus on the energy sector, and a lot of my constituents feel the pain. It was bad before COVID-19. It's only gotten worse since then. And unless the help is coming, we're very disappointed with government's response on this.
The honourable member for Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I heard my colleague discuss immigration issues, amongst other things, and how slow the government is processing claims. In fact, the Bloc had tabled a motion seeking unanimous consent for the government to speed up the processing of claims for guardian angels, healthcare workers working in nursing homes. And I'm wondering what my colleague thinks about that. That is, the government should accelerate the processing of certain applications.
Thank you for the question. Yeah, when I was talking about the response in immigration, I was talking about the constituents who were stuck outside of Canada and the response to bring them back to Canada. But in regards to helping anything that helps the Canadians and to help us deal with the pandemic, that would be something that I would support.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Yorkton Melbourne.
Thank you, Speaker. My colleague did a great job and mentioned a number of areas that this government has failed in throughout this course of time. There's another one specifically that is the Canada Summer Jobs Program. They decided to extend the amount of time that it could run. They increased the wages to a minimum wage. They included part-time work. They gave more opportunities for businesses to apply, and yet they provided no more funding for the program. And this was set up. We had our wonderful professional public service. They're ready to run it. Instead, they chose to roll the dice with an ethical violation as the outcome. Just some comments about the importance of that program and how they failed to implement it.
For Calgary Skyview.
Thank you for that question. In fact, before I came here, I had to make calls to people who have received the funding, but there's so many who had applied and who were left out, and some of those were crucial services, especially during this pandemic. So it was very important for the government to make sure that those people who had applied and who basically were categorized as required services, crucial services, there should have been funds available to fund those programs.
Questions and comments? The honourable member help me here, for Battlefield Crow River. I'm sorry, it's your colleague. He was standing before you. I'm sorry. Yes, he was standing before you, Battle River Crowfoot. Yes, he's very quick on his feet.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I appreciate my colleague's speech, and she touched on a number of very, very important issues. Now, we've heard rumors in the last number of days, like we did in the last election, about a home equity tax. And there's the old adage, and I was a volunteer firefighter for a number of years, about where there's smoke, there's fire. And when you see smoke, a number of times one must see that there must be fire. So I'm wondering if my colleague could talk about how devastating a home equity tax would be upon Canadian taxpayers.
It's 5 seconds. The honourable member for Calgary Skyview.
Thank you for that question. But on this side of the House, we all know that that side of the House raises taxes. So this is not a surprise to us. Carbon tax is an example at this time.
In accordance to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. En conséquence, la question est...
Therefore, the question is the following, that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Well, thanks very much, Madam Speaker. And I find myself often rising to ask questions of the government with respect to their handling of ethical matters. And no more appropriate a time have we found to address the government on these questions than in light of the scandal that currently has engulfed the Prime Minister's office. For a third time, the Prime Minister is under investigation by the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner, twice having been found to have broken the law. Now, on the front lines of this latest scandal with the We Charity, the Prime Minister is in the company of another minister who has been found to have broken ethics laws in this country. That's, of course, the Minister of Finance, with his forgotten French villa. And we hear from the Finance Minister and we hear from the Prime Minister time and time again that they're sorry. Sorry they get caught, because right out of the gate with any of these issues, the immediate response is that there's nothing to see here. We remember with the SNC-Lavalin scandal, the very first reaction from the Prime Minister was, the story in the Globe and Mail is false. Well, since then, the Ethics Commissioner has investigated and found in the Trudeau Report 2 that the Prime Minister did contravene the Conflict of Interest Act. The story in the Globe and Mail was true. We know that when it was before Cabinet, we know that when members of Cabinet spoke out against the lack of ethical integrity at the table, that the member for Vancouver Granville, the former Minister of Justice and Attorney General, she was fired. Canada's first female Indigenous Attorney General, fired. We know that when another member of Cabinet with integrity, the President of the Treasury Board, Dr. Jane Philpott, raised the issue as well, she got kicked out of caucus with the member for Vancouver Granville. So we know from those two reports, the Trudeau Report 1 and the Trudeau Report 2, that this Prime Minister likes to reward his friends. And we know from the ejection of the member for Vancouver Granville and the former President of the Treasury Board, the Honourable Dr. Jane Philpott, that he punishes his enemies, the Prime Minister does. Accountability is not found today in the office of this Prime Minister. And so, we look to the government benches and ask Liberal members, do they have the courage of their convictions and the intestinal fortitude to demand better of their Prime Minister?
The Parliamentary Secretary to the Queen's Privy Council.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. At times I wonder if the member goes to bed at night trying to think of ways what he can influence his dreaming capabilities to come up with what sort of an issue to raise that could put some sort of a negative spin on the government of the day. And when I was reviewing the question that the member had posed that ultimately led to the member's speech that we just heard, it was, why did the Bloc Party vote with the government to prevent us from being able to deal with an issue that was in the House of Commons prior to the last election? So he was upset with the Bloc because the Bloc voted with the government saying, well, that was in the previous Parliament. We don't need to talk about that. And I suspect, Madam Speaker, that if we were to start going back to previous elections, I remember the Senate scandal? I'm sure we could find a number of interesting scandals that Conservatives were actually involved in. Maybe we should regurgitate those and have them come before the Ethics Committee, Madam Speaker. You know, at the end of the day, I think that there has been a great deal of transparency and accountability. We have seen a Prime Minister, even when he was in opposition, bring forward things such as proactive disclosure. We have seen a Prime Minister that has been very candid in recognizing that if he's made a mistake, he's apologized for the mistake. He's taken actions to rectify. And at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, I truly believe that we need to move forward. That report that the member was referring to, the second report on the Prime Minister, is something that was dealt with in the previous the House. We are not the only party in the House that seems to agree with that, Madam Speaker. I would suggest that the member remain focused and remain focused on some of the good things that are actually happening, and maybe to spend less time dreaming about how we can create crisis situations and look at ways in which we can maybe improve the system. I'm not saying the system cannot be improved upon. The system can be improved upon. There will be mistakes. You know, there were Conservative ministers that made mistakes and went to the Commission. Remember, the Commission is relatively new. It only came into being in 2008. So there's only been two Prime Ministers, two different governments that have actually been subjected to the Commissioner. So it is a learning process. And we have a Prime Minister that understands that. And when mistakes are made, is being very straightforward and does cooperate with the Ethics Commissioner, Madam Speaker. I see those as positive things. And I only wish that my Conservative opposition members will not only give the negative side of life some attention, but also look at the positive side of life. Maybe even bring forward ideas that we can do, that we can ensure that there's things that will provide more accountability and more transparency. Madam Speaker, I am very much open-minded. And I look forward to the rebuttal in the form of a question from my friend. But I would like to see us move forward and see if we can come up with some positive contributions as to how we could change the system and ultimately see an improvement, Madam Speaker. I know he has it within him to come up with some positive recommendations. I would implore him to maybe suggest one or two of those in a positive light.
Honourable Member for Leeds, Granville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Thanks very much, Madam Speaker, and thank the member opposite. I talked about things that I dream up at night. These are, in fact, nightmares that Canadians are having with respect to the ethical scandals that we see from this Prime Minister's office. The question that I originally asked that brought about this late show had to do with those Liberals working with the separatist bloc to prevent the Ethics Commissioner from presenting his report at the Ethics Committee. That's the lack of accountability from these Liberals. The same ethics report that the Prime Minister refused to allow 9 people to testify or to provide evidence to the Commissioner about. A positive recommendation that I have through you to the member opposite, Madam Speaker, is that the Prime Minister voluntarily offer to appear at any standing committee of the House. A second recommendation I would make through you to the member is that he agree to waive all cabinet confidences this time, not just the ones that have already been broken through various reports. So those are recommendations that I think that the member should encourage his Prime Minister to follow. Those are recommendations that the Liberal caucus should really encourage the Prime Minister to take, because if he doesn't, Canadians will be unable to have confidence in their institutions and their public office holders, and frankly, they deserve better.
Deputy Secretary to the Queen's Privy Council.
Yes, Madam Speaker, just to emphasize, the member opposite is focused on trying to blame the Bloc Party for voting with the Liberals to prevent something from a previous election to come before a House of Commons standing committee. This is the same Bloc Party that often votes with the Conservative Party against the government. He is imputing motives that might not necessarily be justified, I would suggest. And I'm trying to be as nice as I can with regards to it. Now, when I think of standing committees, you know, in the back of my mind, I'm trying to think if Stephen Harper ever appeared before standing committees. I wonder if the member is aware that there, even though the office of the Commission has only been around since 2008, there was a number of Conservatives.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I've just come to the House from hearings at the Subcommittee on International Human Rights. We spent all day in powerful hearings about the genocide happening in East Turkestan or Xinjiang in China, where Uyghur Muslims are facing all kinds of horrific human rights abuses simply on the basis of their faith and their ethnic background. There was a clear consensus among witnesses that there is a genocide ongoing in Xinjiang. And there was a call from witnesses to take strong action here in Canada to respond to that genocide, indeed to make meaningful our historic commitments to saying never again, that we will never again allow a people to be eradicated or attempted to be eradicated in this kind of way. Adrian Zenz, a senior researcher, described what's happening in Xinjiang as the largest mass incarceration of a minority since the Holocaust. The calls to action included Canada imposing Magnitsky sanctions against those involved in this gross violation of human rights, and also a response that looks at the use of Uyghur slave labor in our supply chains, stronger legislation to prevent products which are produced through slave labor from making their way into our supply chains, as well as stronger measures to prevent government cooperation, like we've seen with NukeTech, a government cooperation with security firms that are also involved in gross violations of human rights in East Turkestan. The last panel we had at our hearing brings me to this question today, because we had an opportunity to hear from Camilla Talendibiveh, who is the wife of Hussein Chalil. Mr. Chalil is a Canadian citizen of Uyghur background who is currently in prison in China. He's been in prison in China for over a decade, and he has not had access to consular services. It's a horrific situation. He is the father of four. He's actually never had an opportunity to meet his youngest son, because his wife was pregnant at the time when he was taken. He wasn't arrested in China. He actually had traveled to Uzbekistan on a Canadian passport, and yet was arrested in Uzbekistan and transferred to China. So he's got a wife and four sons here in Canada, the youngest son of whom he has never met. This horrific situation, the genocide of the Uyghurs in particular, the detention of this Uyghur Canadian, should seize Canadians, should seize the government. I raised this issue at the Canada-China Committee with our ambassador on February the 5th. Unfortunately, he initially seemed unaware of the case, and then he said that Mr. Chilil was not a citizen. And I note that the Minister of Foreign Affairs has since corrected this, but it remains the fact that we have regular mention, and rightly so, of other Canadians who are detained in China, but we have not seen nearly the same level of attention paid to cases involving Canadian citizens who owe their origin abroad. Cases such as Mr. Chilil or Fan Wei or others have simply not got the same attention in statements by our ambassador as have cases involving those born in Canada. And that's very disappointing, because I think we should all believe in the principle that a Canadian is a Canadian, and yet we have not seen a strong enough response. What was asked for during the testimony today was that the government not only make right what was made wrong in that testimony, but they also take further steps, including appointing a special envoy looking into this case. So I want to know what the government's response to those call to actions are, what they're...
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
First, Madam Speaker, if I can just thank members of the Standing Committee and those individuals that have taken the time to be able to present and share their thoughts on this very important issue. Madam Speaker, thank you for letting me address the question brought forward by the member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. Madam Speaker, Hussein Chilil is a Canadian citizen. As the Prime Minister and the Minister of Foreign Affairs have consistently stated, the government is seized at all levels by cases of Canadians detained in China, including the long-standing case of Mr. Chilil. Mr. Chilil has been in detention in Xinjiang since 2006. Madam Speaker, the provision of consular services to Canadians in China is governed by a bilateral agreement that details consular obligations and entitlements of our two countries in order to facilitate the protection of the rights and interests of our citizens. It is also governed by the Vienna Convention on Consular Relations. Canada expects China to live up to its obligations under these agreements. In the case of Mr. Chilil, despite repeated and ongoing attempts, Canadian officials have not been granted consular services, or access, I should say. The government is deeply concerned about the case of Mr. Chilil and will continue to raise his case at every opportunity at senior levels. Canadian officials will continue to advocate for Mr. Chilil and seek consular access to him in order that they can verify his health and well-being and to offer him assistance. Mr. Chilil is from Uyghur ethnicity. Canada is deeply concerned by the mass detention of Uyghur Xinjiang based on their ethnicity and religion and under the pretext of countering extremism. We acknowledge the pain and hardship experienced by Mr. Chilil's family as a result of his detention. Consular officials are in communication with Mr. Chilil's family and will continue to provide support until they are united. Madam Speaker, Uyghur have been disappearing into detention in China. Getting information about their whereabouts can be incredibly challenging, publicly and privately, in multilateral fora, as well as in bilateral conversations. Canada has consistently called on the Chinese government to address the situation. Canada has called on the Chinese government to allow the Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights and the UN Special Procedures immediate, unfettered, meaningful access to Xinjiang. Madam Speaker, our government will always stand up for Canadians in assistance for abroad. We recognize and affirm that Mr. Chilil is a Canadian. We will continue to advocate for him and make every effort to obtain consular access to him. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, for Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, I thank the Honourable Member for speaking from the heart there. I want to just follow up on some of the testimony we heard, which was that the government has said words with respect to this issue, but we need strong action. Irwin Cotler, a former Liberal Justice Minister, said that this is a genocide which requires us to respond in accordance with our international obligations under the Genocide Convention, that is to recognize it and to respond, to recognize that we have a responsibility to protect, that is to deploy a range of measures to protect, to do what we can, whether it's involving Magnitsky sanctions and other actions, as well as to ensure we don't have slave labor in our supply chains. That's a problem right now, and we need tougher legislation dealing with slave labor in our supply chains, especially coming from Xinjiang. I wonder if the member would be willing to recognize specifically that China has not met their international obligations when it comes to consular access, and also to comment on the suggestion of a special envoy to deal with this case.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, the Government of Canada remains deeply concerned about the ongoing detention of Mr. Chihil. As with all cases of Canadian citizens detained abroad, our officials have been repeatedly sought consular access in order to determine Mr. Chihil's well-being. While Canada has submitted numerous official requests and made high-level interventions in the case, China has not granted Canadian officials access to Mr. Chihil. Canada is deeply concerned by the mass detention that's taking place based on ethnicity and religion, and under this, the pretext of countering extremism. We will continue to advocate on Mr. Chihil's behalf and call on China to allow consular service officials to be able to visit him as well. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. La Chambre.
Therefore, the House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 o'clock, according to Standing Order 21.